Right now, at a hospital clinic, the doctor suddenly apologized. "I'm sorry. We misdiagnosed you. Miss Blanche, you're not dying. You're not going to die." Hearing this, she widened her eyes in shock and asked what. Then, her face suddenly paled as she thought, "I'm Lauriette Blanche, the woman who only had 3 months to live." "It's going to be all right," the doctor continued. She could only manage a weak laugh in response, continuing her inner monologue. "And I've been living as I wished. The nobleman of war, the Empire's #1 swordsman, kissed my hair and gently assured me, 'Wherever you are, I will find you.' My Lauriette, don't even think about running away." And that man was Duke Candon. I heard those words myself. Not dying? I'd rather die. Lauriette clutched her head and screamed, leading the doctor to mistakenly believe she was overjoyed at the news and simply overreacting. He nodded and exclaimed, "That's wonderful then." Ha! Hearing this, she thought with utter frustration, "Wonderful? Please. This all happened 3 months ago. I felt strangely ill and secretly went to the hospital without telling anyone. When I saw the doctor, I described all my symptoms: insomnia, bloating after eating spicy food, and a racing heart. After listening to my symptoms, the doctor took a deep breath and said, 'Please don't be alarmed, but listen carefully. This is Locadura. Essentially, you were born with too much mana. It's a rare, incurable disease that only appears in a small number of people. Unfortunately, Locadura has a 98% mortality rate.'" I asked, stunned, "What?" The doctor immediately confirmed, "Miss Blanche, you will die in 3 months. And so, I received the verdict that I didn't have long to live. Too shocked to think. I don't even know how I got home. But I couldn't just obediently die. Before I died, I had to make a bucket list and do everything on it." With that thought, Lauriette clenched her fists and shouted, "Bucket list? I have to do it." Before her personal maid could even process the information, she asked, "Annie, what do you want to do before you die?" Annie asked, bewildered. Huh. Then, with a hint of sorrow, she said, "How could I die and leave the princess?" Hearing this, Lauriette was deeply moved and called out Annie. She sighed dejectedly, "You can't even brush your own hair." "I'm too worried to die." She mumbled listlessly, "Can't brush my hair." Annie said cheerfully, "I bought all sorts of cakes, so I want you to try a bite of each one." Lauriette asked with a strained laugh, "What? Like buying candy just to lick it once and throw it away?" She chuckled, "I'm just kidding, just kidding. Come on, let's eat." Lauriette said tearfully, "Ugh, I don't want to go anywhere." Dragging her feet, Lauriette thought to herself, "Honestly, because the relationship between my family and isn't good. For example, my father wants to sell his daughter to a rich old count, and this red-haired man is the 5th Duke of Blanche. Although he's a meritorious retainer of the state, his business is failing. My mother agrees with her husband and wants to sell their daughter off. And this pink-haired woman is the Duchess of Blanche, married only for the family's reputation. Even though I know all of this, I pretend I don't know about their deception. And I am Lauriette Blanche." H.S. Soon as she saw the person who had just opened the door and walked in, she immediately smiled gently and said, /on, "Why are you home so early?" And this red-haired young man is my beloved older brother Zon. Blanche, the successor, Zéon, possesses magic, learned in the successor classes, and monopolizes all the support. As the second child, I don't receive this support, nor am I educated. Despite this, I'm only given clerical work, so I can support Zéon. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Lauriette calmly replied, "Am I not allowed? I'm a member of this family too." "What's wrong?" "Anyway, Zéon, you should pay attention in your successor classes. Mr. Joel's expression doesn't look too good. Note, family-affiliated mage. Teacher." While he was still speechless, she thought to herself, "I could do better than him, much better than that talentless idiot." He suddenly yelled, "Hey, !" Then he picked up his wine glass and poured it directly over her head, drenching her hair in wine. Then he reproached her, "You've ruined my appetite, I won't eat until she leaves, Hearing this, the Duchess of Blanche quickly spoke up, demanding, Lauriette, "You shouldn't interfere in your brother's affairs. Go to your room and wash up, She remained silent and immediately stood up. Then, walking towards the door, she turned back to look at the three of them and thought, I'll be dead in 3 months. But they don't care. I don't want to die living like a fool, For the remaining time, I'll live as I please. I'm going to die anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Imperial History, April 3rd, 732, I received the verdict that I only have 3 months to live. Bucket list of things to do before I die. 1. Give Annie a cake. 2. Live independently. I need to save money. 3. Break off the engagement with Marquis Segrave, politely and appropriately. 4. Date a handsome man, just for 3 months. 5. Travel to the West, the place Zeon always talks about. There's nothing to regret in life. After all, my life has only been for my family to exploit. So now I have to live my own life. That's what I want. The next morning, watching Annie happily rubbing her full belly, Laureate thought with satisfaction, it's a good thing I was able to complete the first item right away. 1. Give Annie a cake. Immediately resolved. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, startling them both. The coachman hurriedly explained the situation. I apologize. It seems we've fallen into a ditch. I'll pull the carriage out right away. Laureate quickly poked her head out to assess the situation and said, another carriage is coming. We need to get the wheel out of the ditch quickly. We'll have to use magic. Annie suddenly spoke up, stopping her. Please sit down, Mississippi. Laureate asked in surprise. Why? Annie explained. That's Duke Candon's carriage. You shouldn't get out, Mississippi. You're engaged. You have to maintain appearances. Laureate repeated in a daze, Candon. Then she thought to herself, that's the most powerful family in the Empire. They say the Duke is a monster. Suddenly feeling the carriage being lifted, she immediately turned her head. Looking around, she unexpectedly met the gaze of a strange man in front of her. After observing for a few seconds, she realized he was the one who had just lifted the carriage and couldn't help but marvel to herself. Wow, lifting a carriage with just one hand. Is that family any different from a coachman? Thanks, coachman. A little later, at the Blanche estate, Laureate sighed for some unknown reason and thought, I thought I'd be able to rest at home. Kissing the back of her hand, Marquis Segrave said, Laurie, long time no see. She reluctantly replied, yes. Then thought with annoyance, he even came to my house. He suddenly embraced her and whined, why do you keep going away? If we're married, you shouldn't leave the bed. She didn't bother replying and thought to herself. Wish list number 3, break off the engagement with Marquis Segrave, politely and appropriately. Can I accomplish it in just one day? I have a good feeling about this. Marquis Segrave suddenly whispered in admiration. I'm very pleased with this face, this scent. Wonderful. A high-value item. Hearing this, Laureate was horrified and immediately resolved. It's today. It has to be today. This disgusting old man. I have to get rid of him. 3. Break off the engagement with Marquis Segrave. No need to be polite and appropriate. The Blanche family has produced a magnificent sorceress. Among them, one Blanche is particularly renowned in this era, Laureate Blanche. Born with extraordinary magical talent. But she wasn't taught, because her brother, Zeon Blanche, the heir to the family, was jealous of Laureate's talent. But fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves. This is the result of learning over someone's shoulder. A teacher who valued Laureate's talent taught her magic. After successfully hanging Marquis Segrave upside down with magic vines, Laureate approached and said, Marquis, I'll only explain this once, so listen carefully. I have absolutely no intention of marrying you, so let's end this engagement today. I despise trash that only judges people by their money. Suddenly, someone yelled, oh my God, Marquis Segrave. Laureate quickly turned to see her parents rushing out. Without hesitation, Duke Blanche immediately raised his hand and used his magic to rescue Marquis Segrave from his upside-down predicament. As soon as he landed, he grimaced and cried out, in pain, ah. Then, trembling with rage, he looked at her and said, this humiliation, I'll never forget it. Duke Blanche hurriedly explained, Marquis, my daughter is still immature. He roared, no, consider our deal void. While watching the spectacle, Laureate inwardly fumed. Filthy. This family values money more than their own daughter. That Marquis only cares about buying people with his wealth. Exasperated, Duchess Blanche suddenly raised her voice. Have you finally lost your mind? Laureate responded indifferently. Yes, a little late. I should have done this sooner. Such madness has never occurred in this house. She hadn't even finished speaking when Duchess Blanche immediately slapped her across the face and yelled, do you know what you've done? This was going to settle the Blanche family's debts. Laureate stood stunned for a moment, then chuckled dryly and retorted, who incurred those debts? Why should I be the one to pay them off? This family doesn't care about me, doesn't show me any affection. You all get to live in luxury by selling me off, and all I get in return is a slap. Duchess Blanche immediately pointed a finger at her and snapped. I'm the one who provided you with everything, clothes, food, and shelter. Because you're a duchess's daughter, you have responsibilities, Lauriette calmly continued. Yes, which is why I looked at the ledgers of mother's work and the management of the Duke's affairs, big and small. I also visited one of Zaon's workplaces. He said I had to marry to pay off father's debts. Duke Blanche, hearing this, bellowed. But why are you causing trouble now? You're supposed to obey. We raised you, and you show no gratitude. Fine, I'll sell this house. So get out. The Duchess hurriedly intervened. Dear, that's a bit, Lauriette suddenly spoke. Those documents will burn quite quickly. That would be a significant problem. My greatest fear was displeasing you, but I've never held a place in your hearts. Until now. Thank you, Duke Blanche, Duchess Blanche. Seeing her turn to leave, the Duke shouted after her, Don't even think about taking anything that belongs to the Blanche family. She hadn't gone far when Zaon suddenly called out, Lauriette. She immediately turned back and replied curtly, I prefer to decline your farewell. He scoffed. Fine, consider a parting gift then. You dare ruin the atmosphere in this house. How dare you humiliate me during dinner? You don't know magic. You don't know the magical elements. You shouldn't have toyed with me. With that, he immediately launched a magical attack towards Lauriette. Seeing the danger approaching, she not only didn't dodge, but calmly used her own power to deflect his attack and said, But, Zahn, she hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt something. His feet were slowly sinking into the ground, causing him to cry out in alarm. Calmly watching Zaon struggle within her magic, Lauriette coldly stated, See, I'm stronger. Seeing her about to leave, he frantically called out. Lauriette sighed in relief as she walked, thinking to herself, Finally, I'm out of the house. She then recalled her tearful parting with Annie, her close maid. Princess, what am I going to do? Annie had wailed. Lauriette had reassured her. It's all right, Annie. Take care of yourself. Continuing her inner monologue, Lauriette thought, I had to work hard to stop Annie from following me. After all, I'm going to die anyway. 1. Give Annie a cake. 2. Live independently. I have to save money. 3. Break off the engagement with Marquis Grave, politely and appropriately. 4. Date a handsome man within 3 months. 5. Travel west to the place Zaon mentioned. He talked about it so much. Anyway, I won't be able to live past 3 months. Image of someone learning about love from novels that I wish it were an experienced guy. We'll meet casually. First, I have some money with me, but if I want to live and play freely, I have to earn a lot of money. In that case, I have to do what I'm best at. Lauriette pushed open a door and announced brightly, I'm a purification mage. I'm here looking for work. Wait a minute. Purification magic is less effective than healing magic. It's unpopular and it requires a lot of mana. Healing magic, purification magic, can't be used on oneself and can't be used when the opponent is stronger than the user. Divine arts are the same. I don't care because I have plenty of mana. The shopkeeper immediately said, not needed. Lauriette asked in surprise. What? The shopkeeper quickly explained, We're not looking for human purification mages. Healing mages are already widespread, so don't interfere with our business and get out. Being dismissed like that made her indignant. That's outrageous. This is bad. I have to find another place that's hiring. As soon as she finished speaking, someone snatched her handbag. Seeing the thieves daring to steal from her, she yelled, All my belongings have been stolen. Stop, bag snatchers. The black-haired thief scoffed. We're not afraid of purification mages anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Lauriette immediately used her powers, creating fireballs to attack them and shouting, I said stop. They paled and cried out in fear. As she ran, she thought, panting, I can't chase them. Then she cried out, Please help me. Help me. A nearby man, hearing this, immediately turned his head. A god suddenly appeared and muttered in admiration. This is a masterpiece too wonderful to introduce to the world. Hey, I don't know. Everyone, here it is. This is a sculptural masterpiece created by a god. The noble man of war is the #1 sword in the empire, Duke Kanden. I didn't intend to create a work like this. The god saw a handsome man, beautiful as a statue, standing before them. The two thieves immediately stopped. I smell something strange. It's like the dark-haired thief began. The smell of a rotting corpse. This pressure, could it be? The blonde thief continued, sweating. That monster is Duke Kanden. Without another word, he quickly drew his sword, and with a single swipe, cut down the two thieves who dared to cause trouble in broad daylight, sending them to their deaths in an instant. He then calmly bent down and picked up the bag for Lauriette, who was standing nearby. She stared, somewhat dazed, recognizing him as the man she had met the day before. She thought to herself, so he wasn't a carriage driver, but a duke. The Duke's family is the most prestigious family in the Black Iron Empire, the Azrahan Kandens. He's also the man known as the Empire's first sword, a general who has achieved victory in every battle without a single defeat, and the one called the Demon of War because of his ruthlessness. And he's incredibly handsome. The smell is a bit unpleasant, but his handsome face makes up for it. With a face like that, he must have dated a lot. Note, I'm totally smitten. He's known for being cold, so he probably wouldn't force anyone to go anywhere with him. I like that. While observing Lauriette, Kanden mused to himself, it seems this young lady is a noble, but she doesn't have any guards with her. I haven't found what I'm looking for. I've done something pointless. So she's afraid of me. Even if I save someone, this curse makes them fear me. It hasn't ended yet. Since when have I been like this? Just then, Lauriette suddenly tugged on Kanden's sleeve and called out, "Hey you." Then, with a bright smile, she proposed, "Will you be my boyfriend? I'm very pleased with your face. Go out with me, just for 3 months. Date a handsome guy for just 3 months." Feeling a bit abrupt, Lauriette added, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lauriette. What's your name?" "I know, but it's polite to ask," he replied a little hesitantly, "eh?" "Astrahan Kanden." She blushed and exclaimed, "Oh my, your voice is nice too. Such a captivating, deep tone." Her words left him flustered. He thought, what is this situation? She's teasing me. She beamed and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Astrahan." He felt a pang of melancholy, thinking, it's been 20 years since anyone has called me by my name. She continued, "Astrahan, go out with me. Just 3 months." He didn't reply, staring at her for a moment, then quickly turned his head away to compose himself. Finally, he said, "You saw me cut down those men. Aren't you afraid of me? Stop this joking around." After walking about 10 paces, Kanden suddenly turned back to look at Lauriette. He saw her covering her mouth with her hand, her whole body trembling for some unknown reason. He thought suspiciously, could it be? No, it can't be. Even with a nosebleed and her face as red as a tomato, she couldn't suppress her infatuation, thinking, he's incredibly cool. He's even charming and charismatic. Why does he have to be so perfect? But there's one thing even such a capable man doesn't have. And that's me. Just you wait. I'll give you everything. That evening, at a certain bar, holding a glass of wine, Lauriette fretted, how can I see him again? Just then, some men at the next table started talking. The Information Guild, Duke Kanden, right? Hearing the Duke's name, she immediately switched to eavesdropping mode. Seems like the rumors are true. The black-haired man quickly asked, "You mean about him searching for a purification mage?" Lauriette quickly sat down and asked curiously, "What rumors?" He replied, "Well, the Duke is afflicted by a terrible curse. If you get close, you can smell the stench of death." She asked in surprise, "The stench of death?" He explained, "It means the smell of a rotting corpse." Lauriette thought to herself, "Ah, that strange scent. But is it really that bad?" He continued, "Anyway, I heard he wants to break the curse, so he's been searching for a purification mage through the Information Guild. And get this, the curse is so severe that all the purification mages have run away. There weren't many purification mages to begin with." She added, "Ah, I see. Wait here a minute. Purification magic consumes more mana than healing magic. It's for dispelling curses. But compared to the cursed person, there are many dukes who kill, so they're not well-liked. That's why Astrahan can't find a competent purification mage." That's what they're saying. "I see." After a long conversation, the black-haired man asked, "Who are you?" The blonde-haired man added, "Yeah, who are you?" Lauriette ignored them, determinedly thinking, if you want to catch a tiger, you have to go into its den. Just you wait, Astrahan. The following Sunday, at the Information Guild, Lauriette calmly opened the door and walked in, announcing, "Found you." Seeing Kanden's surprised expression, she smiled brightly and said, "Thinking back, I suddenly asked you out without any introduction, so you must have been startled. So, shall we start with an employer-employee relationship? Let me reintroduce myself." Kanden thought in astonishment. Even after I intimidated her, she's not afraid. Lauriette smiled and bowed, introducing herself. "I'm Lauriette Blanche, the best purification mage in the Empire. I'll purify your curse. My payment is food and lodging. Now, sign here." The reason I could get here so quickly A few days prior, Lariette cheerfully questioned, because you can't manage information, the secret has been leaked. Do you want to be dealt with by the Duke? If not, can you tell me when the Duke will arrive? The Guildmaster whispered, I'll light 3 lamps. That's how it is. Lariette thought. Sweating, he looks terrifying. Kindin asked coldly, are you responsible for what you just said? If it was just a careless joke, I can hardly let you see the sun tomorrow. Tomorrow, he said. She didn't answer, but stared at him wide-eyed, then silently encouraged herself. Even though I haven't learned magic properly, it'll be okay because I know a lot about purification magic. I'm going to die anyway. There's no need to be afraid. Having thought that, Lariette took Candon's hand, surprising him. Without another word, she quickly closed her eyes and immediately used her magic power, purification power, to begin removing his curse. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, sweating as she thought, it's taking more mana than I thought. This curse is quite strong, because it clashed with Astrahan's curse. It's even stronger. Thinking this, she continued to expend more mana on the purification. After another while, Lariette slowly released Candon's hand and gasped, thinking, it's drained my stamina and mana. Then she suggested he check. Hearing her, he quickly removed his glove, feeling despair in his heart as he thought, I shouldn't get my hopes up. I know it won't work. It's been going on since I was a child. I know what this curse is for. Thinking up to this point, he suddenly remembered what that person had said to him. I will show you the festering wounds on your body, and the smell of death will fill the room. He continued to think, I shouldn't hope. A miracle has happened. Handing the contract to Kindin, Lariette giggled and asked, the contract, will you sign it? He didn't answer, but clenched the hand that had been freed from the curse, thinking, a miracle has happened. The only miracle that can break the curse for me. I don't want to let go. I can't let go. That's right. Before the curse disappears, I won't let you go anywhere. Thinking this, Kindin embraced Lariette tightly. The contract she had just given him lay on the floor. It read, in exchange for breaking your curse, you must provide me with lodging for 3 months. That evening, as soon as she opened her eyes, Lariette immediately sat up and asked in bewilderment, where am I? Kindin, seeing this, inquired, you're awake? She quickly turned to look at him and asked, where is this? He replied, Duke Candon's mansion. Since the contract said I had to provide you with lodging, I brought you here. If you feel I'm being rude, I'll find another place. She immediately replied, it's fine, I'm very grateful. Handed her back the contract, he said, well, in any case, I'll keep a copy of the contract. She stared at him, screaming internally, oh my God, he's so handsome. Then, incredibly excited, she asked, so you signed it? Seeing her about to hug him, he immediately leaned back to avoid her and replied, yes, it's the first time someone said they would break the curse for me. Lariette quickly grabbed Candon's hand and smiled brightly, thinking to herself, even though I missed the hug just now, it's okay. Holding his hand is more than enough. Finishing her thought, she cheerfully confirmed, Mr. Astrahan, I'm under your care from now on. I promise I'll do my best. He was stunned and replied, Miss, our relationship is simply that of an employee and employer. Afterward, he thought to himself in bewilderment, she isn't avoiding me. What's wrong with this woman? She smiled brightly and suggested, don't call me Miss anymore. You should call me by my name. Lariette. Try calling me Lariette. Kindin didn't comply, but abruptly stood up. Then, in a low voice, he explained, I only came to check on you because you fainted earlier. I've also brought your luggage here. If you're all right, I'll excuse myself. I'll be going now. Hearing this, Lariette felt a bit suspicious, thinking to herself, he seems experienced in dating, but why is he so stubborn? Is it because I'm not his type? I'll change his preferences. Although slightly intimidated by her earlier expression, which seemed like she wanted to devour him whole, he still kindly advised, you haven't fully recovered yet, so don't get up so quickly. Hearing this, she chuckled with delight, thinking to herself, what's this? So gentle. Seeing this, he quickly headed towards the door and said, rest today. We'll talk tomorrow. She replied with a bright smile, yes. Seeing that he had completely left, she immediately flopped down onto the bed. Then, hugging the pillow tightly, she squealed excitedly, I just woke up, and showing me that face is against the rules. How can you be so handsome? Your face is so beautiful that I want to procreate right now. So beautiful it's breathtaking. I wonder how he feels being so handsome. After hearing Lariette's words, Candon's entire face suddenly turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Then he quickly covered his face with his hands and muttered, what a strange person. The next morning, in Candon's office, while leisurely drinking tea, he suddenly looked up and towards the front. Then he said, "I have something to tell you." Lariette replied with a bright smile, "Yes, I was wondering when you would stop pretending. Not to know. Why didn't you have a meal with me?" He asked back, startled. "What?" She calmly said, "I said I would wait for you. I thought we would have breakfast together." He quickly placed his teacup on the table and asked, "You wanted to have breakfast with me? You must have a strong stomach." She asked back, confused, "What do you mean? What about my stomach?" He suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Mage, what do you know about my curse?" She quickly pulled up a chair and replied, "I don't know." Just as she was about to sit down, he answered, "This curse is from a dead person. They cast it before they died. That's why it's even stronger. And even if you succeed in killing them, it doesn't disappear." Lariette asked curiously, "How long have you had this?" Kandin replied, "Since I was 8 years old. This cloth has magic that blocks the rotting smell caused by the curse, so I use it. This curse makes my skin lose its function and start to rot. Even a purification mage can only slow down the manifestation of the curse. This curse is unbreakable." She called out in a low voice, "Mr. Astrahan." He gloomily thought, "She can be disgusted by me, it's fine. I just need to keep her by my side. As long as I can break the curse, I'll do anything." Lariette suddenly grabbed Kandin's hand and earnestly assured him, "I promise you, Astrahan, I will definitely lift your curse." His heart pounded in his chest after hearing her words. Kandin turned away to avoid Lariette's gaze, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why isn't she afraid of me? Everyone avoids me because of the rotting smell. She should be looking at me like a monster and throwing up. Instead, she treats me like a human and looks at me with such pride. She doesn't even seem to mind my selfishness. Noticing a bead of sweat roll down her face, he suggested, "Stop." Seeing that she wouldn't stop her examination, he immediately took her hand, his voice slightly raised in reproach. "Hey, I told you to stop." He glanced down at her wrist. Her wrist is so small. He quickly wrapped his own hand with a bandage and softly suggested, "Don't push yourself." She hurriedly explained, "Because I don't have enough mana. I'm just checking. Your left hand looks like it's healed, but the purification spell is still there. It seems your body is continuously being purified from the inside. So after I checked, there's only a small amount of the purification spell left in you. And specifically, your left hand said this. Sorry, I'm still being purified. The other body parts are impatiently urging. Hurry up. Are you only thinking about yourself being purified? So, until the skin on your left hand is completely healed, the other parts won't be purified. While pouring tea into Kandin's cup, she thought happily, it's good that it's being purified, even if it's just a little. She quickly asked, do you understand now? Then she reassured him, don't worry, I'll take responsibility and help you fully recover before I die. He asked, puzzle before you die? Taking a sip of tea, she replied, I mean as quickly as possible. She quickly placed the teacup back on the table and continued, everything will be all right. Don't worry and just trust me. He hesitated slightly before asking, at that time, weren't you afraid of me? He quickly added in his mind, didn't you find me disgusting? Lariette chuckled and asked, is there any reason for me to be afraid of you? And that rumor about you being the war demon. You risked your life on the battlefield to win. Calling you a hero isn't enough, yet they gave you such a shameful name. If that's not a conspiracy by the royal family because they're jealous of your power, then what is it? The best swordsman in the Empire. That's a pretty cool title. Even the curse is absurd. They should be afraid of the one who cursed you. It's foolish to fear the one who's cursed. Tell me, is it right to fear a victim? They should make the culprit pay for their crime. Astrahan, Lariette suddenly touched Kandin's cheek, leaning closer to him, but I'm not afraid of you. Unless you don't want to date me, there's nothing about you that scares me. He shyly turned his face away and murmured, please stop. She replied awkwardly, oh, sorry, then lowered her head, blushing shyly and thinking, his cheeks are so soft. He suddenly spoke. 7 o'clock sharp. See you at dinner tonight. She smiled brightly and replied, yes. See you later. While walking, Lariette happily thought to herself, is Astrahan bad at skinship? I barely touched him, and he already agreed to have dinner with me. Suddenly, someone called out, Mississippi. She quickly turned around and replied, Mr. Hostin. And it turned out this man was Duke Kandin's close butler, Hostin. He smiled and asked, have you met him yet? She cheerfully replied, yes, thanks to you, I didn't get lost and found the place right away. Hearing that, he smiled and exclaimed, that's good. Suddenly remembering something important, she boasted, I also invited him to dinner. He asked in surprise, you two will have dinner together? Then, smiling gently, he thought, how long has it been since he dined with someone else? After the former Duke passed away, he's never eaten with anyone. Knowing that Lariette was the key person who helped change this, Hostin asked, "Please take care of the Duke." Hearing him say that, she asked a little shyly, "It's just a meal. Do you need to say that?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course." A moment later, Hostin suddenly slammed a book titled How to Have the Perfect Date onto the table, making Candon jump. He couldn't help but worry, thinking, although I remember table manners, that was when I was little. I knew I would learn new etiquette, but not this. I'm afraid of being laughed at by a mage 6 years younger than me. But the Lariette in his imagination would say, "You don't even know basic etiquette?" And he would then awkwardly explain, "I learned it a long time ago, so..." Holding the book, Hostin chuckled and said, "Please read it, sir." Candon thought glumly, "And this dating thing too, I don't need to read that book." Then, with a sullen face, he asked disdainfully, "What a useless request, huh?" While trying to shove the book into his hand, Hostin excitedly explained, "I'm not useless. I waited 27 years to use this book." After a struggle, Candon could only put his hands on the table and sigh in defeat. Seeing that, Hostin quickly opened the book and read, "The first rule of conduct, pull out the chair for your partner. When eating, face each other and look at each other with affectionate eyes." Candon suddenly interrupted, "I'm not listening." Then he quickly put on his coat to prepare to go to the dining room. Hostin asked in confusion, "You're not eating out, are you? Why are you wearing a coat?" Candon didn't answer, but replied silently in his mind, "To block the stench, of course. Because of that curse, the terrible stench will." A moment later, in a mansion's dining room, as soon as she saw Candon open the door and walk in, Lariette immediately stood up and greeted him with a bright smile. "Astrahan." He didn't reply, but quickly walked to his seat and sat down. Then, somewhat surprised, he thought, "It's just a meal. Does she need to be this happy?" Seeing that Astrahan wasn't saying anything, Lariette quickly picked up her tray of food and brought it to the seat next to him. After sitting down, she held up the contract and asked, "There are a few things I want to add to the contract. Would you like to take a look?" He replied, "Give it to me." Pointing at the contract, she said, "Actually, I don't think this pay is suitable for a purification ritual. Here, take a look." He didn't reply, but stared at her, thinking, do young people these days get straight to the point like this? No dialogue experience. Butler, characteristics. "Now, shall I give you the amount you want, or shall I pay you enough to buy an entire country?" After a moment of negotiation, 2 clauses were added to the contract. Additional Clause 1. Party B must dine with Party A at least once a day. Additional Clause 2. Party B must accept Party A's invitation to go out twice a week. Party B must offer a suitable price. However, the limit of the aforementioned price can be decided by Party B. After reading the clauses, Lariette added, Astrahan was dumbfounded. "Invitations to go out?" he asked. Holding the contract, Lariette cheerfully replied, "Dates, of course." Hearing this, Astrahan couldn't help but feel a little anxious, thinking, dates? Is that all she wants? I'm definitely going to be in trouble if she gets angry because I ignored her. She'll definitely say, "You don't care about me at all, I'm leaving." And I'll be tearing up, calling after her mage. Having finished this thought, he added another clause to the contract. If Party B disappears without completely purifying Party A's curse, then Party B will bear all of Party A's risks. He then handed it to Lariette and said, "I want to add one more condition." She replied with a bit of surprise, "All right." Then she thought, "I'm going to purify everything anyway. Him writing that into the contract is making me nervous." While signing the contract, she reminded him, "Regardless, we have an agreement." He immediately confirmed, "All right." After signing the contract, she suggested, "Would you like to go on a picnic with me tomorrow? Your garden is perfect, beautiful, and spacious." He quickly put the contract inside his coat and replied, "I have to go to the palace tomorrow." She quickly followed up, "What about the day after tomorrow?" He asked, a little surprised, "You seem to be in a hurry?" She smiled brightly and affirmed, "Of course I'm in a hurry. I'll definitely do everything to win Astrakhan's affection." He unconsciously sighed and then reminded her, "Please focus on your meal." A few days later, at Duke Astrakhan's mansion, Lariette was looking out the window, thinking, "This mansion is really beautiful. I've never stayed in such a luxurious place. My mana is also recovering very quickly. I have to purify his curse before I leave this place." Finishing her thought, she quickly turned and left, excitedly saying, "Let's go lift the curse." A few minutes later, in Astrakhan's room, as Lariette opened the door and stepped inside, he asked, "You're up early today?" She quickly covered her eyes with her hand and exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, the sun is shining again. It's so bright. Astrakhan, your aura is so dazzling, truly a magnificent face." He asked dumbfounded what, then seriously suggested, "Let's go on a picnic this afternoon. It's too cold now. Go back to your room. I have a lot to do. She suddenly hopped onto his desk and sat down, then hurriedly asked, not even enough time to dispel the curse. Astrakhan was startled, thinking, has she recovered her energy already? She quickly removed the bandage from his hand and suggested, I think it will be more effective if I have direct contact with your skin, so I'll loosen it a bit. He replied, okay. After purifying Astrakhan for a while, Lariette commented, oh, it seems the time is ripe. The curse isn't as strong anymore. In the next few days, I'll completely remove it. He muttered, I don't believe it, while looking at his hand and thinking, it can't be that easy to purify. I've been searching for a method everywhere for 10 years. Then he quickly turned and asked, Mage, are you all right? She calmly replied, I'm fine. I'm good at this kind of thing. I even used up all my energy once. The purification is done, so now let's go on a picnic. A little later, in the mansion's garden, seeing Lariette shivering from the cold, Astrakhan said, I told you it was cold this morning. She suddenly leaned towards him and said coquettishly, but a date with you is still wonderful. If someone would lend me a coat, I'd be much warmer. He quickly looked away and declared loudly, in your dreams. Then he thought to himself, insecurely, I'm afraid my body smells like the rot of the curse. She suddenly said, but even though I want your coat, I don't want you to be cold. She then quickly ran ahead and sat down, spreading out a blanket beside the lake. She smiled brightly and said, come here, it's warm in the sunlight. Hearing this, he quickly walked over and sat down on the blanket. He asked, you seem very enthusiastic. She replied cheerfully, I'm only like this in front of you. Come sit next to me. He quickly dodged, saying, this is close enough. Seeing his apparent reluctance to be near her, she felt a little sad and thought, has he ever been hurt in love? Or does he simply dislike me? Of course, I haven't been in love much, but shouldn't we be showing more affection? I'm always trying to show it in front of you. He marveled in disbelief, thinking, I can't believe I'm relaxing in my own garden. This feels a little awkward. Having thought this, Lariette quickly opened the food container. She exclaimed happily, wow, look at this, it looks so delicious. Astrakhan suddenly saw the image of Mr. Hostian giving a thumbs up and saying with a wink, may your love blossom soon. This made him think irritably, oh please. She asked cheerfully, what do you like to eat, Astrakhan? He replied, nothing in particular. She stared at him in surprise, thinking, he doesn't have a favorite food? What's the point of living then? After this thought, Lariette said, I like salmon sandwiches. I don't like cucumbers because of their taste, but I never pick them out of my food. He suddenly caught a whiff of something and thought to himself, such a clean scent. Then he said aloud, the smell. Lariette cheerfully handed him a sandwich and interrupted, ah, I figured you wouldn't like cucumbers. Here's yours. He didn't reply, but thought, because she's a purification mage, she also purified the smell of cucumbers? Is that why the bad smell on me is fainter? I really want to ask her if she can smell that unpleasant odor, or if she's just enduring it for my sake. Thinking this, Astrakhan slowly opened his mouth and took a bite of the sandwich. Witnessing the handsome man enjoying his food moved Lariette so much that tears welled up in her eyes. She immediately started clapping in appreciation. Then, blushing, she thought to herself, that expression, seeing her suddenly gesturing in the air, Astrakhan asked curiously, what are you doing? Lariette smiled and replied, wait a moment. A few minutes after Lariette's strange actions, a flower crown woven from fresh blossoms was completed and slowly floated towards them. It came to rest on Astrakhan's head. Seeing the handsome man wearing the flower crown made her speechless for a moment. Just then, he looked at her and said, a little embarrassed, don't tease me. Lariette blushed and waved her hands, explaining, I'm not. Here, give it to me. Just as she reached out to take back the flower crown, a gust of wind blew it away. Seeing this, she quickly reached out and cried out in alarm. Ah! Seeing that she was about to fall into danger because of this, Astrakhan immediately shouted, wait, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden splash. Water from the fountain erupted, spraying everywhere. Lariette was now drenched in water. Astrakhan, having helped her, was also soaked. He said reproachfully, Mage, I think you should stop running around. Lariette didn't reply, but stared blankly at Astrakhan for a moment. Just then, he suddenly realized something and gently touched her hair. He asked anxiously, what if you catch a cold? She thought silently for a few seconds and replied, I'm very healthy. I won't catch a cold. As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly swept her up into his arms, causing her to cry out in surprise. Then he said, "That's enough for today." Lariat struggled and protested. "This date is too short. It doesn't count. It doesn't count." Sometime later, Mr. Hostian, holding a thermometer, announced 38.5 degrees. "She has a high fever." Astrakhan didn't reply, his face paling as he stood frozen for a moment. Hearing this, Lariat chuckled and said, "Congratulations. This is the first time I've been sick." Her words stunned him for a few seconds. Then he asked in a low voice, "Are you kidding me?" She gave a weak laugh and replied, "So the..." He quickly added, "I have to go to the palace now. I'll call a priest for you." She smiled and replied, "Okay." He said nothing, but thought in surprise, "I thought she would beg me to stay. Something like, 'Hey, I'm sick. You have to stay and take care of me.' She's more mature than I thought." She didn't say anything, but looked at him and thought, his illness isn't that serious. But he still sought out a priest for himself. Turning around and taking a step toward the door, he continued to think, she's acting a little different than usual. Come to think of it, how did she escape Duke Blanche's estate? There's no way Duke Blanche would allow his daughter to stay at someone else's house. I was so distracted by her before that I didn't think about it. Astrakhan, let's eat. Astrakhan, let's go for a walk. Astrakhan, go out with me. But I need to learn more about her. Just as Astrakhan's carriage started to move, the priest's carriage arrived. Seeing the person inside with long silver hair, he immediately thought, the priest is a woman? He suddenly lowered his head and exclaimed to himself, "Well, that's fortunate." For some reason, his face flushed red, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking quite surprised. He then thought suspiciously, "Did I just smile? Why?" For some reason, upon seeing the priest's appearance and hearing her ask, "Are you my patient?" Lariat's face immediately turned as red as a tomato, while her expression looked astonished. It turned out to be because she saw the perfect physique and handsome face of the priest before her, which rivaled Astrakhan's. He smiled slightly and introduced himself, "I'm from the temple." She didn't reply, but marveled to herself, "He's so handsome." He quickly approached and sat down next to her, continuing his introduction, "I'm Doha of the Anthean Temple." She quickly replied, "I'm Lariat." He unexpectedly touched her face and gently said, "Let me heal you." Then he began to use his energy and channel it into her. While healing her, he curiously asked, "Miss Lariat, how did you get sick?" She frowned slightly and thought, What does he mean? What does he want?" Realizing that he had been a bit rude, Doha immediately explained, "Well, that question was a bit insensitive, wasn't it? I sincerely apologize. My bluntness often gets me bullied at the temple. The temple has a very strict hierarchy. Young priests like me are often ignored." She replied softly, "I'm sorry to hear that," and couldn't help but think absent-mindedly, "I've heard rumors that things like this often happen to weaker priests. I didn't realize it was more serious than I thought, but I can't concentrate on what he's saying. This face is too beautiful." After the treatment was finished, Doha said, "All done." Hearing this, Lariat rotated her arm and said, "Wow, it feels better." Then she suddenly curved her lips slightly and thought, "No matter how much mana I have, I can't heal myself. I'm truly grateful for this treatment." Finishing her thought, she quickly suggested, "Could you move a little closer?" He replied, "Sure." As she placed her hand on his forehead, she thought with a bit of pity, "His face is so pale. I think he needs a little more energy." Just as she finished this thought, she finished transferring energy into him. While he was still stunned by her power, she smiled brightly and announced, "All done." He quickly touched his forehead and said in surprise, "That's amazing. Are you a healing mage?" Lariat immediately replied, "Yes, something like that." Doha, hearing this, immediately offered, "Would you like to work with me as a healing mage? I pay very generously." She couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to herself, "I thought priests were new recruits and had low salaries, but I prefer being with Astrakhan." What would happen if Astrakhan's lovely face got upset and sulky? Then, politely declining, she said, "I'm sorry, I'm busy right now." He leaned forward slightly and sincerely asked, "What about later?" "You can join anytime." She replied, "Maybe later. I'll always be grateful to you for healing me." She quickly shielded her eyes with her hand, stunned, thinking it's so dazzling, this face, this atmosphere, this light. Isn't this too good? There's nothing I can't do. And so, Lariat quickly decided, "All right, I agree." Doha smiled warmly and asked, "It seems we've gotten closer, so could you be my friend?" She froze, thinking friend. Seeing her hesitation, he immediately confessed, "I like you, Miss Lariat." She didn't answer immediately, pondering, "I've never made friends with anyone before, but his face looks amazing. Trying it out before I die wouldn't be bad." Of course. A while later, at the Anthean Temple, as Doha entered, the priests immediately bowed and greeted him in unison. "Welcome back." High Priest Mihai, seeing Doha return, immediately started to follow him. He whispered a reminder, "You'll be in trouble if someone who's about to become Pope wanders around everywhere." Suddenly realizing something, he quickly asked, the wound on your forehead." Touching Doha's forehead gently, he explained, "The healing mage in Astrakhan healed it for me." Mihai was startled and asked in disbelief, "A healing mage? Are you saying there's a mage with mana comparable to yours? How is that possible?" "That's an insult." Doha chuckled, adding, "That's why we need to find out more about her." Then, Doha imagined a rabbit with a medicinal herb in its mouth, leisurely walking towards where a black panther and a white panther were facing each other. So, who do you think this naive little white rabbit is? At that moment, Astrakhan was sitting in his carriage, wondering, should I go or not? Then, he immediately decided, it's best if I don't go. Yes, not going is the best option. Hearing him decisively open the door, his coachman worried, thinking, what's going on? Is he going to kill someone? Looking up towards Lariet's room, Astrakhan thought, I was right not to visit that mage. But why do I feel like I should go? Why do I care so much about that mage? So, hearing someone's footsteps approaching, she quickly opened the door and smiled, saying, Astrakhan, you're finally home. Seeing her come all the way to the door to greet him, he was utterly surprised and stared at her for a moment. Then, touched, he thought to himself, this is the first time someone has greeted me at the door like this. Holstein's voice suddenly interjected from somewhere. But don't I greet you like this every day, sir? Astrakhan gently slipped inside and asked somewhat hesitantly, how is your illness? Lariet smiled and replied, it's better. The priest did a great job. The priest said they'll be back in 2 days to treat me again, and I'll be completely cured. See, I'm already feeling better, aren't I? He quickly withdrew his hand and replied, Then stunned, he thought to himself, why is she acting so natural? As he stepped inside, he said, you don't have to greet me like this. There's nothing in the contract about that. She happily followed him, laughing cheerfully that I missed you and wanted to see you. Did you think about me at all today? He blushed and replied, no, not at all. Seeing his cheeks flush as he answered, she knew he was lying. So, she continued, that's a strange answer. You did think about me, didn't you? He said a little louder. I said no. She smiled brightly and asked again, are you sure? Then, sweating, she muttered, he's walking so fast. Just as she finished speaking, he suddenly slowed down, surprising her a little. Seeing this, she asked, what are you doing tomorrow? He replied, I have some documents to attend to. Are you worried about my purification? She smiled and continued, no, I'm doing that in 3 days. I asked because I wanted to go on a date. Come to this performance. Astrakhan asked curiously, what's that paper? Lariet puffed out her cheeks and replied sulkily, it was really hard to get this ticket. How can you call it just a piece of paper? He asked, stunned. A ticket for what? She quickly gave a thumbs up and excitedly explained, it's for a famous play. I got us VIP seats, and tomorrow is the last performance. He immediately refused. I'm not going. She asked indifferently why. He didn't explain but thought to himself, where can I go with this cursed body? Surely everyone will avoid me as soon as I enter. They'll look at me with disgust. I don't know how lightly she takes my curse. We need to talk about it sooner rather than later. This isn't the time to hide my anxieties. I need to ask her. Thinking this, Astrakhan boldly asked, Mage, are you afraid of me? The title of warmonger has been attached to me without any reason. At my command, tens and hundreds of lives have been lost. It's natural for others to fear me, someone so close to death. Lariet didn't answer immediately but thought to herself, yes, it's scary, but these reasons aren't enough for me to run away. Thinking this, she suddenly hit him for some reason, making him wonder, what are you doing? She fought back the pain and retorted loudly, I dare to hit the Duke of Astrakhan. What are you going to do about it, huh? What's more, I dare to stare at the Duke's face and hold his hand without permission countless times. I even call him by his name. So what? Are you going to kill me? What are you going to do, Astrakhan? He quietly interrupted. Wait a minute. She loudly questioned, did I do something wrong? He softly reminded, hey, mage. Ignoring him, she loudly demanded, the only answer I want from you is, yes or no? Answer me. Do you want to go see the performance with me or not? Don't mind what other people think. Just think about yourself and what you want to do. You have to give me an answer tomorrow morning. If your answer is no, I'll go with another man. Having said that, Lariet immediately ran back to her room, panicking inwardly, whatever, I'm doomed. A few seconds after she left, Astrakhan's ears turned bright red. Not only that, but he also covered his face with his hands, looking bewildered. The next morning, Lariet chuckled to herself. I successfully asked him out. Seeing the joyful expression on her face at that moment left Astrahan utterly speechless. Just as she was about to get out of the carriage, she immediately turned on her acting mode and yelled, "Ouch!" Seeing her about to fall, he quickly reached out and caught her. She blushed, thinking to herself, nice. He said reproachfully, "Don't secretly hold my hand." She said with a hint of sulkiness, "At least you should pretend to be happy to be on a date with me." So sad. He helplessly added, "I won't do that." Seeing him fall silent and stare at the crowd, she guessed inwardly, is he worried? So she immediately took his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go inside. We're the only ones with VIP seats, so don't worry." The performance ended successfully with a round of applause. When they got outside, Lariat couldn't help but praise, "That was a great performance." Astrahan, standing beside her, seeing her so happy, replied, "Not bad." Lariat was still reminiscing about the play. The male lead was so handsome. Astrahan said unhappily, "You must like that type of man, huh?" Lariat scoffed, "No, I like good-looking people." Then she turned to him and patted his arm, saying, "I'm going to the restroom. Be right back. You could go to the carriage first." Astrahan replied, "All right." After she finished using the restroom and came out, she was still excitedly thinking to herself, "Should I go grab something delicious to eat?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Larry. Lariat immediately recognized the voice. Her face darkened as she replied, "Marquis Grave." Behind her was Marquis Grave. He had his arm around a young woman and said with a sleazy smile, "Forgive me for calling out to you, but I'm so glad to see you." At this point, Lariat angrily shouted, "I thought I told you I didn't want to see your face again. Are you deaf?" He ignored her, snapping his fingers to signal his subordinates, saying, "I must not remember, or rather, who cares about such nonsense? You're still as arrogant as ever. It seems you haven't accomplished anything since leaving home. I know what to do with women like you." After Lariat, his subordinate reached out and covered her mouth. Seeing that she was no longer easily fooled, he started to approach her and continued, "I've been looking forward to seeing you again. I'll never forget the humiliation of that day. How should I punish you?" Outside, his men were blocking anyone from entering. Marquis Grave approached, lightly patted her face, and threatened, "Now you're just a commoner. I can make you my concubine." Suddenly, a whooshing sound echoed through the air. He screamed in fear as he saw his subordinate's head fly off right before his eyes. The newcomer was Astrahan. He approached her and gently spoke, "I waited, but you didn't come back, mage. Let me take you home." Then, he held his sword and coldly said, "Those who don't know their place must die. Are you disappointed in me?" Astrahan looked intently at Lariat, afraid that she would nod at this moment. At this moment, Marquis Grave suddenly shouted toward him, How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Astrahan turned and asked you. He looked at him as if looking at a dead man, and continued, "Are you talking to me?" Seeing his gaze, Marquis Grave stammered in fear, At this moment, Lariat anxiously tugged on his arm and said, "Wait a minute, he's a marquis. If you kill him, you'll be in big trouble." Astrahan gently replied, "I'm Duke Astrahan. Killing him won't be a problem at all." Hearing this, Lariat disagreed, saying, "No matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't disregard human life like that." Astrahan thought to himself, "The Emperor allows me to kill anyone I deem useless. Should I tell her?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lariat quickly grabbed his hand and ran. She hurriedly said, "Let's go. Come with me quickly." When the two of them ran out the door and got into the carriage, while Lariat was breathless from running, Astrahan was still lost in thought. She said his name is Marquis Grave. "I'll have to investigate him." Seeing that she still hadn't caught her breath, Astrahan asked, "Are you all right?" Lariat, her face pale, gasped, "No, I'm fine. I'm just out of breath." Astrahan didn't say anything more. He turned to look out the carriage window, continuing to think, after witnessing this, she'll definitely be haunted by my brutality. She'll definitely want to leave. It's all right, though. She signed a contract, so she can't go anywhere. He then coldly thought, if necessary. At this moment, Lariat smiled brightly and called out to him, "Astrahan, that was amazing. You were even cooler than the male lead in the play just now." This left him dumbfounded. Lariat thought to herself, "I don't really like violence, but that was self-defense." Seeing himself being praised, he shyly replied, The next day, in her room, Doha's voice rang out, "You're pretending to be sick because you think you're completely recovered now. right, Laureate? He said seriously, be careful. Don't do that again. Laureate, knowing he was worried about her, smiled and replied, all right. In her heart, she thought, I can't believe I caught a cold after what happened yesterday. After the treatment, she looked up at Doha and asked, Doha, I have a question. He smiled gently and asked, what is it? Laureate said, is it difficult to cure terminal illnesses with holy power? Doha replied, if it's a terminal illness, even angelic power or healing magic can't cure it. That's why they call it terminal. Hearing that, Laureate responded worriedly, oh, is that so? She thought to herself, so I'm definitely going to die? Then Doha cheerfully continued, but those with strong abilities like the Pope can do it, and I am the future Pope. But Laureate didn't know this, so she said sadly, how can I meet the Pope? At this moment, Doha fell into thought, why does her mana always fluctuate like that? It resembles the rare cases of people born with abundant energy. Normally, if left alone, that person might die, but it seems like this girl won't die. However, it seems she'll have to endure pain for the rest of her life. He looked at her with scrutinizing eyes, continuing to think the treatment is complicated, but it will be quick. She's a very useful mage, so it's worth the effort to treat her. Finishing his thoughts, he looked at her, smiled, and said, if you don't mind, can I try a traditional treatment first? Laureate asked back in surprise, really? If so, I should be grateful to you, shouldn't I? Doha replied, well then allow me. After saying that, he embraced her. Laureate, surprised and not understanding what was happening, asked, huh? Then he lifted her head and touched his lips to hers. Laureate was extremely surprised by this action. A golden light radiated between the two of them. After a while, Doha released her and said, that's all for today. I'll do it a few more times. Laureate, dazed and not understanding what had happened, responded dreamily, thank you. Doha cheerfully asked, if you really want to thank me, could you heal me, mage? Laureate looked at him intently. Seeing this, Doha rolled up his sleeve, revealing his injured arm. Laureate cried out in fright, heavens! She took his hand to heal him and asked, how did you get injured like this? Doha chuckled and said, a lot of things happened, and I ended up injured. After a while, his arm was completely healed. Doha looked at his hand with amusement, thinking I wasn't imagining things. Injuring myself to test her abilities was the right thing to do. After healing him, Laureate laid down on the bed tiredly, complaining, it's strange. Every time I heal you, I feel so tired. Seeing her like this, Doha responded with a smile. Thank you. Then he handed her a pink gemstone and said, this is the fee for healing me. Laureate took the stone, stunned, and said, a gemstone? You're giving me a gemstone? Doha replied casually, I have plenty of these at home. Holding the stone in her hand, she thought happily, I can't believe the reward for such a simple treatment is a gemstone. Seeing her like this, Doha asked with amusement, do you always do that when you're happy? At this moment, Laureate stood up and said seriously to him, I'll do it for you for the rest of my life. She added carefully, don't look for another mage. Doha replied with a mysterious smile, of course, Larry. I'll never leave, unless you run away yourself, Larry. The next day, as soon as he saw her, the butler, Hostian, greeted her cheerfully, good morning, Mississippi. Are you looking for the Duke? Laureate replied politely, yes. Do you know where he is? The butler replied with a smile. The Duke came home late last night. He's still sleeping. Then he offered, would you like me to wake him up? Laureate's eyes lit up and she asked, can I? The butler smiled even wider and replied, of course. Laureate thought to herself, we're not even married yet. Is this okay? A moment later, after Hosting guided her, saying, this is his room, Mississippi. You can just go in. She stood before the door and thought, this is the first time I've been in Astrahan's room. Upon opening the door, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so big and beautiful. Laureate walked closer to Astrahan's bed and greeted him. Good morning. Astrahan asked groggily, mage. He wondered, why are you here? Then he found his own answer as he recalled the image of the enthusiastic butler saying, marry her. Get together. Laureate sat down on the bed and told him, I think it's best to perform the purification in your bedroom today. Let's do it quickly. Seeing her sit close to him, Astrahan blushed and asked, what do you mean? Laureate looked at him cheerfully and replied, starting today, I'll purify your upper body. Moreover, the purification will only be effective if I touch your skin directly. She moved closer to him and continued, so please take off your shirt. Laureate touched his chest and said with a smile, or do you want me to help you? Astrahan recoiled in alarm and replied, no, I'll do it myself. As he undressed, he thought to himself, I'm so embarrassed. Contrary to him, Laureate thought happily, I'll remember this day forever. A moment later, Astrahan spoke up, mage, do I need to take off everything? Laureate blushed with excitement and replied, "Yes, I have to touch your skin directly." When he removed his clothes, his body was covered in layers of curses, causing his skin to appear bruised. Seeing this, even she was surprised. Laureate thought to herself, "The curse is so severe. I'm surprised." Then she announced, "I'll begin now." She then placed her hand on his chest. As she healed him, her hand emitted a blindingly bright golden light. Laureate offered comfort. "Because the curse is so strong, it can't be purified all at once, but I'll try to do it as quickly as possible." Unaware of her words, Astrahan was blushing and lost in thought. She's so close. Suddenly, Laureate felt a wave of dizziness. She thought to herself, "I used too much energy yesterday." Seeing her unwell and collapsing against him, Astrahan cried out in alarm. Mage Laureate, feeling lightheaded, explained, "I'm sorry. I healed the priest yesterday, so I overused my energy." After a moment, she recovered and explained further, "Since we're friends, I healed the priest a little. Next time, I'll definitely make sure it doesn't affect your treatment. Also, my energy has been depleting easily these days, so could I treat you more often? Would that be all right?" Ignoring her explanation, his focus was elsewhere. "Did you do this with the priest too?" Seeing his question, she asked back in confusion, "What?" Then Astrahan answered his own question in his head. "No, the priest is a woman. I was worried for nothing." Aloud, he said, "Just do what you want." Hearing him say that, Laureate asked another question. "Astrahan, when can we go on another date?" After finishing her sentence, she fainted. Not understanding what was happening, Astrahan called out, "Mage." A moment later, Laureate pushed open the door and called out loudly, "Astrahan, where are you? Where are you?" She searched for him everywhere in the house. Then she sat down at the dining table in defeat and sighed. "Astrahan keeps avoiding me." She thought to herself, "Maybe I'm being too forward with him." There it is, the research and discussion about Astrahan. Laureate and Doha became closer after talking about Astrahan. Laureate, now blushing, said, as I was saying." She turned to look at Doha, thinking, "While we're at it, Doha's relationship advice is really helpful." She looked at him cheerfully and continued her thought. He must have dated dozens of girls. Meanwhile, Doha thought, "She seems very curious." After a moment, Doha spoke up. "Why don't you try making him jealous?" Laureate asked, confused, "Huh?" Doha continued, "People only realize their feelings when they see the other person with someone else." Laureate worriedly replied, "I don't have anyone to do that with." She thought to herself, "My family doesn't even allow me to have a boyfriend." Seeing her lack of understanding, Doha sighed and pulled her closer, saying, "That's so unfair." Touching his forehead to hers, he continued, "Laurie, I'm a man too." Seeing him like this, Laureate thought, "Let's finish the treatment first, then we'll talk." This is surprising. Slightly reluctantly, she thought, the plan is to make Astrahan jealous. Sounds okay. Imagining Astrahan clinging to her, pleading, "Mage, don't leave me. Do you want me to electrocute myself?" Laureate blushed, exclaiming inwardly, "That would be amazing." Then she thought, but it won't work on Astrahan. He won't get jealous. After thinking it over, she looked at Doha, smiled, and said, "No need to do that. I'll pursue him myself. Thank you so much." Laureate determined, "I'll seduce him with my beauty. Just you wait, my little kitten." Scene changed that evening, as Astrahan tiredly opened the door and stepped inside. Laureate was already waiting for him on the stairs. With a gloomy expression, she asked, "You're only getting back now?" Startled, Astrahan asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Laureate frowned and replied, "I waited for you on purpose. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find you." Laureate approached him, thinking, "I have to settle this tonight." Stopping in front of him, she said, "Once every 2 weeks, party A must agree to go out with party B. Did you forget?" Instead of answering her question, Astrahan was thinking, "I feel so nauseous." No, or is she looking for me? He thought fearfully, "I feel strange every time I'm in front of her. That's why I don't want to run into her. I don't want this strange feeling to appear again." Then, frowning, he turned his face away and replied, "I'll take you out tomorrow if you want, but only for a little while." Seeing his expression, Laureate was stunned. She thought, "It's as if I'm the only one who cares about this relationship. Astrahan is only keeping me here until I lift his curse. Only me. Only me." Laureate recalled a scene from the past before I died. She saw the image of her brother pouring wine over her head while her mother coldly said, "Go to your room and change." I don't want this to happen again. Memories of being abused and neglected in her own home flooded back. Ending her thoughts, Laureate forced a smile and looked up at Astrahan, saying, "You must be very busy." It's okay. You don't have to go out with me. She continued, you must be very busy, Duke. I'm sorry for bothering you. Hearing the change in her address, Astrahan thought in surprise, Duke? Not noticing his expression, Laureate continued, you're very busy. I can go out with my friends. We only have to meet for the treatments. Then she quickly ran back to her room. Astrahan watched her go, seeing her tightly clench her trembling hand. Unable to find the words to say, he simply stood there, his face creased in a frown as she ran away. Back in her room, she opened a book and read. 1. Buy lots of meat and pastries. 2. Be independent and save money. 3. Fulfill the commitment to Marquis Segrave with dignity. 4. Date a handsome man for 3 months. 5. Travel west to Zayn when I'm healthy. Laureate remembered. Father gave me this notebook, while Zayn received a sword and jewelry. Remembering that time, Zayn excitedly recounted, I went to the west, it was amazing. The scenery, the atmosphere, the people, everything was wonderful. It was so much fun, I can't even describe it. Remembering that, she sadly thought to herself, I haven't even gone anywhere. I'll do everything I want before I die, won't I? Remembering the reason she wanted to date, she looked at the 4th item. Date a handsome man for 3 months. Just to make good memories before dying. Is it the right choice? Am I a burden to Astron? He's never seemed bothered by my presence before. The way he looked at me at the play. Maybe I haven't tried hard enough. Come on. She buried her face in her pillow, reassuring and encouraging herself. Laureate thought, I'm so lonely. Changing scenes at Doha's place. Zojua sought Doha getting dressed and said, you look like you're wearing donated clothes all the time. Do you need me to buy you some? But why does someone in such a high position dress like that? Zojua, Doha Bellion's subordinate, asked. Doha didn't turn around. He replied, don't all priests dress like this? Hearing him say that, Zojua dreamily said, that's true, but you should wear something a little nicer. Then he asked, are you going to see the healing mage again? Doha simply replied, yeah. Hearing that, Zojua cried, you said you were going to Duke Astrahan's mansion. If you get caught, you'll be humiliated. Doha calmly asked, then it's fine if I don't get caught, right? Seeing that he couldn't sway him, he stopped crying and continued, why don't we just bring the healing mage to Antheon? Since this is the position to serve the future pope, they'll come right away. Hearing that, Doha sighed and explained, they're not ordinary people. That's why I have to go and persuade them. Zojua coughed slightly and said, since that healing mage is the only thing that interests Michael, it means she's special. You're so cunning and wicked, playing around and then planning to slip away. Ignoring him, Doha went outside that I'm going out. As he went out, he thought to himself, it's not like I haven't considered Laureate, the eldest daughter of Duke Blanche, the former fiancée of Marquis Segrave. Recent information is unclear. Excellent healing powers and enormous mana capacity. It's obvious why the healing mage is tied to Duke Astron. He's struggling and worried about how to cleanse the curse on him. That's why I'm sure the Duke will spare no expense for her, while Laureate only has love on her mind. He concluded, it's hard to find a healing mage as good as her. I have to seduce her before their relationship deepens. I have to make her change her mind. I really like her too. From Doha's perspective, Laureate's image appeared incredibly beautiful. He thought to himself, now, how do I seduce this girl? When he arrived, Laureate suddenly opened his car door and called out, Doha, are you free today? Doha, startled, stammered, why? Laureate hurriedly got into the car, continuing, come out with me today. Let's go eat, wander around, and go shopping too. She looked at him resolutely and said, Operation Jealousy has begun. This touched upon his goal. Doha happily agreed, replying, of course, my lady. Later, the situation spiraled out of control. I'm sure he tried to seduce Laureate under the guise of Operation Jealousy. Picture a man whose clothes suddenly caught fire, screaming, but why did these clothes suddenly catch fire? Surrounded by people pointing and saying, it's bear print underwear. Bear print underwear. Then Doha was dragged away at a run by Laureate. Still panicked, Doha thought to himself, why am I being dragged away by Laureate? The source of the incident, Laureate pulled Doha's hand, running quickly forward. Let's see what we should do. We need to be back on time, 10 minutes early. After being out for a while, the two stopped at a pastry shop, and, after stuffing themselves with pastries, looking at the street, Doha said, there are so many people. Laureate replied, don't you know? Women have a separate stomach for pastries. Then she looked up at him cheerfully and said, Doha, it seems you really like pastries, huh? Doha softly replied, yeah, I like sweets. Then she continued to ask, oh, Doha, why are you doing house calls? Your family is very rich. She now truly believed Doha's family owned mine. Doha nonchalantly replied, normally, I don't take cases like yours, but in this case, it seems like some force is making me do it. The senior priests always force newcomers like me to treat cases like this. He feigned a pitiful expression. Seeing him like that, Laureate comforted him. Don't be sad. Just tell me who's bullying you, and I'll punish them. Seeing her like that, Doha chuckled to himself. Interesting. My magic is very special. It overwhelms all other kinds. Yet, she has similar energy. She doesn't even know how powerful she is. I don't know how long my interest in her will last, but stopping his thoughts, Doha asked aloud, punish them how? Laureate excitedly said, should I set their clothes on fire first, or hang them upside down from a tree? She confidently continued, tell me their names, I'll take care of it. Looking at her like that, Doha cheerfully replied, thanks. He thought to himself, using magic too? Looking down at her from above, he continued to think she wouldn't even bother joining the temple. But that's just a prediction. Stopping at a jewelry store, looking at a brooch inside, Laureate thought to herself, this would suit Astrahan. Seeing her stop, Doha put his arm around her and asked, looking at what? Laureate, startled, replied, nothing. She turned and said with a smile, just looking at some jewelry. There are a few things that would suit Doha. Let me ask about the price. Hearing that, Doha smiled brightly at her, but inwardly he thought, I don't care about these tiny things. Outwardly, he still replied, okay, let's go. When she ran off to buy it, a seemingly kind passerby suddenly bumped hard into Doha. Seeing that he didn't challenge him, but just brushed off his clothes, the man pressed his advantage and threatened him. What's this? A newbie not apologizing to me. Seeing that he still didn't answer, the man angrily continued, do you know who I am? A senior from 5 years ago. You were just a commoner then. Unable to hold back any longer, Doha softly warned, don't do anything. You'll regret it. Seeing him trying to intimidate him, the man, in disbelief, said loudly, What? Seeing Doha dodge him, he became even angrier, lunged forward, grabbed Doha's collar, and yelled, you must respect your seniors. A thought flashed through his mind. Should I kill him? The explanation. The high priest can use his full power to incinerate others. After pondering for a moment, Doha clicked his tongue and thought, forget it. If I do it now, everything will be revealed. There are too many eyes here. There are plenty of ways to deal with this guy later. No witties. Then he bowed and said, I apologize. Please, senior, forgive me. Seeing him like this, the man became even more arrogant and said, finally understand your place, huh? Then suddenly his clothes caught fire. He screamed and wailed miserably. Why are my clothes on fire? The onlookers outside buzzed with discussion. Those bear print underwear. Are they real bears? Doha, not understanding what was happening, widened his eyes. Laureate appeared and shouted, Doha, run. The two ran a distance and then stopped. At this point, Doha asked, did you do that? Laureate smiled brightly and proudly said, I told you I'd take care of them for you. Looking at him leaning against the wall, she continued, don't worry. If we get caught, I'll take responsibility. Knowing it was her doing, Doha couldn't help but cover his face and laugh loudly. After hearing him laugh, Laureate commented, you have an evil laugh. Hearing her say that, he laughed even louder. After a moment, he buried his face in her shoulder and said, what am I going to do with you, Laurie? You're really interesting. From behind her, his eyes looked at her with a myriad of emotions. He thought to himself, so interesting that I want you all to myself. The scene changes. Now, at the mansion, he slammed his hand on the table in anger. Astrahan was informed. My lady was out strolling with the priest all day today. The priest isn't a woman, he's a man. Your Grace, if you let this continue, you'll definitely be in big trouble. You won't be able to dine with her, and you won't know what kind of relationship they'll develop. Thinking about Laureate becoming a couple with Doha, Astrahan scowled and said, whether they become a couple or not has nothing to do with me. He covered his face and thought, the mage is just someone who heals me. I don't have any desire to be her lover. Dark thoughts began to surface within him. I only need the mage to cure my curse. What more do I need? What else do I want? Why am I so worried? Who would like a demon like me? She only comforts me because she pities me. I don't need it. The next morning, at the dining table, Laureate asked, why did you suddenly ask to see me? Astrahan gently replied, it's been a while since we last met. I just wanted to chat. Hearing that, Laureate sighed and said, I guess you're freer now, huh? In her mind, she thought, maybe Operation Jealousy was a success. Doha is truly an excellent acting partner. Then, looking at his face, she became lost in thought. But he looks really handsome today. His beauty could conquer the world. Seeing her silence, he turned and asked, how are you? Lauriette, startled, looked down and replied, I'm fine. I was just hanging out with a friend. Looking at the plate of food on the table, she happily thought, no cucumbers, okay. Then, looking back up at him, she wondered, is he jealous that I spent the whole day with another guy? Seeing this, Astrahan coldly turned away and replied, I see. At this point, Lauriette quickly added, oh, and this afternoon, Doha will be stopping by. We'll just be in my room, so we won't bother you. Astrahan coldly replied, fine, I don't care. Seeing his expression, she looked up at him and softly asked, are you jealous? Seeing her like that, Astrahan blushed, unable to meet her gaze, and turned away. He said coldly, I'm not jealous. Who cares about such things? Just as long as it doesn't affect the treatment process. Having lost her appetite, Lauriette put down her plate and stood up. I'm full, she said. I'll go upstairs now. See you at the next treatment session. Leaving Astrahan alone at the dining table, she left. Upon returning to her room, Doha asked in surprise, what's wrong? He noticed her sitting sadly on the bed. Lauriette didn't look up. That IT didn't work, she replied. Doha wasn't surprised. He thought to himself, of course it didn't work on that cold-blooded Duke Astrahan. He'd never get jealous. Thank goodness. This way, I can have her for myself. Outwardly, he sat down beside her, put his arm around her, and comforted her. Don't be sad, he said. Lauriette looked up at him, thinking this is bad. He's been here all day, and all I've done is complain. Why is he wearing glasses? She complimented him. You look really good, just like a librarian. Doha chuckled at I just like wearing them, he said. Then, looking directly at her with a bright smile, he continued, but they suit me, right? He paused for a moment. Doha Belen's most significant power was prophecy. Only those with the strongest faith could prophesize, which was also an essential requirement for choosing the Pope. Today, Doha had used that power for personal reasons, peeking at his fortune for the day, even though he could be punished for it. He didn't care. Doha continued, do you like it like this? Looking at the handsome face before her, she replied, your handsome face is blinding me. You look good no matter what you wear. He quickly pulled her into a hug. Well then, he said, pressing his forehead against hers and whispering, let's start today's treatment. Meanwhile, in his study, Astrahan was massaging his temples, suffering from a headache. Noticing the butler's intense gaze, he frowned. This isn't your concern, he said. Hearing this, the butler began to nag. I think Miss Lauriette will be very hurt this time. If you're going to be like this, you shouldn't have invited her for breakfast. Why did you treat her like that? He recalled that morning when he had personally gone into the kitchen to remind the chef, don't put cucumbers in the mage's meal. The butler sighed inwardly, thinking still, this is the first time he's cared about someone else's preferences. He was certain Astrahan had feelings for the mage. Ever since he was cursed, he hadn't been able to express his emotions to anyone, having been isolated for so long. The butler looked at Astrahan with a fond gaze, thinking, I just hope he'll be happy. After a moment, the butler walked out. Before leaving, he said, I hope you'll soon realize your feelings, Your Grace. Astrahan asked, puzzled. What? The butler calmly replied, the high priest has gone into Miss Lauriette's room. You should consider your actions. He reminded him, we hear love from the beating of our hearts, not our reason. These words made him suddenly understand. My heart? He wondered, recalling her question that morning. Are you jealous? Astrahan questioned himself. People only get jealous when they care about someone. I can't be jealous. There's no way I could love anyone. Remembering the past, the images of blood and death, flesh rotting, the smell of corpses filling the room. Lost in his thoughts, he continued, since then, I haven't cared about anyone, not a single. He quickly walked to her room, looking through the crack in the door. Azrahan saw Lauriette and Doha sitting on the bed, kissing. The sight made the dark aura around him thicken. Azrahan stepped in and pulled Doha away from Lauriette. He shouted, stay away from her. Seeing that it was Azrahan, Doha wasn't flustered at all. He chuckled and replied, greetings, Duke. I am a priest of the Anthean Temple. At this point, only Lauriette was clueless. She wondered, is this a showdown between two handsome men? What's going to happen? Doha continued to smile gently at Azrahan, but inwardly he thought, it's a good thing I'm wearing glasses. It would be terrible if my identity were exposed. Seeing her expression, Doha approached Lauriette and put his arm around her comfortingly. Why are you so surprised? Don't worry. Lauriette looked up at Azrahan and said, Azrahan, we're just therapy buddies. Azrahan thought incredulously, what, just buddies? How can you be just buddies? Looking at Doha's sly expression, He couldn't help but ask him to leave. You should go back now. Doha didn't hesitate for long and replied, Yes, your grace. As he reached the door, Doha thought, Doesn't the Duke have no heart? How funny. I won't give up. Now, only Azrahan and Lariette remained in the room, both silent. Lariette sadly thought to herself. He said he wasn't jealous. Beside her, Azrahan was still trying to understand his own feelings. Lost in thought, he mused, I can't believe how I'm feeling right now. Am I really jealous? He recalled her earlier serious words, Don't worry about others. Just think about yourself. Her kindness made him so worried when she smiled brightly and said, Don't worry, it will be for someone else. Azrahan realized, I don't want you to hate me. I don't want to hurt you at all. I wish you were mine. I almost didn't recognize my own feelings. But seeing him turn to look at her, Lariette asked awkwardly, What should I do, Azrahan? Should I go out with Doha? Azrahan looked intently at her and said, Don't. He blushed and continued, Don't go, Lariette. In his mind, he thought, You are mine, Lariette. He sat down on the bed, looked at Lariette, and told her this heart has never beaten this fast. He looked at her with sincerity and said, I can't focus. I keep thinking about it, even though I don't want to. Then he lowered his head as he mentioned something he disliked. Just thinking about you being with someone else makes me furious. I want to tear that bastard apart. Hearing this, Lariette hesitantly said, Azrahan. He looked directly in her eyes and fiercely admitted to himself, If this is jealousy, then yes, I'm very jealous. Azrahan touched her cheek, thinking, Because I'm a fearsome demon. He clenched his hand, thinking, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Azrahan still had some concerns, but he looked at her and shyly said, I can't describe this feeling. I'm not used to it. He asked her, Is the date request still valid? Deep in his heart, he seemed to be shouting, I like you. Lariette silently looked at him. Then she smiled radiantly. Of course, it is. She suddenly threw herself into his arms. Azrahan was completely surprised by her hug. Although shy, he hugged her back. She laughed genuinely and said, Pay more attention to me, Azrahan. Seeing her happiness, he affirmed to himself, I will. For the first time, they stood side by side with arms around each other's waists, looking at one another. For the first time caring for someone and being cared for, he couldn't believe someone like him could have moments like these. He thought to himself with deep satisfaction, Like this, I won't have any regrets in 3 months. He would fix up the new garden. After all, Lariette Richter would be here for life. Pages of a book turned, envisioning going to the musical, the library, reading, swimming, enjoying spring outings. They sat on a bench, and she turned to ask him, What do you think? Azrahan didn't understand what she was asking and asked back, What is it? Lariette said frankly, Things couples do. He was embarrassed. Things like that. This frail body of mine can't handle them. There's even writing here. As the pages turned, she suddenly stopped, as if wanting to hide something. She looked at the picture and said, That's all. He didn't know how to react and simply replied, Oh, why? She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, What if he sees my wish list? I can't let him know I only just started dating him. He suddenly turned the page. Azrahan froze when he saw the words on the page. Tour around the city, complete. He turned to her and said, You must have been very happy. She shyly explained, This is just a list of places I want to go, not necessarily with a boyfriend. Hearing this, he replied, I guess you don't want to do them with me. She remained silent. Suddenly, Lariette laughed loudly. She turned to him and said, I'm sorry. You look so cute when you're jealous. She looked at him and said, I want to do these things with the person I love. Do you want to do them with me? Azrahan, hearing these sweet words, he immediately said, I'll have someone prepare the carriage. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around his neck and exclaimed, You're the best. He blushed as she put her arms around his neck. The finest clothing store. Lariette thought, Going here for a first date is so cute. He must be so jealous. Azrahan is a godsend. He remembered clearly that she didn't own any dresses, yet he brought her here. Jewelry and expensive clothes. She never believed she would have them. She put on a beautiful dress and stepped out, asking, What do you think, Azrahan? He stared at her, mesmerized. When the curtain was drawn back, everything seemed to slow down. Seeing him speechless, she asked, Which one is prettier? This one or the beige one? He replied, No need to choose. Azrahan said frankly, Anything you like, I'll buy it all. Jewelry too. You choose, I'll pay. Oh, even I want someone like that. She looked at him, sensing the aura of wealth, and wondered, How much money do you have? In the carriage, there were many bags filled with Lariette's purchases. Looking around, she felt overwhelmed, thinking about what he said, Buy it all. She pondered something, then turned to ask him, By the way, Azrahan, why didn't you answer me earlier? He asked back, Answer what? Slightly irritated, she explained, When I asked if you thought the dress was pretty, She touched his arm with a finger, blushing and avoiding her gaze. He said, "You look very beautiful." He thought, too beautiful. I was stunned. Seeing his hesitant reaction, she said, "You're answering too slowly. I won't have it." She continued to touch him, saying, "Next time you think I'm beautiful, you have to compliment me right away, understand?" Embarrassed by her poking, he said, "Stop poking me." Azrahan turned to look at her shyly. She snapped her fingers. He turned back and grabbed her hand, saying, "It's about to become a sieve." The distance between them was incredibly close, and both their faces were flushed. Seeing his reaction, she asked, "Really?" She then boldly said, "Then kiss me." He moved closer to her face, murmuring, "Mm." Their lips gradually drew closer. Just as they were about to touch, a voice suddenly interrupted. "We're here. May we bring in the luggage?" Azrahan, his face bright red with embarrassment, quickly stood up. Seeing Azrahan rush out, Lariat, caught off guard, wondered what the... Several days later, Lariat thought a lot. This relationship hasn't progressed at all since he ran away when we were about to kiss. He's still very attentive, but it feels no different than when we started dating. Looking at him, she thought to herself, "I don't have much time. I can't waste another moment." He settled into his seat. Looking at Azrahan, Lariat made a request. I want Azrahan to feed me." She acted cute and coquettish, saying, "Today, I want to be pampered." Azrahan, observing her, thought, "Her hands are perfectly fine. Is this really necessary?" Despite his thoughts, he still scooped up some food for her. "It's not like you can't feed yourself." He added as if to himself, "Same here. It's like getting a stroke as soon as you get a girlfriend. Haha. Does anyone else experience this?" He then offered the food to her, saying, "All right, Seth." Lariat quickly leaned closer and opened her mouth. "Okay." Pleased by his indulgence, she wrapped her arms around his neck, saying cheerfully, "Azrahan is so sweet. You're the best." She hugged his neck tightly, and he blushed, his face turning completely red. Suddenly, he stood up. "But I have some documents I need to take care of. I'll be going now." Lariat, surprised by his abrupt departure, tried to stop him. Wait a minute, Azrahan. Are those documents really that important?" He insisted, "I have to go right now." Lariat and the nearby butler couldn't believe he had left. Seriously? He's gone. Lariat's heart crumbled as she thought, could it be he's only interested in innocent love? She slammed her fist on the table in frustration. That he's truly untouchable. Maybe it's just because it's the beginning of our relationship. I have to keep trying. A few days later, she opened the door to his room and walked into, "I'm here to cleanse you." She resolved herself, thinking, "I don't have much time left. If Azrahan hates physical contact, I'll help him feel more comfortable, even though he doesn't love me enough to warrant this much effort." She smiled gently at him. "Today I'll heal your upper body." He replied calmly, "All right." He took off his shirt, revealing many marks on his upper body. He said, "I'm ready." She approached him and used her energy to help him. Note, cleansing, also known as purification, is the act of cleaning or clearing away something impure or unclean. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed. Lariat stumbled into him. He quickly asked, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I try to cleanse a little more than last time." She looked up at him from close range and said, "I'm a little dizzy. Could you hold me for a moment?" He called her name, Lariat. He looked at her with discomfort and said haltingly, "I'm still being very patient." He pushed her away and said, "So you'd better keep your distance. I can't hold back much longer." She clung tightly to his arm. Looking at him, she said, "You don't have to restrain yourself. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised and quickly pushed her onto the bed. Bracing his hands on either side of her, he said, "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" He looked at her and asked, "I can really do whatever I want." Seeing him like this, she thought, "All I want is a kiss." She felt herself in danger with him looming over her, feeling like she was about to be devoured. He lifted her hand and slowly kissed it, leaving no part untouched. She cried out, Astrahan." Seeing his pained restraint, she quickly said, "I'm sorry." Seeing him stop, he helped her sit up and asked, "So what should you do next time?" She thought to herself, "I won't do that again." He cupped her face and warned, "Next time, I won't be able to stop. Remember that." Hearing this, she quickly replied, Yes, I'll remember. I definitely will." He said, "I'm sorry for scaring you. Go back to your room." After she left, he calmed himself down. That I still need to be more careful when I touch her for a while, he thought. However, she suddenly leaned over him. Lariat looked at him. she said. Shouldn't we finish what we started? She leaned down and kissed him. He thought, I underestimated you, Lariette. Astrahan. It all began one morning a few days after the cleansing. Lariette wanted to go on a date with Astrahan at a bar. She held out a list, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Look at this date list, and was rejected. Seeing the words on the paper, he said, I don't like going to bars. But she didn't know he was struggling with himself. I'm afraid I'll be seen as a monster because of my curse. He only told her, I'm sorry. Astrahan thought she was making a big sacrifice. She has to give up so much to be with me, a monster duke. I'm sorry, but I still can't let you go. She looked up at him. Seeing his refusal, she wasn't angry, but instead smiled and said, Why are you apologizing? Couples being considerate of each other's situations is an important part of any relationship. She suggested, Anyway, the location doesn't matter as long as we're together, right? Seeing her understanding, he replied, Really? She then pushed him away, saying, You said you had to go to the palace, and you'll be late. See you tonight. Astrahan replied, Yeah, I'll be home early. He felt incredibly happy that she understood him. He made a plan. I'll finish my work quickly, and then we can have dinner together. The two of you will share a glass of fine wine and talk all night. It would be nice if he asked her, How was your day without me? Have you gotten used to this place? What kind of wine do you like? What kind of snacks do you like? Astrahan thought to himself, That's what I planned to do. It's a shame things didn't go as planned, but the meeting dragged on longer than necessary. He coldly asked, How long are you going to drag out this pointless argument? Everyone was stunned by his words. Lariette's father said loudly, How dare you speak like that? Astrahan looked at him and thought, He's Lariette's father. Aside from a similar appearance, there's nothing else. He's just lucky he's her father, or he wouldn't get away with this. Someone intervened, saying, Ahem, as Duke Astrahan said, We can't reach a final conclusion yet. Let's stop here for today. He quickly left. The entire hall fell silent. Lariette's father angrily said, TSK, that impudent brat. The person next to him, hearing this, turned and said, You should consider yourself lucky he left in such a hurry. Do you know how angry Duke Astrahan was? Why are you so arrogant? He responded without concern, He's the arrogant one. Who talks to their elders like that? The person next to him reminded him, If you still want to save your failing family, you should behave more wisely. His face flushed red with anger. Everyone left. He walked down the hallway, fuming. It's all Lariette's fault. Ever since she stopped managing the household, the money has been dwindling. Zayon is still immature and spends too much money. And my wife keeps blaming me for letting Lariette go. It's all because I didn't discipline her properly. I was forced to put Zayon to work in the royal palace so the duchy's assets wouldn't be depleted. He thought to himself, the problem is that child dared to defy her father. Everything would be resolved if she came back. If she returned as soon as possible, knelt down, and cried, begging for forgiveness, I would forgive her and allow her to come home. He felt to himself, she's lucky to have a father like me. How dare she leave home, outside the palace? Lariette was anxiously wondering, where is Astrahan? He's not at the front entrance. The butler attending to her said, He's gone to change clothes in case you had to wait. Oh, she sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness, I wasn't caught running here looking all unladylike. He stood right behind her and said, Were you running here? Hearing his voice, she quickly turned around and asked, Oh my, when did you get here? He replied, I just arrived. He patted her head and said, You don't have to run just to see me. He smiled gently. Seeing his gesture, she thought, he must have a lot of dating experience. How many girls has he dated? More than 10? They both sat down. Each had their own thoughts. Well, with that face and body, who wouldn't want to date him? I wonder what she's thinking. Her expressions are so rich. The butler came to lighten the mood with a trick. Seeing his bottle-throwing performance, Lariette exclaimed, Amazing. You're so skilled. Astrahan said, Did you already know how to do that? The butler confidently replied, Of course, I'm a butler. After his performance, Astrahan left. Before leaving, the butler added, Anyway, I hope you two have a memorable night. Astrahan thought that trick didn't help at all. They both raised their glasses. Cheers, they said in unison. Astrahan felt, that's right, just being together is enough. Seeing Lariette drink a lot, he quickly asked, Aren't you drinking too fast? She quickly reassured him, It's okay, I have a high tolerance. I've been drinking every night before returning home to relieve stress. Hearing her say that, he asked again, Really? He then asked, How does the wine taste? She replied, Very sweet and refreshing. Oh, before Astrahan came home, I took a walk in the garden. It's a shame the fountain we fell into isn't working anymore. I'm a little disappointed. They gazed at each other. He asked her, Oh, you know Doha? Thinking of him. She said, he's a great friend. He helped us with our situation, after all. She held her glass and turned to a stray hand. Oh, you think he could continue my treatment? In my experience, he's a very skilled healing sorcerer, and I could also tell him to change the treatment method. Astrahan wondered, what treatment are you undergoing anyway? He found it difficult to hide his displeasure and let this continue, but for her health, he didn't want her to hate him. He looked at her and said, do what you want. She leaned against his shoulder happily and said, you're so sweet. Suddenly, she said, I feel so hot. She quickly wanted to take off her clothes. I want to take this off, she mumbled, struggling with the clasps. She took his hand, making him blush. She placed his hand close to her body. His face was as red as a boiled lobster. She looked at him with pleading eyes and said, help me take it off. Astrahan reached out and took Lariette's hand. Blushing, he asked her, Lariette, are you drunk? She pushed him again, calling his name, Astrahan. He reflexively fell back onto the red chair. They gazed at each other, both blushing with embarrassment. She softly said, Astrahan, shall we finish what we started earlier? He looked at her, trying to maintain his composure, reminding himself, I need to stay calm, don't do it. Lariette is drunk. Lariette placed her hand on his chest. He froze, thinking Lariette is really drunk. He put his hand in his mouth and told Lariette, back up a little. She grinned, then you have to do something for me. He turned his head to the side and stammered, what is it? Think positive. She said with a bright smile, kiss me. Hearing her request, he became extremely embarrassed that Lariette's drunk. She's drunk. She's drunk. She's drunk. Astrahan thought carefully to himself, it's just a kiss. That's all she wants, right? Thinking this, he gently placed his hand on Lariette's cheek. He leaned closer to her lips and said, you promised, so keep your word. Then he moved closer, preparing to kiss her. But surprisingly, he only kissed her soft cheek. Lariette's goods. After the kiss, he asked her, is that enough? At the same time, his face was as red as a tomato. She was a little disappointed with this kiss. Is this what he would do with a child? A kiss on the cheek? Without thinking, she moved forward, preparing to place her lips on his. But he panicked and cried out, wait, Lariette. Without waiting for him to continue, she kissed him. Their lips met. Lariette looked at him with satisfaction. This is a kiss, she said. His face softened. Enough is enough. He suddenly pushed her back, pinning her to the chair. Astrahan said, you shouldn't go this far. Her eyes grew heavy, and she fell asleep before his questioning gaze. He turned away to let her sleep peacefully. His face was now dull and helpless. The next morning, Lariette woke up full of energy, calling out, Astrahan. He, looking dejected with dark circles under his eyes, replied, you're finally awake. Looking at her lovely face, he thought, does she remember anything? Pretending to have forgotten because she was embarrassed, she asked, when did I fall asleep? The only thing I remember is you allowing Doha to treat me. Inwardly, she thought this is bad. She reached out her hand with a sweet voice. Usually my alcohol tolerance is quite high, but maybe that cocktail last night made me too drunk. Astrahan, his face impassive, observed, you took my first kiss, and now you don't even remember, Lariette. He sat down wearily. From now on, I forbid you to drink with other people. She asked, puzzled, huh? Why? Everyone says I have very good drinking habits. His face became tense. Yes. Oh, there are others? How interesting. He speculated about who she had been drinking with. So. Who did she drink with? An ex-boyfriend. She also looked at him, thinking, I'm sure he's drunk with a lot of ex-girlfriends. It's so unfair. Suddenly, Butler Hostian entered from the door. Excuse me, miss, the priest has arrived. Her face fell. Why now? Astrahan's face also darkened. Take him to the living room. She returned with a smile. Anyway, I don't know. Scene change. Doha was sitting on a chair. He smiled gently in greeting that it's been a while. She approached him with a remorseful expression that I'm sorry about the other day. I couldn't help you stay, so I thought I should apologize. He spoke with a smile. Why should you apologize? He patted her head gently. You don't need to apologize. If you feel bad, come to my place next time. He continued, this place makes me uncomfortable. He thought to himself, Duke Astrahan, you're quite something. You've arranged for too many people to watch. She asked him, and about the treatment, could you change the method? He replied, did your boyfriend ask for the change? She denied it's just me. Now that I have a boyfriend, the distance during treatment is a bit. His expression became slightly uncomfortable. Hearing it so directly was unpleasant, but he regained his smile and replied, of course, but it will be less effective. It's too bright. She thanked him. Thank you, Doha. Doha suddenly reached out and took her hand, his face showing a hint of disappointment. However, you should also care about your friend. How could you be so blinded by love that you betray our friendship? She hurriedly explained, no, I'm sorry for making you sad, Doha. I never meant to. He made a suggestion. Then will you come to the library with me later? She questioned, oh, today? He replied, yes, right now. Don't tell me you can't go to the library now. Doha smiled brightly. Going to the library as friends? I think everything will be fine. Finally, Laureate agreed. All right, let's go. I think Astrahan is also busy. In Doha's mind, he guessed that Duke can only keep an eye on us by using his servants as long as we stay inside the mansion. If he still cares about his pride, he won't let his lover and a lone priest go to the library. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I'll go with you too. It was Astrahan. He walked in with a serious expression. That I asked their problem? Hearing the suggestion, Doha froze, not knowing what to say. As for Astrahan, he was heartbroken and dejected. That was my first kiss. How could she not remember? She knows I'm easily jealous, but she still wants to go to the library with another man. Doha looked up, observing him with a slightly annoyed expression. Laureate looked a bit surprised. Astrahan looked back at the two who were staring at him. Doha bowed his head politely to Astrahan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke Astrahan. I'm a priest from the Anthean region. Astrahan glanced at Laureate. Laureate looked up and asked him, Astrahan, aren't you very busy? He replied gently, being with you is much more important. His words made her blush. She lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. He turned to Doha, the two of them seemingly engaged in a silent war. Astrahan suggested, so, may I accompany you? Doha muttered to himself, I didn't expect this Duke to show up here. Then aloud, of course, it's an honor to have Duke Astrahan join us. After that, Doha put on a bright smile. Astrahan ordered Hostian, who was standing beside him, tell the driver to prepare the carriage. He bowed his head in reply. Understood, Your Grace. Hostian silently agreed in his mind. That's right, master. That's how you should do it. A moment later, the carriage was ready, and the three of them sat inside together. Laureate's smile was evident on her face. I hope Doha and Astrahan can get closer. It's great that we can have fun together. Doha, on the other hand, looked pensively out the carriage window, thinking, I feel like something bad will happen to me if I continue to follow them like this. Is this feeling of anxiety a premonition? In the distance, the silhouette of the royal library gradually came into view. Doha's eyes held a hint of suspicion, his mind filled with questions. Doha asked Astrahan, Duke Astrahan, are we going to the royal library now? He replied calmly, yes. Doha's heart surged with worry at the thought of going to the royal library. There are many members of the royal family who know me. I'll be in big trouble if he finds out my identity. Oh no, what should I do? After thinking for a moment, he turned to Astrahan and Laureate and said, I forgot I have something important happening at the cathedral today. I think I need to go back to prevent any potential problems. Laureate told him, it's all right, Doha, you can go. The carriage suddenly stopped. Doha stepped out of the carriage, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, my lady. Duke, I'll be going now. Laureate waved goodbye to Doha, secretly crying inside, while Doha bowed his head to bid farewell to the two of them. Please excuse me for leaving early. He stepped down and watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Astrahan had a pensive look on his face. Inside the carriage, she happily chatted with Astrahan. So, it's turned into a library date. She suddenly took his hand, and the two of them, hand in hand, walked towards the library, both blushing. Astrahan thought to himself, I'm a man, not a horse. I need to control myself. It's just a library. What could possibly happen? The two of them arrived at the library. The scene changes to the inside of the royal library. They stepped inside, Laureate whining as they walked. You're not holding my hand tight enough. Astrahan replied in a loving tone. It's so small and soft. I'm afraid it'll break if I hold it too tightly. Laureate looked up, lost in thought that I'm in trouble. Doha brought me to the library, but there's nothing to do. So she decided to wander around. As she walked, Astrahan trailed behind her. She thought to herself, the way he's following me is so cute, darn it. She turned around and told Astrahan, hugging him in a coaxing voice, stop following me, and go find the book you want to read. He hugged her back, observing her closely. He spoke. Did you have to say it like that? Of course, we're in a library. She pushed him gently, saying, now go find a book. He agreed, all right. Then she turned and ran off, daydreaming. This is just like a romantic library scene from a romance novel. She imagined the two of them being intimate. That I really hope that happens. She reached up, pretending to grab a book from a high shelf. Now, Astrahan will come and help me get this book down. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her ear, saying, want this book, young lady? She turned her head to see who it was. Laureate was surprised to see it was Easy Rebut. Why is this guy here? She coldly said. Scram. Easy Rebut looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. She turned away, cursing under her breath. You don't even appreciate my help. Laureate grimaced, her plan not going as imagined. I don't need it. She continued reaching for the high books. At that moment, a hand reached up to help her. This time, just as she'd imagined, it was Astrahan. The two gazed into each other's eyes. She asked him, did you see that? He wondered what she meant. See what? He leaned against the bookshelf, guessing the way you purposely chose the high book, or when you scare that guy off. She looked at him, embarrassed at being caught. But he leaned down and whispered in her ear, I liked it. You should treat all men like that. Unless, Astrahan paused, unless they run away when they see you acting so rough. Don't worry about that, he continued softly. But if Laureate runs away, I'll search every corner of the world to find her. Laureate listened intently as he whispered, and she replied, of course I won't run away. One unexpected answer. In a luxurious, ornate hallway of the castle, two quiet voices echoed, S.O., a moist brownie is tastier, right? The other person quickly retorted, even so, the outside has to be crispy to be good. The first person persisted, but that's also delicious. Finally, the two decided to put the issue aside. Laureate smiled brightly and suggested, a date in the library is also fun, isn't it? Astrakhan, beside her, indulgently agreed. It feels quite novel. Receiving his approval, she became even more excited and requested, when we get back, let's have a snack. Let's eat brownies. Hearing this, Astrakhan couldn't help but ask, brownies with frosting on top, right? Laureate excitedly replied, exactly. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but after they had only taken a few steps, they were called back, attracting the attention of the person in question. Hey, Laureate. The owner of that voice was Zahn, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Seeing who it was, she was incredulous. Doing well, little sister? You look radiant. After finishing his sarcastic greeting, he still politely bowed to Astrakhan beside her. Greetings, Duke Astrakhan. He also responded appropriately, excusing him from the formality. Young Master Blanche, please raise your head. However, Laureate beside him couldn't remain peaceful. From the moment Zayon appeared, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Why is Zayon here? What is he going to say to me this time? How is he going to belittle me again? Then Laureate thought of something and looked up at Astrakhan beside her, wondering how is he planning to insult me in front of Astrakhan. As soon as this thought appeared, she struggled with even more fear and resentment that I don't want him to see how I'm treated. I don't want to be pitted. Determined not to let that happen, Laureate tugged on Astrakhan's sleeve and requested, Astrakhan, you go ahead. I'll talk to my brother for a bit. This request surprised him. Although a little puzzled, Astrakhan decided to refuse that I can wait. Laureate didn't give up and came up with all sorts of excuses, but it will take a long time. Seeing her stubbornness and unable to sway her, Astrakhan decided to comply. All right, I'll go ahead then. After agreeing, he turned and left, leaving a silent Laureate. Only after his figure had disappeared did Zahn return to his usual self and start taunting her. Astrakhan? Unbelievable. Are you sucking up to that, Monster Duke? These words displeased Laureate, and she retorted, watch your mouth, or you'll be buried in the palace's backyard. Faced with this threat, he dropped the act and started blaming her that you're going to ruin this family. Just living like this? The Blanche name is already shameful enough. Laureate maintained her indifferent attitude and asked back, what could be more shameful? That reaction displeased Zayon, and he yelled, Mother fell ill because of you. Speaking of this issue, he couldn't hide his dissatisfaction and went on a rant. Just a little bit of magical talent. If you think you'll become something, you're delusional. Look at yourself, living by flattering that monster dude. After laying out the whole situation, Zayon decided to switch to threats. If you know what's good for you, obediently come home. The likes of you won't amount to anything even if you leave home. Before he could say more, Laureate cut him off. I don't care. Not stopping there, she seriously affirmed, you take care of your own family. These words made Zayon react as if he'd heard some shocking news. Humph. Unable to swallow his anger, he punched Laureate in the stomach. After the blow, Laureate collapsed to the ground. This scene caused the onlookers to murmur amongst themselves. Holding her swollen face, Laureate still couldn't believe what had just happened. That he hit me. He hit me. Who am I supposed to leave the house for? As the reality of the situation sunk in, she became serious. That kind of person hitting me. That look in her eyes displeased Zayon. Angrily, he made a series of unreasonable demands. Look at your pathetic state. Don't act like you're better than me. You have to stay beneath me. I told you not to try to climb above me. These words made Lauriette narrow her eyes in defiance. However, she knew that if she used magic inside the palace, she would face trouble. Having made up her mind, she stood up, facing him. Even if we fight here and rumors spread, it will reach Astrakhan's ears. Thinking of this, Lauriette became even more determined that I don't want him to find out that I'm being beaten by my family. It's too humiliating. Putting her thoughts into action, Lauriette calmly said, I'll cut ties. Zayon maintained his usual contemptuous expression. Then, to his astonishment, she kicked him directly in the groin, the spawn of this family. Zayon collapsed in pain, while Lauriette remained completely calm, just a small matter. Not stopping there, she continued to berate him. Having finished, Lauriette clutched her face and ran away, leaving Zahn kneeling on the ground, crumpled in pain. Leaving the palace, the sky soon darkened. In a small inn, Lauriette sat on the bed, hesitantly looking at the person who entered and requested, I've kept you waiting for over 2 hours. That's too long. Please heal me quickly. Faced with this request, the girl sat down and gently touched Lauriette's face. Let me take a look. Wherever the girl touched, Lauriette cried out in pain. After a while, the female physician diagnosed, it seems the bone is fractured. Hearing this, Lauriette looked at herself in the mirror sadly and guessed, I'll probably need further treatment. Having done what she needed to do, the girl stood up, preparing to leave, not forgetting to advise, my abilities only go this far. You'll need to spend more money to invite a high-level or competent healer. After saying this, the girl disappeared completely, leaving Lauriette silently staring at the mirror in her hand. Low-level healers are this weak. After sitting for a while, she stepped out onto the street, her thoughts in turmoil as she walked. Since I don't have any money now, treatment will be even more difficult. It's so embarrassing to meet Astrakhan looking like this. Breaking free from her thoughts, she spoke dejectedly. We were supposed to eat brownies together, but the more she thought, the more she fretted, not noticing a hand touching her. What should I do? Noticing someone calling her, she quickly turned around and saw a familiar face, Lady Sabet. Lady Sabet quickly inquired, Miss, what are you doing alone at this hour? Lauriette trembled at the question, unable to answer. That. The two remained silent for a moment before Lady Sabet took Lauriette's arm and suggested, why don't you visit my shop for a bit? Thanks to you, I've sold a lot of dresses, so I was thinking of giving you a gift. Afraid she might refuse, the woman gave a bright smile. Since we've run into each other, please accept this. At this point, Lauriette had no choice but to accept. Yes, thank you. Then the two of them went to a luxurious, brightly lit shop. A beautiful hat was placed on Lauriette's head. After finishing, Lady Sabet asked for her opinion. How about this? It's newly released and very popular. Lauriette looked at herself in the mirror, her face bruised, and said nothing. Lady Sabet, not noticing, added, it's beautiful. If you change your hairstyle, you'd be even prettier. You really would. Saying this, she began to gently stroke Lauriette's hair. Because I'm in business, I've met a lot of people. Everyone has their own story. There are customers who come to my shop after a hard day. There are also customers who come here after a tiring week. Perhaps Miss Blanche has also had a very hard day today, but hearing this, Lauriette could hardly hold back her tears. Lady Sabet then gently embraced her, offering comfort. I hope you can end the day without any worries. Tomorrow will be a happy day, won't it? At this point, Lauriette finally started to cry. I really thank you, Lady Sabet. Lady Sabet continued to gently hold her. It's nothing. After crying for a while, Lauriette finally calmed down. Looking up at Lady Sabet, she voiced her thoughts. But it seems like you knew about me beforehand, Lady Sabet. Faced with the question, Lady Sabet didn't hide anything, crossing her arms over her chest and answering gently, we haven't had many opportunities to meet, so I'm only now able to greet you properly. Looking at the gentle woman before her, Lauriette began to search her memories dug up until now. Lady Sabet and I have never met. The reason is that Lady Sabet has a close relationship with the princess. The princess and Lone were once engaged, but then the princess broke off the engagement. Thinking about this, the image of Zahn, heartbroken and weak, sitting while a girl resolutely walked away, flashed through her mind. After meeting a few times, the princess immediately broke off the engagement. Although she didn't say the reason, I still know. Because of Zayon and my family, I couldn't be closer to the princess, and the same goes for Lady Sabet. Snapping out her thoughts, Lauriette spoke softly, I'm no longer Blanche. Pausing for a moment, she smiled brightly and requested, "Please call me Lariette." At this request, Lady Sabet bowed slightly and replied, "Oh, of course." Looking at the gentlewoman before her, Lariette sighed. "Thanks to leaving that family, I've made a new friend today. It's so good that I left." Leaving the shop, Lariette headed towards a large, brightly lit mansion. From inside the house, Hostian opened the door, his voice filled with worry as he exclaimed, "Miss Lariette, are you all right?" While Lariette was still stunned and speechless, the servants inside started running around in a flurry. "Miss is back. Call everyone. Sir, Miss has returned." Not only were the servants in a commotion, but Hostian was also quite flustered as he exclaimed, "Where have you been? I was so worried." Faced with the question and the chaotic scene, Lariette hesitated, speaking timidly about that. The more he looked at Lariette, the more Hostian found it hard to believe, and he started to wonder, "What's this? Am I being welcomed like this?" Then, a loud noise caught their attention, causing Hostian to wear a look of utter exasperation. From upstairs, Azrahan came rushing down, 3 steps at a time, his face panicked. His eyes were red, ready to cry at any moment. Lariette, observing his distressed, near-tearful reaction, Lariette worriedly recalled what Lady Sabet had said. "It seems you've had a very hard day today, but I hope you can end it without any worries." Not wanting him to worry too much, she quickly composed herself and ran inside, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm so late." Azrahan, still anxious, continued to ask, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Asked this, Lariette felt a pang of guilt but chose to smile brightly, hiding the truth that of course not. "I was just catching up with my family for a while, and I went shopping for clothes, so that's why I'm late." At this answer, Azrahan finally breathed a sigh of relief that I was so worried. Reassured, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Well then, let's go inside." At his request, she placed her hand in his. Just then, Lariette looked up, revealing a red mark on her cheek, and unfortunately, the mark caught his attention, his eyes narrowing with a murderous glint. "Lariette, what is this injury?" Asked this, alarm bells rang in her mind. "Oh no." Azrahan, seeing her silence, pressed the question, his voice hardening. "Who was it?" At this, Azrahan couldn't contain his anger, his eyes filled with fury. "Who dared to lay a hand on your face?" At that question, Lariette's eyes widened in surprise as she searched for an excuse. Should I play dumb or say I fell? As if knowing her thoughts, Azrahan's expression remained unreadable as he calmly stated what he knew that a bruise. "This was made by a fist. The injury is less than half a day old, and you've already sought healing from a low-ranking priest." These words surprised Lariette, making her wonder, how does he know? Her unspoken question caused his face to darken as he answered internally, "I've seen many injuries like this, so I can tell at a glance." Silent for a long moment, Lariette remembered something and voiced her concern. "If you knew who did it, would you kill them?" Azrahan, at this question, didn't hide his intentions, gently stroking her hair as he affirmed, "Would I let it go so easily?" These words made Lariette wonder, what does he mean? Not letting herself wonder for too long, she took his hand, acting coquettishly. "Azrahan, I'm sorry for making you worry." This display surprised Azrahan. Afraid he wouldn't agree, Lariette continued to reassure him, talking about herself that "I'll handle this myself. I'm very strong. This is my business, and I feel it's a waste to use what little time I've left on this." Witnessing her determination, he accepted the situation. "I understand. Instead, I'll call a priest, so please receive treatment." Seeing him finally drop the issue, Lariette smiled brightly and agreed without hesitation. Yes, her agreement and bright smile made his heart ache more than ever. Ending the turbulent conversation with Lariette, Azrahan returned to his room, silently observing the scene outside the window, softly uttering a name, "Duwe-Are." The person called quickly appeared, kneeling respectfully on the floor. "Yes, master." This person was the leader of the Shadow Army, La Noche. Seeing the person he sought had arrived, Azrahan turned with a serious expression and ordered, "Find out." "Understood," the other person replied and disappeared on the spot. "Follow my command." After his subordinate left, Azrahan turned his gaze back to the window and began to wonder who attacked Lariette. What happened after he left? Then he thought of something. What happened to the Blanche family? I have to find out. Azrahan made up his mind. Putting that matter aside, Azrahan had to comfort himself. Hopefully, it's just my needless worry. Forget it. Elsewhere in the meeting room of the Antiong Temple, High Priest, this is the most important meeting of the year, attended only by high-ranking priests. Sitting in the middle of the table was Doha, complaining inwardly so boring. The peaceful meeting didn't last long when someone popped their head in to announce, Sir Mihai, I have something to tell you. Seeing that person appear, Gibran Pharaoh angrily slammed the table. Can't you see we're in a meeting? After slamming the table, he feigned innocence and turned to reproach the person next to him. High Priest Mihai, even if you have the authority to become Pope, you can't manage your subordinates well enough to prevent them from acting so carelessly? Hearing those words, Doha retorted, Indeed, it seems I must manage my subordinates better. He was irritated after being told what a high priest should do. Flustered, Gibran Pharaoh's face turned red as he trembled. I entered the temple before you were even born. His successful retort left the others speechless. Doha, satisfied, beckoned Joshua closer. Since when did the temple prioritize age? Joshua, granted permission, bowed slightly and whispered in Doha's ear, There's a telegram from Azrahan. Because the purifying priest isn't well, they've requested your presence, Mahali. At those words, Doha pushed himself up from the table. I have something to attend to, so please excuse me. He then left despite the others' attempts to stop him. High Priest Mihai, called by name, Doha turned his head and gave a sly smile before leaving completely, leaving the group dumbfounded. Once he was completely gone, those present took the opportunity to badmouth him, that he's young and has no manners. What qualifications does he have to be the next pope? A lowborn who only believes in holy power. Why does his holiness keep him so close? Someone next to Gibran Pharaoh spoke up in his defense. High Priest Gibran Pharaoh becoming pope would be more appropriate. Are you just going to let this be? The person addressed, Gibran Pharaoh, now leaned on his hands, his body trembling as he tried to suppress his anger. Doha, after leaving the palace, changed into casual clothes and appeared in a beautiful forest wear. Lariette was already waiting. Recognizing the newcomer, she turned and called out to him with a bright smile. Doha, not to be outdone, greeted her back, hello, Laurie. He then entered the small pavilion and gently reached out to touch her face. Seeing the bruise on Lariette's face, Doha suppressed his anger and asked, So who did this? Lariette flinched slightly at the question and his frightening gaze. Even he is like this? Seeing no response from her, Doha still didn't give up and asked again. This time, he casually used his power to heal her wound. Who did this? Not waiting for Lariette to answer, Doha directly speculated. Could it be Duke Azrahan? This idea was quickly refuted by her. In no way. Doha, at this point, also seemed to realize the absurdity of his idea and denied it himself. That's right. If he had hit you, he wouldn't be alive now. After joking for a moment, Doha returned to the original topic, leaning close to Lariette's face to continue his interrogation. So, who was it? Being asked the same question again, she decided to turn her face away, avoiding and refusing to answer. This reaction made Doha's heart ache. However, that state didn't last long. He calmed down and started to consider all possibilities. Just who is it that she's being so silent about? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. Who would dare touch this woman, who was protected by both the successor to the Pope and the war demon, Duke Azrahan? Thinking about something, a playful smile appeared on Doha's lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The more she refuses to say, the more interesting it becomes. If I find out, that person is finished. Lariette, seeing him silent, started to become hesitant and afraid. He, lost in his thoughts, didn't notice that, of course, Duke Azrahan will handle this, so it probably won't be my turn, but having thought everything through, he kept his hand on her face and smiled brightly, reminding her, My lady, don't let yourself get hurt. Seeing him finally return to normal, Lariette breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully. Yes, thank you, Doha. Hearing this, he finally stood up straight. She then gestured to the chair beside her. Come sit here, huh? Doha followed Lariette's hand with his gaze, continuing to ponder. Because only I can heal you. Both you and I are the only ones who can heal each other. I'll be in trouble if you get hurt or disappear. Snapping out of his thoughts, before he could even sit down, he smiled brightly and requested, Lend me your wrist for a moment. These words surprised Lariette. Though confused, she offered a wrist. He then closed his eyes and meticulously did something. After Doha removed his hand, an exquisite bracelet appeared on Lariette's wrist. He then began to explain. This is a bracelet containing holy power. Although it looks small, it's effective in healing, so wear it. Understanding what it was, Lariette was even more shocked. A magic item. It must be expensive. In response to her reaction, Doha propped his chin on his hand, smiling as he explained, it's just a token of friendship. At this point, Lariette raised her hand higher, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How can I wear something this precious outside? It's such a shame. Admiring it for a while, she couldn't contain her emotions, her eyes welling up as she looked at Doha. Thank you, Doha. I'm sorry I didn't prepare anything for you. He, seeing this reaction, laughed heartily. Why apologize? Finishing his words, he rested his hand on the table, lightly covering his mouth as he made a request. Next time, let me go out with you. Just spending time with me is enough. Having said that, he once again turned his attention to the bracelet. Honestly, this bracelet will constantly monitor your health. If it senses your health is in danger, it will call me. Because I tricked you, I'm the one who should apologize. Beautiful sunlight bathed the luxurious mansion. Inside a certain room, Azrahan was sitting and reading a book. Guide number 21 for a wonderful date with her. Adjusting the pace of skinship is essential. If the pace is too fast, it'll become boring. Reading each word, Azrahan couldn't believe his eyes. Boring? After reading that line, Azrahan couldn't help but imagine Lariette rejecting him. I've started to hate a monster like you. It's so boring. Let's break up. The scene shifted to a woman with purple lips and a terrifying voice. Who would like you? Who would want like a disgusting monster like you? Thinking about that situation, Azrahan fell into a panic more than ever. No, I can't let Lariette leave me. At any cost. Thinking about this, he raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. I won't let you leave me either. The scene changed to another time, when Azrahan sat still on a chair, taking off his shirt to reveal his chest covered in black marks. Lariette knelt in front of him, using her power to purify the curse. She sighed, it's good to do the treatment in the office and not in bed like last time. However, she still couldn't help but imagine if it were in bed. Not letting her imagination run wild, she immediately cut it short. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Azrahan, sitting opposite her, wasn't much better as her hand rested on his chest, causing him to blush. Endure it. I must stay calm. A few more minutes passed, and Lariette smiled as she raised her head. It's done. Looking at the person in front of him, Azrahan worriedly asked, is your body all right? She smiled reassuringly, yes, just a little tired. After everything was done, Azrahan carefully put his shirt back on, buttoning it as he thought, even the greedy desire to touch her body is a luxury. Thinking about this, Azrahan clutched the front of his shirt even tighter. Even if Lariette doesn't get tired of me, I can't touch her with this disgusting body. Just as this thought formed, negativity quickly took over his mind. This is all I can do to keep Lariette from leaving. Just as Azrahan was still lost in thought, Lariette excitedly brought over a book and suggested, let's cook together. I want to try doing that with my lover. These words made him freeze. Lariette maintained her smile, the book displaying the 4 words cooking together. When Azrahan's soul returned to his body, he quickly pushed her face away, frantically clutching his shirt. You're too close. Lariette continued to smile playfully. So, will you hate me? After saying that, she gave Azrahan a loving look. Stared at by those gentle eyes, he panicked even more. Observing his reaction, Lariette smiled with satisfaction and asked again, you'll do it with me, right? Azrahan blushed, covering his face with his hands as he replied, yes. The host then prepared a perfect kitchen for the couple's sweet cooking time. While Lariette, her eyes shining with excitement, walked in, Azrahan was depressed because the host was teasing him. Master, get married, get married. Going to the table, she picked up a cute apron and suggested, Azrahan, please wear this. Imagining himself wearing that, he shuddered and quickly refused, but it doesn't seem to be my size. On the other side, Lariette, also imagining the same thing, cried out persuasively, even so, it looks very cute. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Lariette decided to drop the subject. Well then, let's cook without wearing it. This scene left Astrakhan speechless. He then thought of something and clenched his fist. Astrakhan lowered his head, lost in thought. Now is the time I have to talk to her. If I wait any longer, even I won't be able to believe myself. Then Astrakhan started overthinking. But what should I say? Should I say that my body is disgusting, so I'm afraid to touch her? Or should I say that I'm afraid she'll get bored of me? So I think we should slow down. His mind made up, Astrakhan hesitantly spoke. Lariette, how about we take things a little slower? After speaking, he blushed and looked away to avoid her gaze. Didn't I just threaten her not to provoke me? This is ridiculous. However, She agreed without much thought. Oh, yes, all right. Receiving the answer he wanted, Astrakhan was relieved. Thank you for understanding. Laureate smiled brightly in response. What is it? You don't need to say that. However, they misunderstood each other. While she was thinking about the cooking pace, he was thinking about the pace of physical intimacy. With everything settled, Laureate said excitedly, So, shall we start cooking now? Flour, eggs, and butter were then taken out, and the two worked diligently. Laureate then tried flipping a pancake, and, thankfully, nothing went wrong. Witnessing her skillful pancake flip, he couldn't help but laugh. Laureate then looked at Astrakhan and burst out laughing as well. A few more minutes passed, and a beautiful plate of pancakes appeared. Laureate held the plate and lifted a piece of pancake, offering it to him. Astrakhan ate. When a strawberry touched his lips, he was still dazed but quickly put it in his mouth. Laureate then noticed the chocolate stain on his lips and reached out to touch it. Oops, Astrakhan. Having said that, she moved closer, her face almost touching his. Then, under the guise of cleaning the stain, she gave Astrakhan a kiss that made his face redder than a tomato that you've got some on your lips. Laureate lightly licked the remaining chocolate off his face. Astrakhan's face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. Seeing his reaction, Laureate smiled faintly, thinking to herself, good. Their first kiss after the drunken one was just a touch, so it wasn't romantic at all. Wouldn't now be the perfect time to redo that kiss? Laureate lightly dipped a strawberry in chocolate. Then, she casually ate it in front of Astrakhan. She gave him a flirtatious look. Would you wipe it off for me too? With the two of them face to face in such a romantic setting, who could refuse? Astrakhan slowly moved his face closer to Laureate. Suddenly, his hands clenched together. You're too much. Astrakhan frowned in discomfort, his eyes looking as if he was enduring something overwhelming. This made Laureate worried. Yes, are you all right? Astrakhan sighed. He was lost in negative thoughts. Isn't she worried she'll get bored of me? I'm so scared that I don't know what to do. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Or was my suggestion not sincere enough? Maybe I'm the only one who's this afraid. How embarrassing. Astrakhan sank into a feeling of shame and sadness. His sudden, downcast mood made Laureate anxious, and she hurriedly asked, Astrakhan. She touched his trembling shoulder. Suddenly, he stood up, clenching his hands together, startling Laureate. Astrakhan quickly wiped her dirty face with a handkerchief. Then, blushing furiously, he left with a hasty goodbye. I'm going to rest. Laureate stared after him, still not understanding what was happening. Again, Laureate muttered, looking out the desolate doorway. The next morning, Laureate was contemplating the notebook in her hands. Beside her, two maids were helping her with her hair and clothes. Laureate glanced at herself in the mirror and thought, today, I absolutely must talk to him. I don't know why he started avoiding me, but if you want to get close to a wild animal, you can't scare it. She was comparing him to a wild cat that needed taming. Laureate smiled, lost in her thoughts. This time, I won't let him get away. The door finally opened. Astrakhan still avoided her gaze, holding the morning newspaper. You're here, mage? Laureate, puzzled by his behavior, asked, I'm a mage again? Why? She sat down as a maid brought in breakfast. Laureate was completely ignored. Astrakhan paid no attention to her, slowly sipping his tea and calmly reading the newspaper. Laureate frowned. Are you angry with me? Astrakhan replied, his expression still indifferent, not even glancing at her. No, Laureate continued. But why mage? Astrakhan looked away, seemingly flustered again, and took a sip of tea to compose himself. Laureate's inner thoughts made her blush with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Laureate smiled brightly, because Astrakhan is really cute. Astrakhan couldn't maintain his composure. His cheeks flushed pink. He asked, everything is cute to you, isn't it? Astrakhan still stole glances at her, even if she innocently ignored my suggestion. The biggest problem is that my mood brightens instantly just from being called cute. Astrakhan buried his face in the newspaper, annoyed. If I were her, I'd be sick of myself too. Laureate was still smiling. Even though Astrakhan kills people, he's not a bad cat. The more I look at him, the cuter he gets. Laureate finally couldn't hold back and called out, Astrakhan, what is it? Astrakhan finally lost his composure, and the teacup in his hand fell to the floor. She leaned forward, wanting an explanation. Tell me, please, the reason why you're angry. This put Astrakhan in a difficult position. Should I tell her? If I tell her the truth, she might be disappointed and leave me. I'm already embarrassed. How much more embarrassed would Laureate be? That's right, Astrakhan admitted to himself. Laureate is someone who deserves all the light to shine on her. She's different from a monster like me. Just her looking at me is enough for me to be grateful for my entire life. But what if I don't say anything? Azrahan was still drowning in self-criticism. I've already annoyed Lariat so much. What if this time she's really fed up with me? There's no other way. I have to say it. After a moment of thought, Azrahan pursed his lips and decided to speak, but his words became stammering. It seems you're taking my suggestion too lightly. Hearing that, Lariat's eyes widened in delight as she asked, "Suggestion? About what?" Azrahan blushed, hiding behind the morning newspaper as he replied, "I mean about yesterday's progress." "Lariat, what do you think about taking things a little slower?" The image of yesterday suddenly flashed vividly in her mind. Larry exclaimed, "Wait, wasn't that about the cooking?" She hurriedly explained, "I thought since it was our first time cooking together, you meant we should take it slow." Azrahan looked up, frozen in place. She softened her expression and asked him quietly, "So it was related to intimate progress?" Azrahan blushed crimson, his hands unconsciously tightening around the newspaper. "I apologize, Lariat." Azrahan buried his face in the newspaper, ashamed to look at her. "I acted like a fool." Understanding the reason, Lariat laughed heartily, pulling her chair closer to tease him. "Our Azrahan, it turns out you were unhappy because things were progressing too quickly." Azrahan, embarrassed, didn't dare show his face. Suddenly, Lariat brought up the past. Where did the one who said he wouldn't stop go? Azrahan's heart skipped a beat in alarm. He quickly threw the poster away, while Lariat laughed heartily on the other side. Azrahan, regaining his composure, started to return to his seat. Lariat appeared and grabbed his wrist. Her eyes sparkling, she asked, "Are you planning to run away again?" "Let me go," Azrahan grumbled, but Lariat was determined not to let him whine. The mage just didn't feel like letting go. His cheeks flushed again. Finally, Azrahan decided to use her own tactics against her. "I'm in pain. Please, let me go." It successfully played on her sympathies, and Lariat worriedly released his hand. "Are you hurt?" Before she could show more concern, Azrahan ran out of the dining room as fast as he could. Lariat was taken aback, her hand clenched in the empty air. Now he's even lying to escape. Azrahan finally escaped from Lariat's presence. "Even though I acted so shamefully," she still joked and let it go. Azrahan glanced back up towards the second floor. Lariat was standing there, making faces at him. Azrahan responded with a pure smile. He couldn't help but chuckle at her adorableness. From above, she returned a bright smile. After that day, Lariat followed Azrahan around like a tail, asking him about everything, even saying, "You have to ask me before you even hold my hand. If you plan to run away, tell me beforehand, so I can prepare myself mentally, okay?" Lariat chuckled inwardly, finding it incredibly amusing to tease him. "You have to get home safely," she said, putting on a reluctant expression. Azrahan, still embarrassed, turned away to avoid her gaze. Of course. "Don't get too embarrassed and run away while you're working," Lariat said, bursting into laughter. Azrahan replied sheepishly, "That won't happen." Finally, Lariat stood at the door, waving goodbye. The gates slowly closed. Azrahan reached his carriage, but looked back inside. The carriage gradually left the city. Finally, it stopped at a wooden house by the forest. Azrahan slowly stepped down from the carriage. Zira closely questioned Azrahan. "Did you tell Miss Blanche you would come to the palace?" Azrahan shook his head. "I purposely didn't tell her." The door opened, revealing a bound Zion inside. When conducting business outside, Azrahan becomes stern and ruthless. "It's been a while, young Blanche." His gag was removed, and he immediately started yelling, "Bastard!" He was instantly struck across the face, a stinging blow. Azrahan stared at him. "You still don't understand your situation, do you?" Zion's face swelled on one side, the price for daring to touch Lariat, the person he cherished so much he couldn't bear to touch her. Azrahan, ruthless, decided to deal with Zion personally. "How dare you!" A splash of blood splattered onto the carpet. Zion writhed in pain, covered in blood. Azrahan, finished with his work, casually wiped his hands and said coldly to Zion, "I have no intention of killing you." Zion lay on the floor, unable to lift his head. "But remember this. The reason I'm not finishing you off," Zion trembled and sobbed in agony, "is because I haven't asked Lariat's permission to kill you." A few days later, a table was laden with food. Lariat felt a pang of guilt. She had been so busy teasing Azrahan that she had completely forgotten that you've been stuck in the same place this whole time, haven't you? She glanced at Azrahan. "This man," Lariat thought to herself, "your body is fine now, so why aren't we doing that?" Her face paled. "That we're in a 3-month dating contract, and now there are only 10 weeks left." Lariat cut a piece of steak while asking him, "Azrahan, what do you consider slow?" Azrahan frowned. "Regarding our progress, Yes. Lariat suddenly felt he had hit the nail on the head regarding our progress. The slower the better, Azrahan replied. Lariat froze, dumbfounded. How much slower does it need to be? But she tapped the table lightly. As Azrahan slowly ate his steak, I want to do it quickly with Azrahan. Her plate slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. The nearby servants also blushed. Azrahan, hurry up, we're going to have a little master soon. Two servants exclaimed, oh my goodness, oh my. The butler quickly ushered them out of the room, restoring the quiet. Lariat stared after them, speechless, while Azrahan's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. What do you want to do with me? Azrahan asked, shyly turning away. Everything. Lariat expressed her enthusiasm. Hugging, kissing, everything. Let's do it. Before she could finish, Azrahan shoved a piece of bread into her mouth. Azrahan blushed, his hands trembling. Finally, he lowered his head and mumbled, you know my body is cursed. My flesh rots in places and my chest is covered in scars. Lariat, mid-chew, paused. It's so terrifying and disgusting that it wouldn't be wrong to call me a monster. Azrahan looked away, fearfully that if you see them and run away, I'll go crazy. He hesitated. That's why I haven't been brave enough to be intimate with you. I'm sorry. Lariat smiled brightly. It's okay. Her excitement grew. Since there's no other way, I'll work hard to break the curse for you, Azrahan. This action, this attitude, was something Azrahan had never anticipated. Lariat aggressively rushed forward, grabbing Azrahan's hand in a comforting gesture. If Azrahan noticed that, she would work even harder to heal him, so that he could confidently touch her. Azrahan bit her lip, almost crying. The moment I heard those words, my heart warmed strangely, as if something was fluttering in my chest. Lariat softly asked if he could hold her hand. Azrahan shyly nodded in agreement. An inexplicable feeling was exploding deep inside. Lariat, still beside her, jumped. Hugging is okay too, right? I'll hug you every day. Is this love? Lariat happily threw herself into his arms. Later, Lariat lay in bed in her room, thinking, I have to speed up the treatment process. I haven't finished healing his upper body yet. Lariat frowned that I'm the only one who can heal him. What crazy person cast a curse on him? That person must be a powerful curse mage. Or maybe someone who deeply hates Azrahan. Lariat clenched her hand. Azrahan must have had a hard time with that curse, to the point that even dating me is difficult. Suddenly, Lariat startled, her jaw dropping in surprise that, oh, wait a minute. Azrahan's facial expressions flashed before her eyes. Lariat felt a little sad. I'm not Azrahan's first love, am I? Lariat sighed softly. I don't need a serious relationship, just a normal one, someone who can date me for 3 months. I have to investigate. Lariat made a plan that I absolutely have to find out. And the next day, Lariat followed the butler. She sneaked around behind him, eventually making Hallstein aware of her presence. He turned around and smiled at her. "My lady, is there something you wish to ask me?" Lariat stammered, sweating nervously. How did you know? This is a basic butler skill. Hallstein smeeded. Lariat was surprised. A butler skill? It's nothing, sir. Lariat bit her lip. It's just a few things related to Azrahan. Hearing this, Hallstein immediately became enthusiastic. What does my lady wish to know? About his assets, his talents, or the blissful life of a duchess? Lariat didn't know. Lariat awkwardly denied. Tita, and oh, it's not like that. Lariat thought for a long time before daring to speak. Azrahan, has he ever dated anyone before? The butler started sweating nervously, telling himself, I must answer this well, all for the sake of the successor. Hallstein smiled brightly. He brushed it off smoothly that, I'm not sure, but I believe the Duke has never dated anyone. Lariat smiled at him. I suppose I asked a silly question, didn't I? The butler remained polite and respectful. Not at all, my lady. Afterward, the two politely bowed to each other. Lariat left, elated and joyful, while Hallstein fell into a state of panic. At this moment, Lariat was happily walking down the hallway when she suddenly saw Azrahan. Lariat joyfully ran towards him. Azrahan. He turned his head at the sound of her voice. Ahead of him was Lariat, leaping forward, wanting to embrace him. Running in the hallway is dangerous. Azrahan pulled her into his arms and whispered softly, Were you looking for me? He gently set her down. Yes, I was about to go to your room. Lariat's adorable face stared at him intently, making Azrahan blush with embarrassment. Astrakhan, give me a hug. Lariat, excitedly, held out her arms expectantly. What? Astrakhan was taken aback. She whined, You said a hug was okay, so hug me. Astrakhan shyly turned away. There are a lot of people in the hallway. Maybe next time. In that instant, Lariat pulled Astrakhan into a room. The door quickly slammed shut. Inside the storage room, Astrakhan was holding her tightly around the waist, pulling her close. He looked down at her with an expression of pure bliss. "Here's fine, right?" Laureate was delighted to have achieved her goal. They moved even closer. She gently reached out and touched his chest. Her legs also moved closer to him. They pressed against the wall. Astrakhan gently embraced her. Laureate, initially stunned, then happily hugged him back. She was as happy as a pampered kitten. Suddenly, her face fell. Laureate stammered. She thought to herself, does he have his sword on him? I don't think so. At this point, Astrakhan's face grew even redder. He quickly pushed her away. That's enough, right? Astrakhan tried to reassure himself. A bit quick, but oh well, that's fine. Laureate cheerfully replied. She didn't notice, did she? Astrakhan probed, but her behavior made him both worried and happy. He's certainly a young man, she chuckled. No need to worry about the cursed lower half anymore. I was a little worried last night. Astrakhan was trying his best to endure. I just pitched a tent, but I want to take it down. He quickly changed the subject. You've been wearing that bracelet a lot lately, haven't you? It's beautiful, isn't it? Laureate held it up for him to admire. Doha gave it to me. Damn it, my mouth is faster than my brain. As soon as she said that, she suddenly deflated. I was trying not to let that happen again. A series of images flashed through Astrakhan's mind. He was using all his strength to punch and beat that. Doha guy, if jealousy occurs too often or too severely, your lover will quickly get tired of you. If you want long-term happiness, you have to stop being jealous. The book had reminded Astrakhan of this. His gloomy expression frightened Laureate, who quickly shook him. Astrakhan, don't misunderstand me. This is a gift with protective energy for my health that Doha gave me. Astrakhan frowned, his gaze hardening. Yeah, I understand. It's normal for friends to give each other gifts. Astrakhan continued to look at her with a cold expression. So, you understand, right? Really? Laureate still looked at him fearfully. Yeah, of course. His answer and current expression didn't match at all. He started to say something, then stopped, his lips pressed together in displeasure. While I'm busy, you can go out with him. Astrakhan tried not to be jealous and appear calm. But Laureate was delighted by this. Really? Her eyes sparkled. Astrakhan is the best. Overjoyed, Laureate jumped up and hugged him tightly. Astrakhan was also somewhat pleased. The next day, Astrakhan, dressed formally, came to inform Laureate. Due to the conflict between the Haxan Empire and the neighboring kingdom of Danube, I will have to go to the palace immediately to deal with the matter. Be careful, my lord. Laureate waved goodbye to him. Astrakhan stood awkwardly in front of her. Laureate asked, what's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom? The thing was, Astrakhan blushed crimson again. He gently clipped a jeweled hair clip in her hair. What's this? Laureate asked, surprised, touching her hair to check. It's a gift. Astrakhan smiled happily. It's beautiful. It suits you very well. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, and her face flushed too. Really? Thank you. Laureate was shy. So he was jealous of that bracelet, she thought, guessing the reason Astrakhan gave her the hair clip. So adorable. She couldn't bear to leave Astrakhan. Outside, a servant's voice broke the young couple's private moment. Aren't you going to the palace, sir? Laureate said, embarrassed. You have to go now. Astrakhan, equally embarrassed, replied, yes, I'm going. Before leaving, he glanced back at her one last time. Then, he stepped forward and hugged her tightly. A hug, he said. Then, blushing furiously, Astrakhan hurried away. Laureate touched the hair clip, a strange feeling welling up inside her. Astrakhan, sitting in the carriage, waved goodbye. Doha immediately appeared, holding a picture of Astrakhan. Hello, miss, he said. Doha touched the hair clip in her hair and complimented her. New jewelry? It's beautiful, Laurie. She thanked him happily. She was thinking about the grumpy cat giving her the beautiful jewelry. Shall we go out today? Doha asked. Your boyfriend agreed, right? Laureate replied excitedly. Yes, he trusts me very much. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Doha felt a tightness in his chest, seeing Laureate so happy. In short, after therapy, the two went to town. They ate cake, drank tea, and strolled through the fair together. Are you covering everything today? Doha asked in surprise. Yes, Laureate said, showing off her purse. Since you paid last time, it's my turn. What do you want? I'll buy it for you. Doha immediately thought of something and smiled, making a suggestion. Then buy me that bracelet from last time. Are you sure? Laureate asked. Isn't it a bit cheap? Doha smiled beside her and replied, I like it. You chose it last time because you thought it suited me. Doha reminisced, and Laureate's heart fluttered. Laureate nodded in agreement. They finally bought it. Doha fumbled with the bracelet, unsure how to put it on. Laureate stepped closer and helped him fasten it around his wrist. If you can't do it, you should tell me, she instructed. Thank you, Doha said, smiling and showing off the bracelet. It's very beautiful. What's that? Doha asked curiously, noticing the black bag she was carrying. Laureate couldn't help but smile. Oh, this is a gift for Astrakhan, she said happily. Doha froze. Oh, I see, he said, his inner displeasure evident. You bought him a gift too. Speaking of which, I heard a strange rumor in town, Doha said, frowning. Laureate froze. Is it about me and Zayn? She asked, feigning ignorance. What rumor? Although it was a while ago, it seemed Duke Astrakhan had cut off Marquis Segre's arm. At the theater, people were gossiping that the Marquis had laid a hand on the Duke's partner, and that partner was a young lady, wasn't it? Laureate stammered. Ah, yes. What if her parents found out she was the person in that story? Laureate became anxious. And what if they demanded something from him? At the last minute, Laureate was still worried about Astrakhan. His aggrieved face was clear in her mind. Her mood plummeted. Laurie looked at me. Doha gently touched her face. Are you all right? He moved strangely closer. Laureate gently pushed his hand away. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm sorry. We came here to have fun, but She pulled away from his hand, but Doha remained by her side, comforting her that it's okay. You'll be fine, Laurie. Trust me. Laureate didn't say anything. Doha squeezed her shoulders as he spoke. Trust me. After all, I am your personal priest. His hand slid down her arm, then to her wrist, and finally he took Laureate's hand. Confused, she asked, didn't you say you were a lower-ranked priest? Doha smiled brightly. You look down on me for that. Although it's a little embarrassing, I'll be promoted soon, right? Laureate started laughing again. Finally, she looked up at Doha with a small smile. Trust me, my lady. You become friends with a very reliable priest. I will protect you at any time. I understand. The two of them stood by the road, laughing happily. Suddenly, the wall above them cracked. Debris rained down. Both of them were startled. Laureate quickly jumped up. She cast a spell while analyzing the situation that I only know basic protection magic. This is dangerous. We're gonna die. Laureate looked down, worriedly glancing at the person opposite her. I'm going to die anyway, but Doha isn't. She watched silently as Doha also frowned, thinking of a way out of this dangerous situation. Without hesitation, Laureate cast a protective spell around Doha. I can still save Doha. Just layering the magic should be enough. Her sudden action surprised Doha. He immediately turned to look at her with a pained expression mixed with something indescribable. Laureate felt his gaze. However, in the end, she calmly closed her eyes, accepting her fate. The person who appeared in her mind at this moment was none other than Astrakhan. She silently called his name, Astrakhan. Just as Laureate resigned herself to fate, Doha's arm reached out towards her. He hugged Laureate tightly. The embrace was so tight that the protective magic enveloped both of them. The collapsing debris stopped falling. Large sections of the wall crashed onto the street. People nearby rushed over, not to help, but rather to gossip and watch. Because so many people crowded the area, no one noticed the culprit behind this incident, standing behind them. Laureate opened her eyes wide. She was truly surprised that the large pieces of wall hadn't hit her as she'd expected. They had been blocked by the protective magic. She looked anxiously at Doha, who was still holding her tightly. Am I not dead? Doha frowned, his face a mask of indescribable panic. He suddenly yelled at Laureate, My lady, are you crazy? Laureate was temporarily held too tightly to move or do anything else. However, she breathed a sigh of relief at her incredible luck. Doha, thank goodness you're not hurt. Doha didn't feel lucky at all. He was incredibly worried about her. He wanted to yell at her more, but before he could finish his sentence, Laureate cut him off. Don't move, she said. My magic is weak, so if it's broken, we'll be buried. Seeing the stunned expression on Doha's face, she reassured him, Don't worry, I'll keep casting. Doha didn't listen to her. He sat up and bit his lower lip, looking at her with an indignant expression. He quickly cast his own magic, and with a single wave of his hand, the rubble instantly evaporated. His magic was as bright as the morning sun. Doha questioned Laureate, Why would you do something so stupid? Laureate, now struggling as sweat poured down her body, looked at Doha in surprise. What do you mean? Doha was furious. He glared at her coldly and asked why. Why did you only cast a protective spell on me? Doha's reaction made Lariette question herself. Why is he angry? I was in a hurry, so I just made a quick decision. Besides, Doha's safety is more important, Lariette replied calmly. Her answer stunned him even more. Because you're my friend. The expression on Doha's face hardened. He furrowed his brows and looked at her with a truly sorrowful gaze that she's really crazy. We've only met a few times, and she was willing to sacrifice herself to protect me. I don't believe in things like goodwill or altruism, because it's all a pretense for what they want. But what did she gain by protecting me, even at the risk of her life? If it's just because she cares about me, then... Doha seemed unable to get over the shock. He was about to say something more to Lariette when she suddenly clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Aren't we both still alive? It's a good thing no one was hurt. Doha, you looked amazing blowing away that rubble just now. You'll get promoted soon at this rate." Doha lowered his eyes, then remembered something and looked up at Lariette. "Are you hurt anywhere?" He quickly helped Lariette to her feet to assess her injuries. Lariette couldn't quite keep up with his pace. "I'm fine. What about you?" Doha continued his work. "Your magic protected me, so I'm all right." Lariette replied awkwardly, "Oh, good." Doha looked at Lariette with heartache as she smiled to reassure him, trying to appear fine while covered in injuries. It frustrated him. He quickly cast a healing spell on her. "I hope you understand, my lady, that you almost lost your life." Lariette waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. Everyone dies eventually. Thanks for healing me." Doha's voice suddenly hardened. He looked directly into her eyes, serious. "No, you're not allowed to die. Do you think I'd let you die?" Seeing the stunned expression on Lariette's face, Doha thought to himself, "I know you're thinking of another man while standing in front of me. I don't care, but you're not allowed to die without my permission. Don't get hurt again." Lariette silently watched Doha. She thought to herself, Doha must be very surprised. By now, having treated some of Lariette's external wounds, Doha glanced behind him, looking at the rubble that nearly cost them their lives. An unprecedented rage emanated from him. Doha frowned, thinking, no matter how old the building was, it couldn't have collapsed so suddenly. Everything happened too fast. Something wasn't right. Lariette's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. I've never seen Doha this angry before. Then she was startled by a profound thought that just crossed her mind. Could it be that Doha thinks this was a trap? Indeed, even humans have a greedy side. Well, the important thing is that no one was hurt. The evening twilight descended, enveloping Astrakhan's entire mansion. Lariette dragged her exhausted body inside. She didn't expect Astrakhan to be waiting for her in the foyer. As soon as he saw her, he immediately asked with concern, "Lariette, you're back?" Lariette, with her usual rabbit-like energy, quickly rushed towards him. "Astrakhan, you're home early?" Astrakhan was a little embarrassed by her question, but he still answered honestly, "You told me to come home early." Lariette rushed straight to Astrakhan and hugged him tightly. Hug. Astrakhan returned the embrace. However, he was also surprised by her sudden action. "Didn't we already do this morning?" Lariette nuzzled her head against his chest like a kitten that "I don't know. I don't remember anything." Lariette's sweet reply made Astrakhan dote on her even more. He didn't ask any further questions and just held her tightly. But perhaps he sensed something unusual. An unquenchable rage emanated from him. "What happened today? Did you have an accident?" Astrakhan patted her back gently. "There's dirt on you." Although it was a gentle action, like always, it startled Lariette. "What the heck? Are you a bloodhound? How did you smell that?" Lariette pressed her lips into a thin line. She started to feel afraid. "If I tell him, it will definitely become a big deal. I don't want Astrakhan to worry." So, in the end, she chose to lie to him with a bright smile and, "Oh, I got dirt on me from falling on the road." Astrakhan was completely fooled by her little white lie. He softened his voice, "That you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Lariette continued to hug him. "I got a few scrapes," but Doha treated them. Astrakhan still felt a little doubtful and looked her over, not missing a single spot. Lariette giggled, "I'm fine." Finally, Astrakhan gave up. "You really are okay." Even though he had checked her condition with his own eyes, he still felt extremely worried. Astrakhan asked Lariette, "Did you have fun today?" As soon as Lariette replied with a bright smile, "Yes, it was super fun," something in Astrakhan's heart crumbled. "Is that so?" Lariette knew he was jealous, so she tried to remedy the situation by hugging him tightly. "But I still like being with you." Astrakhan interrupted her. "Understood." Lariette found it very amusing. "Oh my, he's so cute. I have to quickly purify his curse. Since there's no antidote, he's been suffering with this curse for so long. I want him to be purified quickly and live happily. And more than anything, I want to enjoy this 3-month romance. I kept thinking I'd reach my expiration date, like that building was about to crush me. It made me realize that if I die before completing the purification, only Astrakhan will be left with the suffering. I can't let that happen. So, I'll lift Astrakhan's curse no matter the cost. That evening, as she always did for him, Laureate went to Astrakhan's room and continued her work. Shall we begin? Astrakhan was still a little worried about what had happened that afternoon. Are you really all right? You don't look well. Laureate quickly reassured him, I'm fine. However, her hands betrayed her. Seeing her purifying hands trembling violently made her anxious. No, not at all fine. My mana is almost depleted after saving Doha, but I still have to quickly purify the curse even if. Suddenly, Astrakhan cried out and gripped her hand. Laureate. Laureate's whole body was drenched in sweat, and she was trembling uncontrollably. Then suddenly, Laureate collapsed in Astrakhan's arms. He held her tightly and asked anxiously, Laureate, are you all right? Then he heard her voice grow weaker as she whispered, so cold. His expression completely changed after those 2 words. He anxiously said, then let me cover you. But before he could finish, he heard her murmur, hot water. Without another word, Astrakhan lifted her into his arms. Laureate's body was now completely devoid of warmth. I want a hot bath. Astrakhan told her, I'll have the servants prepare one for you. However, his collar was gripped by Laureate's hand. I don't really trust them. Astrakhan froze, looking at her with a surprised expression. Then Laureate continued, unable to see his expression. Will you stay with me while I bathe, Astrakhan? He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, huh? The thought of Laureate wearing nothing but a thin bathing robe was enough to make his face turn as red as a tomato. Laureate understood his distress and pleaded, I just want someone with me. I'll keep my clothes on while I bathe. Astrakhan finally realized she's too weak. She came here to make me stronger, but this is only causing me more pain. So, Astrakhan had to wrestle with his own thoughts. Now's not the time to run away because I'm embarrassed. After lecturing his conscience for a moment, Astrakhan quickly brought Laureate to the bathroom, filled the tub, and asked her, is this temperature all right? Laureate seemed to be feeling better than before, and she softly replied, yes, but... She looked at Astrakhan in utter bewilderment as he spoke to her with his back turned. Laureate called out to him, is that really necessary? Yet Astrakhan firmly replied with a single word, yes. His face suddenly flushed crimson. Please do it for me. Laureate's eyes widened. Then she pouted, scoffing at his overreaction. She quickly grabbed Astrakhan's arm and yanked him towards her. She knew this was a preemptive move before he tried to run away. So she shouted, I'm warning you, if you run away this time, I'll run away too. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, he froze. Astrakhan slowly turned his head to look at her. The expression on Laureate's face was one of frustration. However, in stark contrast to her, his gray eyes held a dangerous, pre-storm gloom. Laureate only now had the chance to carefully observe his eyes. They were gloomy and unfocused. Are you serious? His icy gaze, colder than the winter winds of this place, involuntarily startled Laureate. Astrakhan's entire body now radiated a barely contained rage. Even just a little was enough to frighten someone. How can you say that? Astrakhan didn't speak further. He just stood there silently, watching her, waiting for her answer. Deep within Laureate's eyes, Astrakhan's figure and fury were clearly reflected. Water in the bathtub suddenly sloshed over the edge, breaking the terrifying silence. It turned out that Laureate, in her panic, had moved. She quickly waved her hands and explained to him, I meant within the mansion, like playing tag. Hearing Laureate's explanation, the expression on Astrakhan's face truly underwent a dramatic change. He hesitated for a moment, then asked awkwardly, is that so? Laureate, in a cold sweat, quickly nodded her head like a pecking chicken. Yes. Astrakhan said sheepishly, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. If the situation were like in the movies, I was thinking about whether or not I should tie you up. Laureate gave a forced laugh, lightly slapping his back and gently chiding him. Oh my goodness, what kind of joke is that? Astrakhan now realized his reaction was a bit frightening. He didn't know that he was looking at her with eyes so gentle they could melt butter. Laureate was stunned, not daring to move a muscle, the expression on her face frozen. She cleared her throat and smiled, a seductive gesture. Ahem, well then, will you help me bathe? With just that gentle request, Laureate made Astrahan jump like a startled mouse encountering a large cat. What? Laureate's seemingly simple request completely stumped Astrahan. He broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Bathe her? Me bathe her? Laureate laughed at the incredibly amusing expression on Astrahan's face. Finally, she told him, I meant wash my hair, silly. Without Laureate's explanation, Astrahan's head would have been filled with a chaotic mess of thoughts. He stared blankly. Then he thought to himself, oh, I can do that. Oh, without hesitation, Astrahan turned around to help Laureate wash her hair, as she had asked. He was more attentive and meticulous than when working with his subordinates. The close proximity between him and Laureate made the atmosphere in the room even more intimate. Astrahan seemed to have discovered something while washing Laureate's hair. It was a scar, not too big, but enough for Astrahan to see as soon as he lifted her hair. Where did you get this scar? Laureate answered him without any hesitation. That? While I was little, Zayn pushed me down the stairs, which is how I got that scar. But Zayn lied and said I pushed him first. And of course, I was scolded by my parents. They accused me of wanting to become the crown princess, so I attacked Zayn. At that time, the child who suffered the most hurt in that house was her. Laureate just chuckled cheerfully whenever she remembered that sad story, as if it were nothing. However, even if she was ready to forgive them, Astrahan would never think that way. He frowned. As expected, he thought of her incompetent older brother. He should have chopped off one of his hands. Laureate's words quickly brought him back to reality. After that, I was punished by being locked in my room. I still vividly remember that door. I tried to scream, please, open the door. At that time, such a young child like her was strangely understanding. Laureate told herself, Mother said this punishment is to help me understand patience, so I must overcome this. I just need to wait. That little girl, now grown up, has also found her own happiness. She asked Astrahan, Astrahan, do you hate my hair? Color? People say my hair is an eyesore. Laureate brushed her hair to one side and smiled apologetically. However, Astrahan didn't answer her question, but asked back, who dares to say such a thing? Tell me, so I can rip their tongue out. Seeing the fury surrounding Astrahan, Laureate was startled. She reassured him, it's okay, please answer my question. Astrahan became obedient like a cat praised by its owner. His face flushed as he answered, how could I hate your hair color? Laureate laughed so brightly she couldn't see the sun. You like it? Astrahan nodded without hesitation. Yes. Laureate unconsciously moved closer to him, or perhaps intentionally. My hair is beautiful, isn't it? Astrahan recoiled as if electrocuted. Yes. Laureate pressed further, pushing her luck. Just my hair? Astrahan's shy expression was truly amusing. He answered, his face crimson. No, everything about you is beautiful. Laureate boldly took his hand, which was resting on the edge of the bathtub. Then, can you kiss the place you find most beautiful? Embarrassed. So embarrassed. Couldn't be more embarrassed. That was Astrahan's inner scream at this moment. His hand was enveloped by the warmth of hers. Astrahan's eyes flicked to Laureate's alluringly parted lips. He suddenly lowered his head. But there was no further transgression, just a gentle kiss on her hair accompanied by a melting gaze. There's nothing about you that isn't beautiful. After kissing her hair, Astrahan continued to kiss her hand. Don't need to kiss every part of you? Laureate's heart pounded, her eyes softening. Kiss the place you find most beautiful first. We'll start from there. Astrahan reached behind her head to cradle it. He gently placed a passionate kiss on her lips. Astrahan truly cherished this kiss, neither rushed nor lingering. He reluctantly parted from Laureate's soft lips. Laureate's eyes were still hazy with desire. It set both Astrahan's heart and soul ablaze. Now that the deed was done, he felt shy. Laureate cupped his cheeks and praised him. You're good. She pressed her forehead against his nose and softly promised, kiss me again next time. A few days later, at the clothing store, Laureate, as usual, went out shopping with Astrahan. She felt truly excited. Shall we go for drinks together tonight? Astrahan firmly reminded her. We're just here to buy clothes. As if teasing him, Laureate asked again, so, will you help me dress? Astrahan continued to answer her resolutely. Madame Char will help you. Laureate angrily punched his shoulder, yelling at him. You're so mean. Then she grabbed her reddened hand and complained, like punching a rock. Astrakhan chuckled to himself. He even dared to provoke Laureate. Thanks for the massage. It was wonderful. From behind Laureate, Garash appeared suddenly, holding up a sign with a single word. Help! Astrakhan seemed to be in a hurry, but he didn't forget to bow his head and ask her opinion. I'm sorry, but could you go in first, Laureate? I'll be back soon. He quickly ran off after receiving her nod. Laureate quickly opened the shop door and stepped inside. Madame Charb, startled, tried to stop her. Vite! She looked anxiously behind her, as it was too late to stop Laureate now. Seeing the person there, Laureate was terrified. It was her mother. What was she doing here at this hour? Laureate, my daughter, is that you? Both Madame Charb and Laureate truly disliked this guest's sudden appearance. However, she was an elder, so Laureate still had to greet her properly. It's been a while, mother. Her mother suddenly rushed towards her and cried out, Oh my goodness, Laureate, what are you doing here? Where have you been? I've been so worried about you. Laureate contemptuously brushed off the hand placed on her shoulder and asked, It seems you came to this shop after a high-quality oil massage, mother? Her mother was startled, but still insisted on explaining. It's because, as a duchess, Laureate didn't give her a chance to finish. I haven't seen any missing person posters during this time, mother. The duchess avoided her gaze that I couldn't do anything, you know. Laureate's hands clenched into fists. She thought, is that so? You couldn't do anything? No, don't make excuses. You could always do something, but you never did. Fury consumed Laureate. Then she heard an apology from her mother's own lips. I'm sorry. Laureate looked at her without any warmth. She thought, I can't stand this anymore. Deciding to flee, she turned to leave, but the Duchess immediately called out to her. Laureate, Laureate. She ran as fast as she could out of the shop. Laureate kept running until she reached an unfamiliar street. Yet, even here, she still didn't feel safe. Then her arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. It was Astrakhan. He had finished his business and had come looking for her, Laureate. Silence. The entire area was devoid of any noise. Perhaps it was due to the anger radiating from Astrakhan. Who made you cry? He asked, wiping away her tears. Laureate buried her face in his hand, finding comfort in his touch. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly. I'm not crying, it's just, I miss Astrakhan so much. I had to come outside. Astrakhan knew full well she was lying, but he didn't expose her. Don't lie. He comforted her. Let's go home. Let's go home today. Laureate remained silent, thinking to herself, do I even have a place to call home? I don't know anymore. Maybe not having much time left to live is a blessing in disguise. A few days later, Laureate had been acting strangely. Everyday things like their goodbye hug, usually initiated by Laureate, were different. Today, Astrakhan was the one who asked, shall we hug today too? Laureate seemed indifferent. Oh, right. She walked over and let him embrace her, then trudged back inside. Astrakhan wondered to himself, see, isn't it strange? I really want to take care of her. But today, I have a meeting concerning the peace of the country. As lovers, I wish she would tell me what's bothering her. Laureate sat on the large windowsill, looking outside at the gloomy sky. In her hand was a letter. It was from the Duchess, addressed to Laureate. Mother is sorry that the first letter she sends you is like this. Mother is writing this letter for a reason, but Mother promises there won't be another one. Chabie Chabet. Mother deeply regrets letting you go like that. Mother wants to say so much to you. Will you meet this mother of yours? 5 p.m. Let's meet at the Inmayer restaurant. Mother. Having finished reading the letter, Laureate's hand instinctively crumpled it. She curled up on the windowsill and muttered in distress. Why now? Mother wants to say so much to you. Will you meet this mother of yours? 5 p.m. Let's meet at the Inmayer restaurant. Mother. Having finished reading the letter, Laureate's hand instinctively crumpled it. She curled up on the windowsill and muttered in distress. Why now? The clock had struck past 5, the appointed time with the Duchess. She had indeed arrived early and was waiting for Laureate. Upon seeing Laureate enter, her face lit up. You came. Laureate didn't reply, but walked to the table and sat down. The Duchess eagerly pushed a plate of food towards her. Eat this first. It's cooled down a bit, but it's really delicious. Laureate suddenly remembered her mother's past scoldings. Eat in moderation. If you gain weight, you'll become unsightly. Zun doesn't want to eat with you. Go back to your room. Looking back, she was a completely different person now. Laureate went straight to the point without bothering with pleasantries. You said you wanted to talk to me. I'm only here for that reason. Tell me quickly. The Duchess clearly hadn't expected her usually obedient daughter to be so cold. Mother is sorry. I've made so many mistakes with you that I don't know where to begin apologizing. I'm sorry for not taking good care of you. I only realized after you left, after losing you, that I fell into a state of panic for a while. No one cared about me. Your father only scolded me for not fulfilling my role as head of the household. I realized then that you were the only one who cared about me. I didn't know that you were the only one who truly loved me, but I treated you coldly. Laureate couldn't bear to hear any more. She abruptly stood up, startling the Duchess. Laureate thought to herself, so she still doesn't know I'm sick. Laureate walked out without turning back, saying, "Thank you for the apology, Mother, but I'm not going back there." The Duchess was left in anguish. "I'm truly sorry. I really am." Laureate turned her head and looked at the woman with disbelief. What? Then, while she wasn't paying attention, hands reached out and grabbed her. She looked back in terror. What's happening? A hand reached out, knocking her hard to the ground, but the woman called Mother remained seated, unmoved. It turned out that the source of everything was Duke Blanche. He glanced at the unconscious Laureate being carried away and clicked his tongue. "I told Madam, the way to make a runaway daughter return isn't to apologize." A moment later, at the Blanche mansion, a pair of hands struggled to escape from cuffs that had chafed them red. Laureate felt helpless. "No matter what I do, it's no use. They lock me up and cuff my hands. Are these magic cuffs too?" She slumped down, sobbing. Looking at the large door in front of her, she thought, "I've been so hungry since yesterday that I have no strength left. I can't do anything like before." Laureate hugged herself, feeling miserable. Suddenly, a voice from outside startled her, and she looked up. "Mississippi," she called out happily. "Annie." "Yes, miss, it's me. Are you all right? You must be starving." Laureate approached the door and asked with concern, "I'm Fina. Annie. Are you doing well? Are you still healthy?" "Of course, Mississippi. What should I do, miss?" "The master seems very angry." "I won't leave you alone until morning, Mississippi. You've been through so much already." Inside, she listened in silence. Tears streamed down Annie's face as she said resolutely, "I'll do my best to save you, miss." Hearing this, Laureate jerked her head up and protested, "No, don't do that. What if you're caught?" Annie replied sadly from outside, I've regretted letting you leave like that, because I couldn't do anything to help you. This time I'll try. I won't let myself regret it again." Laureate, inside, was no better off. She rested her head against the door in anguish. Annie slowly stood up, determined. "I'll try talking to Joel the mage and steal the key. Please wait for me." With that, she quickly left. Laureate called out in a panic, Annie, no, don't." She banged on the door repeatedly, but only silence answered. The next morning, Laureate still sat motionless by the door. She slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, she glanced at the window in front of her. She tried to stand up, but the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, causing her to fall. She turned her head in question. "Who is it?" Seeing Zaon's bruised face, she was puzzled. What happened to his face? "I don't know why he's like that, but I'm glad." Duke Blanche entered and raised his voice. "I locked you up so you could think, but it seems you haven't changed. Why would you do this?" "I did nothing wrong." He grew angrier. "Nothing wrong?" "No, nothing." He didn't let her finish her sentence before he slapped Laureate hard across the face, knocking her to the ground again. She sat there trembling, clutching her shoulder in pain from the fall. As she looked up, her eyes widened in horror. Duke Blanche raised his hand once again. Then it fell, striking Laureate's face. With a continuous roar of thunder outside, he asked, "What did you do wrong?" Laureate couldn't bear it any longer and fainted before his eyes. Blanche looked down at her and said, "I spent a fortune raising you, but you dared to run away to that mansion? You want to make me a laughingstock? That bastard turned your brother into this. Until you repent, you're not going anywhere." Furious, he stormed out of the room. Only Zaon remained, with a malicious expression. He approached Laureate, sneering, "Look at your face." He grabbed her by the shirt and pulled her up. "Oh, you know how ashamed I am because of you?" Laureate looked up at him without saying a word. A moment later, a scream and a spraying sound echoed. Laureate lunged and bit Zaon's hand hard. He cried out in pain. Zaon clutched his bleeding hand, stumbling back, muttering curses. "You crazy woman." But Zaon was even more shocked to see Laureate defiantly spit the blood onto the floor, showing no fear. This sight truly terrified him. Zaon scrambled to his feet and ran, yelling, "Lock the door tight." As he ran, he cursed, "Staying with that monster Duke has driven her mad." 2. Just then, Joel arrived. Zaon quickly told Joel, "Father was right, wasn't he, Joel? I told you she was corrupted. Joel only glanced inside briefly before hurrying away, gently closing the door behind him. Lariette collapsed, exhausted. She lay sprawled on the floor, next to the pool of her wretched brother's blood. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, she thought of her beloved. Lariette murmured, "Astrakhan." His bright face and gentle smile flashed repeatedly in her mind. Happy moments with Astrakhan flitted through her thoughts. Tears streamed down her face in helpless misery, but Lariette couldn't move. She slipped deeper into unconsciousness, murmuring, "I miss you." Suddenly, Annie's voice called from outside, "Miss." Lariette startled awake. Annie shouted, "Someone has come to help you, miss." Hearing this, Lariette quickly sat up. Annie delivered the most joyous news. "He's downstairs. Duke Astrakhan. He's here." Indeed, it was Astrakhan who had come to Duke Blanche's mansion to retrieve her. Duke Blanche rushed out to greet Astrakhan. "What are you doing here? Why did you come without notice?" He reproached. How rude. Unable to stand Duke Blanche's insolent tone, Xeon gritted his teeth and snapped, "How dare you?" But Astrakhan didn't want to waste time with such a person, so he went straight to the point. "That I've come to get my beloved." Duke Blanche, starting to feel apprehensive, denied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Duke Astrakhan reiterated more clearly for him to understand. "I'm here to take Lariette, Duke Blanche." But he still had the audacity to ask Astrakhan in return, "Are you saying you've come here to brazenly kidnap my daughter?" Though he spoke boldly, Duke Blanche was inwardly terrified by Astrakhan's overwhelming presence. He hadn't even bothered to ask permission. Astrakhan, maintaining his composure, advanced step by step and said, "It would be best for both of us if you let me take her quickly. To find my beloved, I'm determined to do whatever it takes to bring her home." Inside the room, Lariette struggled to her feet and called out, "What did you say?" "Astrakhan is here," Annie replied. "Joel recognized him and told me." Lariette rushed to the window to confirm. Catching a glimpse of Astrakhan's figure, she immediately recognized him. "It's him." Lariette's heart leaped with joy. "He's come to save me." Deeply moved that he had come for her, Lariette quickly grabbed a curtain and pulled it down. Determined to escape, she thought, "Astrakhan, wait for me." She wrapped the curtain around the handle and then swung it with all her might, smashing the window pane. Unhesitatingly, Lariette stepped onto the sharp shards of glass. She made her way to the balcony railing. Lariette shouted at the top of her lungs, "Astrakhan!" Hearing her voice, Astrakhan spun around in surprise. Without hesitation, Lariette stepped onto the balcony railing and jumped. Astrakhan immediately ran towards her. Duke Blanche stood dumbfounded, simply watching. Joel helped Lariette by creating a magical circle to cushion her fall. Just in time, Astrakhan reached her and caught her in his arms. Lariette fell into his embrace. Both of them smiled joyfully after everything they had been through. Seeing the bruise on Lariette's face, Astrakhan couldn't hide his anger. He growled furiously, "Who hit you?" Astrakhan's anger was palpable, his teeth gritted and veins bulging. His face, filled with murderous intent, turned towards the Duke with a questioning glare. Both the Duke and Joel trembled before Astrakhan's menacing aura. Astrakhan's face darkened with rage, his killing intent radiating outwards. He spoke in a terrifying voice, "I'll kill him." Astrakhan's fury reached its peak. He glared at Duke Blanche with pure hatred. But Lariette gently cupped his face and whispered, "Astrakhan." She nuzzled against him and murmured, "Let's go home. I want to go home, to our home." Her tenderness calmed Astrakhan. He said to her with joy, "All right, let's go home, to our home." Duke Blanche, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly snapped out of it. He hurried after Astrakhan, shouting, "Where are you taking my daughter?" Astrakhan turned and looked at him with a gaze as sharp as a bullet. Lariette, her face filled with sorrow, avoided his eyes. Seeing the bruise on Lariette's cheek, he thought fearfully, "Did I hit her that hard?" Lariette glanced at Joel, standing behind the Duke, and thought, "Thank you, Joel. You've helped me so much. Thank you. I'll never forget what you've done for me." Then they all boarded the carriage and returned to the mansion. Astrakhan broke the handcuffs on Lariette's wrists with his bare hands. Upon arriving at the mansion, Hallstein, the butler, was alarmed to see Lariette covered in injuries. "Oh my, I'll call a doctor right away." Astrakhan replied softly, "Thank you." They both returned to the bedroom. Lariette reached out to him coquettishly. Astrakhan. She hugged Astrakhan tightly and said, "Thank you for coming to save me." Astrakhan furrowed his brow in thought. Although her wounds are severe, she's not blaming me, but thanking me, while I'm thinking of ways to ruin that family. I can't believe they dared to do that to my Lariat. He nuzzled his head against her chest and said in a remorseful voice, "I'm sorry I was late." Lariat's eyes glistened as she looked at him. Touched, she lifted Astrakhan's face and asked, "May I kiss you? I really want to kiss you right now." Astrakhan immediately agreed. "If you'll allow me." They leaned close, their lips meeting. Lariat kissed him deeply. Astrakhan moved closer to her. Suddenly, Lariat cried out. Worried, Astrakhan stopped and asked, "Are you hurt?" Lariat pulled him back down, kissed him again, and said, "Don't stop." Astrakhan followed Lariat's lead. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist and lifted her. They continued their lovemaking on the bed. Lariat gently released her lips from his. She leaned back and breathed, Astrakhan. Astrakhan asked with concern, "Are you tired?" His face flushed, but Astrakhan whined, "But it's not enough." He pulled Lariat close and asked, "Can I kiss you again?" "No matter how much I kiss you, it's still not enough. If I could, I'd devour you whole from head to toe. Consume all of you, just for myself." Lariat smiled, and then suddenly said, "I like you." Then Lariat realized but fleeting thoughts still crossed her mind. I really like Astrakhan, even though I know we'll have to part ways soon. I know how this will end, but I can't stop liking him." Astrakhan sweetly reciprocated Lariat's confession. "I like you very much, too." Astrakhan continued to think. "I think about being in bed with her every night. For the first time in my life, I look forward to the sunrise and the start of a new day. For the first time, I realize how worth living each day is. Just a single word from her can send me to hell or heaven. My whole being shattered when I saw her injured. Even if I used all the words in the world, I couldn't describe the love I have for her." Astrakhan suddenly pushed Lariat down onto the bed. He braced himself face to face with her. Astrakhan looked directly into Lariat's beautiful face and thought to himself, "So I will love you with my life." Lariat suddenly remembered her injuries and paused to consider, "Is my body all right? Can I do this?" Astrakhan lowered his head slightly and said gently, "Although I'm about to go crazy, we need to treat your wounds first." Astrakhan restrained himself, nuzzling his head against her and continuing, "It's not time yet. I'm trying very hard to be patient, because I'm afraid the curse will taint you." Astrakhan rested his head on Lariat's shoulder for a long while. Lariat smiled, caressed his cheek, and said, "It's decided then." Astrakhan called her name affectionately, and the two were about to continue their passionate kiss. Lariat. Then suddenly, Hallstein, the butler, burst into the room without knocking, shouting, "Lady Lariat." With an overjoyed expression, Hallstein announced, "The divine priest has arrived." This caused the two, who were being intimate on the bed, to freeze. As expected, Doha was furious when he saw Lariat injured. His face darkened. "Who did this?" Doha gritted his teeth, his voice becoming even more menacing. "Who dared?" Lariat could only avoid his gaze and chuckle nervously. "Ha." Doha suppressed his anger and said to her calmly, "I remember telling you not to get hurt." He added, "You seem to disregard my words, don't you?" He looked at her arm, covered in scratches. At that moment, Lariat suddenly remembered the bracelet that he had given her. Feeling guilty, Lariat quickly hid her bare arm and explained, "It was so beautiful that I felt bad wearing it." Doha remained silent, thinking. He was furious inside that someone had hurt her where he couldn't see. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. Looking at Lariat's dry lips, he couldn't help but think, especially those lips. So irritating. Suddenly, Doha pulled her head closer and said, "Come here, Lari." Doha used his healing magic on her. Before Lariat could understand what was happening, Doha brought his face close to hers. While healing her, he questioned, "Your lover?" Hearing that, Lariat flinched like a startled kitten and quickly explained, No, I was kidnapped." Doha shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. "I didn't say anything." Doha's thoughts continued to churn. Kidnapped? He had told Astrakhan to protect her. He cursed Astrakhan inwardly. How humiliating. That wretched Duke Astrakhan. Doha continued using his healing magic, causing the wounds on Lariat's body to gradually disappear. He gently helped her sit down on a chair and asked, "Are you in pain?" He took the opportunity to touch her again. She replied, "No, I'm fine." Doha wasn't angry about her forgetting the bracelet. Instead, he gently reminded her, "Don't forget to wear the bracelet and keep it with you. It has healing magic." Lariat replied, a little embarrassed, Doha stood up and suddenly exclaimed, "Lari, You have a wound on your face. He used the healing process as another excuse to touch her. Lariat quickly explained, it's nothing, just a little swollen. But Doha insisted. Stay still. Lariat obediently remained silent, allowing Doha to treat her. Doha knew that if she saw his lust, she would despise him. Imagining that terrible scenario, he thought to himself, that would be nice, but I don't want to lose this relationship. Suddenly, Lariat bit her lip and cried out. Ugh. Doha asked with concern, does it hurt somewhere? Lariat looked at her injured feet, trying to hide her pain. She said, no, it's nothing. Doha glanced down and immediately understood. He tossed his coat down and knelt at her feet. Doha lifted one of Lariat's feet, his expression filled with pity. He said, you're just going to leave it like this. Then, he carefully began removing the shards of glass with his fingers. Lariat was incredibly embarrassed. She avoided his gaze, repeatedly saying, it's dirty. Because Lariat always thought of Doha as a good person, she didn't want him to see her like this because Doha grew up surrounded by happiness. But she didn't know that behind that aura of light, he had experienced such dark days. That night, in Astrakhan's bedroom, he slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his bare shoulders, and gently asked her, are you really all right? Lariat, lying on the bed, calmly replied, I've been treated, so I feel much better. I can do it. Astrakhan spoke in a low, warm voice. I'm afraid you'll be exhausted. These easily misunderstood words caused Lariat to blush. Astrakhan stood before her, shirtless, and softly said, then, let's try. Astrakhan shyly stepped onto the bed. He obediently sat waiting in front of her like a puppy. Lariat reached out to his chest, mottled with the marks of the curse. She slowly used her power to cleanse Astrakhan, as always. After many days, Lariat finally completed the cleansing. She smiled brightly and told Astrakhan, your upper body is cleansed. Astrakhan, looking at his body now free of any trace of the curse, was incredibly grateful. Astrakhan's voice trembled as he said, thank you so much. Lariat replied, are you already this grateful for just this much? Then she placed a kiss on his cheek. I'll cleanse your entire body, but it will be quick. Suddenly realizing something was amiss with her words, Lariat looked up, blushing at him. She turned away, thinking to herself, wait, how can I cleanse his lower body? Should I ask him to take off his pants? She turned back and waved her hands dismissively, changing the subject. The cleansing will take quite a bit of time. Let's rest first. But the more she spoke, the more awkward it became, and Lariat's face flushed even redder. So, let's do it next time. At that moment, Astrakhan spoke up shyly that area is still normal. I was afraid you'd misunderstand, so Lariat, mortified and sweating, stood up stiffly and fumbled to leave. I'll excuse myself. Astrakhan's ears were also bright red. Lariat was too embarrassed to look at Astrakhan. She thought to herself, this is crazy. To break the awkward silence, Astrakhan invited Lariat, let's eat something together. She immediately replied, yes. After their meal, Lariat returned to her room. She relaxed and stretched out on the bed, thinking, so much has happened today. I'm grateful to Astrakhan for coming to save me, and to Doha for healing me. Most of all, Annie and Joel also saved me. Lariat was very grateful to them. I want to take her with me. But how can I, a freeloader, dare to ask? Why did I have to sacrifice myself for that family? If I hadn't known I was going to die, I probably would have been trapped in that house forever. Because I'm so happy, I feel anxious. Because I'm happy, I don't want to die. Then she thought of Astrakhan again, because I like his thoughtfulness, his cute face that only I know, that's silent jealousy. I like Astrakhan. Despite having acknowledged her feelings, Lariat couldn't avoid negative thoughts. But it seems like Astrakhan doesn't like me that much. Even if I die, he'll be fine. He's only been my lover for 3 months. Thinking of this, Lariat sorrowfully clutched the sheets. She was sinking into these thoughts when suddenly, a loud clap of thunder boomed outside, startling her. A hallucination appeared before her eyes. He stood before the storm outside the window, reaching out. A flash of lightning streaked across the hallucination as if trying to grab her. Terrified, Lariat quickly covered her ears with her hands and recoiled. Her hands trembled. The hallucination grew larger, merging with the sound of the wind and rain that haunted her. Lariat clutched her head, screaming silently, no way. Lariat released her hands and quickly left the bed. She dashed out, silently crying for help. Help, help me. Someone please help me. Hearing the commotion, Astrakhan opened his door just as she ran past his room. Astrakhan gasped. Lariat. Lariat's eyes were still wide with fear, but when she saw him, she stopped. Astrakhan. Astrakhan asked in surprise. What's wrong? Then he opened the door wider and told her. It's a bit cold out here. Come inside first. Lariat trembled as she stepped in and replied, Yes. Astrakhan sat beside her on the sofa. Lariat was still shaking from what had just happened. Astrakhan tried to calm her down by saying, Would you like some tea? I haven't had any yet, so you can have some. He continued to ask, Are you hurt somewhere? Lariat's voice trembled as she spoke. No, it's just, I'm afraid of thunder. More than the thunder, I think I'm afraid of being alone. Suddenly, another clap of thunder echoed outside. Lariat jumped in fright and threw her arms around him. Astrakhan's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Lariat so vulnerable. Astrakhan looked at her small, trembling shoulders within his embrace. He simply held her tightly to help her calm down. Outside the window, the wind and rain raged, but the two sat there in silence for a long time. The horrific memories of the war Astrakhan had fought in years ago resurfaced in his mind. Astrakhan remembered the image of his wounded soldier desperately pleading with him. Help me, your grace. Please help me. The soldier, covered in injuries, clung to Astrakhan, weeping and begging. I don't want to die like this. At that time, he had also been incredibly helpless, only able to watch without being able to do anything, just like now. With Lariat trembling in his arms, Astrakhan lowered his head and held her tighter. Lariat asked him, Can I sleep here tonight? She pleaded, Please hold my hand. Hearing her say that, his face flushed. Lariat asked again, Is it okay? Still not hearing a response, she started to pull away, embarrassed. It's okay. I can sleep alone. I'm sorry for such an unreasonable request. Astrakhan finally snapped back to reality. Suddenly, another loud clap of thunder boomed outside. Lariat cried out in fear, covering her head and crouching down. She trembled and covered her ears with her hands. But this time was different from before. This time, Astrakhan was with her. He pulled her into his arms and looked at her tenderly. Lariat gradually calmed down. Astrakhan gently comforted her. Everything's all right now. Lariat smiled and replied, Thank you. Then he responded to her earlier request. You can sleep in my room. Lariat rubbed his hand and replied, Thank you so much. But Astrakhan's bravado only lasted until they got into bed. Astrakhan was constantly anxious, while Lariat was incredibly excited. She promised him, I swear I won't do anything, so don't worry. Astrakhan still tried to sound brave, replying, I'm not worried about anything. Lariat knew immediately he was lying. She poked him playfully and teased, Liar. Astrakhan was shy like a young girl. He told her, Don't do that. But Lariat continued to tease him, causing Astrakhan to cry out, Stop it. Seeing that Lariat wouldn't stop, Astrakhan grabbed her hand. Please, don't make me do something to you. Another clap of thunder sounded. Lariat tried to maintain a calm expression, but her body trembled. Astrakhan noticed and thought to himself, She's deliberately teasing me. Even though she's scared, she's still trying to act like she's fine. Then he gently intertwined his fingers with hers. Astrakhan continued to think, Why do you try to endure it alone when I want you to rely on me? I wish you could trust me with everything you have. He lay down beside her and pulled her into his arms. Only then did the vague unease within him disappear. The scene changed to Duke Blanche's mansion. He was angrily smashing things in his room and yelling. Why? Why hasn't anyone come? A servant fearfully replied, I tried contacting them, but they said there are no divine priests available at the moment. But that answer only enraged him further. Duke Blanche roared, Is that supposed to make sense? He frowned and thought. After Lariat's arrest, the Duke had a conversation with Jira. He said, It seems that Duke Blanche's daughter has been seriously injured. She wasn't like this until yesterday. Not wanting to tarnish his reputation, he reasoned, compared to making a fuss and spreading rumors that I hit my daughter, letting Lariat go was the only way to avoid damage. Jira looked at his face and thought to himself, What is he thinking? Just then, Zeon came down the stairs. He met Jira's sharp gaze. It was the same look Jira had given him when Duke Astrakhan came to take Lariat home. Zeon flinched, lost his footing, and fell, shouting repeatedly, No, this can't be happening. He fell down the stairs, breaking both his legs. Duke Blanche paced back and forth in the room, his heart burning with anxiety. Both of his son's legs were broken, and not a single divine priest was available to heal him. What was he supposed to do? Only in times of hardship like this did he think of his daughter. If Lariat were here, Zeon could have been healed. Damn it, she disappears when I need her most. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped, exclaiming, "There's no other way." The Duke quickly ordered a servant, "Prepare the carriage immediately. I must go to the temple." Upon arriving at the temple, Duke Blanche caused a commotion. He stood before the divine priests and berated them endlessly. "I want him healed immediately. There are so many of you, and not one can heal him. This arrogant bunch." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who dares to cause a disturbance in the Antio temple?" The whole group bowed deeply, greeting him, Lord Michael. He turned around in surprise, looking at Doha, and thought to himself, the successor to the Pope, Michael Doha Valiant. Doha glanced at him with a sidelong look. He pretended ignorance, asking, "What's going on here?" But in reality, everything was going according to his plan. Doha rejoiced inwardly. "Finally, it's my turn." Duke Blanche hesitated slightly in front of Doha. He thought to himself, "I can't act rashly in front of the future pope." Zahn, exasperated, raised his voice to ask Doha, "But why is the temple management like this?" He was immediately stopped by the Duke, who cut him off. "We sincerely apologize for disturbing you." He humbled himself before Doha, carefully choosing his words. "My son is in urgent need of treatment, so I'm a bit on edge. That's why I came here." Zahn, lacking tact, exclaimed angrily, "Well." Doha looked at the Duke and thought, "I didn't give anyone permission to come." Immediately, he put on his masterful acting skills and politely said, "Oh dear, it seems my subordinates have made a mistake." He gave a sinister smile and continued, "I will treat your son as an apology." But the foolish Duke didn't realize this. Overjoyed, as if he had struck gold, he exclaimed, "The high priest will treat him? What an honor!" Inwardly, he scorned both Doha and Astrakhan. Treated by that stuck-up high priest? Even Duke Astrakhan doesn't get this treatment. Duke Blanche even thought about befriending Doha. "If I have a good relationship with the future pope, perhaps the day I regain my glory isn't far off." Then Doha said politely to Zahn, "Then please, young master, follow me." Duke Blanche turned back and whispered to Zayon, "He's the future pope. Behave yourself." He replied, "Yes." Then Doha led Zayon to his room. Zayon looked around curiously while Doha gently closed the door. Doha suddenly asked, "How did you get injured?" Zayon didn't understand Doha's curiosity, but he still replied, "I slipped and..." Before he could finish, Doha quickly stepped towards Zayon, interrupting him. "If so, was this wound also from slipping?" As he spoke, Doha grabbed Zayon's hand and lifted it forcefully, making him cry out, "Ah!" On Zayon's hand was the bite mark from Lariette from the day she was kidnapped. Doha stared at the bite mark, thinking to himself, although Lariette's teeth marks are quite adorable. Hey! On Zayon's hand was the bite mark from Lariette from the day she was kidnapped. Doha stared at the bite mark, thinking to himself, although Lariette's teeth marks are quite adorable. Zayon's face flushed with anger. Doha quickly released his hand and calmly said, "Ah, I apologize." Without another word, Doha placed his hand on Zayon's head and cast some sort of spell on him. Doha thought to himself, "I can't let Lariette's mark remain on this guy." Zayon seemed to be growing increasingly insolent. He suddenly started insulting Doha, a lowborn, the successor to the Pope, Michael Doha Valiant, son of a prostitute who rolled around in the streets. "Do you know there are a lot of rumors going around outside, you lowly bastard?" Doha was a little irritated. He revealed his true colors and said to Zayon, "Duke Astrakhan was a bit too lenient with you, wasn't he?" He whispered close to Zayon's ear, making sure he heard every word. "A stubborn, ignorant fool like you, and this is all you can manage?" Doha threatened him. "Your arms and legs should have been cut off. How dare you?" With just a few taunts, Doha hit Zayon's nerve, making him feel both ashamed and furious. Zayon lunged at him, yelling, "You bastard!" But Doha simply dodged his attack with a slight lean. He even took advantage of the situation and swept Zayon's leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. Zayon started to feel fear. He thought to himself, how did he dodge that? As if reading his mind, Doha said, "Someone who's lived on the streets can easily avoid someone as pampered as you." Doha stepped closer to Zayon. He continued, "This fight is nothing compared to what I've done to survive." Zayon tried to get up, but couldn't. He kept groaning, "I'm so dizzy." Doha smiled and leaned down, softly asking Zayon, "Dizzy, are you?" Zayon asked, trembling, "What did you do?" Doha sat down and said, "Just a little adjustment to your magic circuits." He smiled a satisfied smile and continued, "At this rate, you'll only live for 2 more months. What do you think about that?" Zayon was furious, but in his current state, all he could do was lie there and curse, "You madman." Doha smiled, watching Zayon writhe on the ground. Then his expression turned icy as he said, I'm not some divine being, so I can't help you. And of course, no one else can help you either. I think you should know your place. Young Master Blanche. Zayon was helpless, unable to move. He cursed inwardly, damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't want to die, especially like this. Finally, Zayon humbled himself and pleaded with Doha. What do I have to do? But Doha wasn't about to relent. He placed his hand on Zayon's head and threatened, if you dare touch Lariette again, you can start preparing for your death. The scene changes to the next morning at Duke Astrahan's mansion. Lariette had just woken up. She gazed at Astrahan, drooling. Thank God. Astrahan opened his eyes and looked at her tenderly, asking, You're awake? Seeing this incredibly handsome face in the morning is truly heaven. Lariette quickly wiped the drool from her mouth and asked Astrahan, You don't look well. Didn't you sleep? Astrahan sat up and replied, No. Lariette asked in surprise, Hey, don't tell me you only slept for an hour or two. Astrahan continued to deny it. No. In truth, he hadn't slept at all last night. He asked her, What are you planning to do today? Lariette suddenly gave him a suggestive look and replied, I was thinking of calling Doha over. Astrahan froze at this. Then his jaw dropped, and he blushed, embarrassed. Lariette couldn't help but laugh at his expression. She said, I'm just kidding. Astrahan slumped, thinking to himself, right? Sleeping together for one night is enough. Astrahan had stayed awake all night. I couldn't sleep a wink all night. I don't think I can handle any more of this. Early in the morning, Astrakhan hurriedly left his room. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Hallstein, the butler. Startled, Astrakhan asked, What are you doing here? Hallstein clasped his hands, eyes brimming with tears, and said, Master, I have always believed in you, Master. Astrakhan froze, stiff as a board, not understanding what he was doing. Hallstein gestured excitedly in front of him. He continued joyfully, I always believed this day would come. I was certain of it. Astrakhan stood frozen, watching Hallstein's antics. Without waiting for a response, Hallstein rambled on, What will the wedding be like? How will it be organized? And the wedding dress? Of course, the wedding must be organized according to the young lady's preferences. Before Astrakhan could understand what was happening, he was swept away by Hallstein's words. Naturally, the Astrakhan family wedding must be magnificent, mustn't it, Master? If the young lady doesn't mind, the wedding could even be more extravagant than a royal one. The princess's room will be painted gold. Astrakhan couldn't take it anymore and covered Hallstein's mouth. Hallstein, stop it. Hallstein, looking sulky, protested. Why are you telling me to stop? We'll be very busy later. We have to prepare in advance. He continued, Marriage is a major event. It cannot be handled carelessly. Astrakhan, hearing him suddenly mention this, thought to himself, my wedding. He worried, would it be appropriate? Someone like me. But now, Astrakhan was no longer alone. He had Lariette by his side. The negative thoughts gradually faded. Astrakhan always wanted to be with her. However, he still hoped for a marriage between them. Astrakhan imagined a future where they lived happily ever after together. He wanted to fulfill the vow of staying by her side for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Astrakhan blushed, covering his mouth with his hand and thinking to himself, it's still a bit early. Then he turned to Hallstein and said, I haven't made any plans for marriage yet. Hearing this, the butler was thunderstruck. He exclaimed in bewilderment, But you two slept together. Astrakhan, still embarrassed, turned his face away and replied, We didn't cross the line. I have to go out now. You should get ready too. Hallstein was so shocked he was speechless. He muttered himself, What? So all my plans for the master's wedding are down the drain? Then Hallstein pondered further. Perhaps that's the case. It must be because he's been too busy with his conquests. In Hallstein's imagination, Astrakhan became a soft, inexperienced young bachelor. Hallstein stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the images in his head. But then he lowered his head, a sly smile spreading across his face, and murmured, Then what I can do for the master is. That morning, Lariette also went out. She took a carriage to the temple. Lariette stepped out of the carriage, thinking to herself, I'm going to see Doha without any notice. The young divine attendant, seeing her enter, asked, Why is the young lady here? Lariette honestly replied, I'm here to see your friend, Doha. The divine attendant asked again, In his position, Lariette replied that he was a low-ranking divine attendant. Hearing this, the young divine attendant was taken aback, confused. Lariette, fearing he didn't know who she meant, added, He's the one with the beautiful silver hair. She still didn't know that Doha was the next pope. But thankfully, Joshua arrived just in time. He told her, "I know him. Please follow me, Mississippi." Laureate happily replied, "Thank you." Then, Laureate was led to an extremely spacious and luxurious room. She looked around and remarked, "He's just a divine attendant, but he gets to stay in a room like this?" It seems the Antion temple is quite wealthy. Doha slightly opened the door and stepped inside. He asked, "Why did you come here without telling me beforehand?" He seemed flustered because, upon hearing of her unexpected arrival, Doha had hurriedly prepared himself, having just changed his clothes. Laureate innocently replied, "It was just on a whim." "You were surprised, weren't you?" Doha pretended to act normal so she wouldn't be suspicious. "Yes, I was very surprised. Extremely surprised." Gradually regaining his composure, Doha asked her curiously, "So what are you doing here?" "Don't tell me you just came to surprise me." Laureate honestly answered, "I came to thank you for healing me, and I want to ask you a favor." Doha lowered his gaze in thought. "Ask a favor? Is this woman approaching me because she wants something from me?" Laureate, with a determined expression, voiced her desire. "Please teach me magic." Hearing her request, Doha was taken aback, but he still politely replied, "But I'm just a divine attendant, Mississippi." Laureate explained, "The nature of holy power and magic seems similar. Moreover, I'm also a purification mage, so..." Doha thought to himself, "Of course I know she's a purification mage." Laureate continued, "Although I have access to a lot of magic, I can't control it because I haven't properly learned it." She had always wanted to learn magic properly because the events of the past had made her realize, "I don't want to be powerless when faced with situations like that again. I want to be able to protect myself." Laureate tried to persuade Doha to teach her magic. "If it's you, Doha, I completely trust you. You're the only one who can help me. I don't know any other mages." Doha indulged her wish, smiling meaningfully as he replied, "Alrik, Laureate." Then, leaning closer to her face, he asked, "But if I help you, you'll help me too, won't you, Laureate?" "No matter what." After making his offer, Doha looked at Laureate with a cunning gaze. He smirked, waiting for her answer. But Laureate's response always left him speechless. "That sounds like a scam. This girl is beautiful, but she's not stupid." Laureate, incredibly alert, replied, "What if you tell me to carve your name on my butt or dance in the street?" Laureate's example made Doha burst out laughing, covering his face with his hand. Doha, trying to stifle his laughter, told her, "Yeah, we should be clear. Let's write a contract." He continued, "So, the decision is that you'll accept if the request isn't unreasonable." Then, pointing at her, he added, "Laureate, decide based on your conscience." Doha concluded, "Isn't this a groundbreaking condition?" Laureate, finding it agreeable, cheerfully consented deal. Suddenly, with an expectant look, Laureate said to him, "So, since we are at it, shall we start today?" Thoughts gradually surfaced in Doha's mind. "Laurie, you make me feel intrigued. You make me want to move closer to you. I want to know everything about you. Perhaps this interest is only temporary. I'll be the first to taste the bait." He maintained his bright smile and replied, "All right." Just then, Joshua knocked and entered, announcing, "Doha, someone is looking for you." Having his fun interrupted, Doha glanced at Joshua questioningly. "That old man again?" Joshua simply looked away, avoiding eye contact. Doha turned back to Laureate, feigning disappointment. "I apologize. It seems I can't today." Laureate waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I came unannounced. You're so busy, and I've interrupted you." Doha smiled. "I'll come find you soon." He walked out of the room, not forgetting to put on a small act with Joshua so Laureate wouldn't be suspicious. "Thank you, Senior, for letting me borrow your room." Laureate, still unaware of his true identity, cheerfully said to Joshua, "Thank you for letting us use your room." Joshua watched the two of them, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Laureate skipped away, completely unsuspecting, thinking to herself, maybe his room wasn't suitable, so he had to borrow someone else's. I probably shouldn't be so persistent in seeking him out. Doha and Joshua went out to see her off, Doha whispering teasingly to Joshua, "Your acting was terrible." Joshua retorted sarcastically, "Because I'm not as deceitful as you, my Kai. This is basic decency for those who live in Antion." After Laureate left, Doha turned to Joshua and asked, "But it's that old man again?" Joshua, leading the way for Doha, replied, "Yes, divine attendant Gibran Pharaoh is looking for you." Doha sighed wearily. Is he trying to blame me for something again? As he walked, Doha pondered, the Pope's health must not be good, which is why he's acting like this. Is he afraid I'll become Pope and obstruct him? The scene changed to the Astrakhan ducal residence. Arriving home at the same time as Astrakhan, Laureate rushed to hug him. "What a coincidence that we arrived home together." Astrakhan thought happily to himself. Even though today was boring, just being with Lariette makes me happy. Was it the purification magic? My heart feels cleansed too. Suddenly, Hostin, the butler, spoke up. Master Miss, I apologize, but I asked the new maid to wash the blankets, and she soaked them all in water and left them there. Using all his dramatic flair, the butler continued, the master's blankets are fine, but there are no blankets left for the Mississippi. But Astrakhan wasn't easily fooled by Hostin's antics. He immediately replied, then we'll just go out and buy some. Hostin tried to salvage the situation by backpedaling that I've looked in many shops, but none are suitable for the Astrakhan residents. Furthermore, they said it would take several days to receive them. He then tried to persuade Astrakhan, we can't give the miss anything subpar. Lariette spoke up that I'm fine. But no matter what Hostin tried, he couldn't outsmart Astrakhan, who immediately came up with a solution. Astrakhan suggested to Lariette, you can use mine. Lariette turned to him that I couldn't possibly take Astrakhan's. But Astrakhan insisted, it's all right. It gets very cold at night, so it's best not to catch a cold. Lariette continued, last time, it was just because I fell into the fountain. Butler Hostin, watching the two go back and forth, became flustered. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. At his wit's end, Hostin blurted out, how about you two share a room for one more night? This was exactly what Lariette wanted, so she readily agreed. If that's the case, then everything's settled, right? Astrakhan, still embarrassed, spoke up about that. Lariette feigned a pout. What? You don't want to sleep with me? The thought made Astrakhan even more flustered. It's not that, but seeing that things seemed to be resolved, Lariette turned away. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. She glanced back at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Don't worry, I won't jump you like yesterday. Astrakhan's mind raced. That's not what I'm worried about. He thought anxiously, but he went along with Lariette. Fine, I'll just endure it. Don't worry. That evening, Astrakhan paced nervously in his room, waiting for Lariette. Hearing footsteps, he stopped and looked over. Lariette, dressed in her night clothes, greeted him cheerfully. Astrakhan, I'm here. She beamed like a child, showing off a treat that I brought cake. They both sat down. Astrakhan asked, are you going to eat it now? Lariette replied, yes. Try to guess what kind of cake it is. Lariette asked playfully, but Astrakhan, racking his brain, mumbled, whipped cream. Lariette responded brightly, exactly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the cake. Oh, you like cake? Without hesitation, Astrakhan replied yes. He thought to himself, from now on, I will like cake. Lariette handed him the plate. I heard this shop's cake is really good. Astrakhan took a bite of the cake, then offered it to her. You eat first. A bit of cream stuck to the corner of Lariette's lip, giving her pause. She reached for a napkin, thinking, I can't tease him like usual. If I try anything sly now, Astrakhan will run for the hills. Suddenly, Astrakhan cupped her face and pulled her close. He leaned in and asked, didn't you say lovers wipe it off for each other? Inside the room, they shared a kiss. Lariette peeked at his eyes. His gaze seemed to want to devour her. Flustered, she gently pushed him away to, I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. Astrakhan pushed back, leaned in again, his finger lightly touching her lips, just a little more. I'm still hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed her again. His hand had found its way to her waist, gently squeezing, causing Lariette to moan softly. His actions made her blush even deeper. After a moment, Astrakhan slowly pulled away from her lips. Now, he said, a slight smile playing on his lips, I feel a bit fuller. But his smile held a hint of mischief. This mischievous smile made Lariette so embarrassed that she jumped up. Without hesitation, she ran to the bed. Astrakhan remained seated, observing her adorable embarrassment. Lying on the bed, she suddenly called his name. Astrakhan. He stood up and walked towards the bed. Yes, he replied as he walked. Lariette buried her face in the pillow that we need to finish the purification quickly. Reaching the bed, he lay down beside her and asked, what will you do? After the purification is successful, she said with a teasing smile. I don't know. She cheerfully wished him good night. Good night, my love. When Astrakhan said this, his cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. After a while, seemingly sure she was fast asleep, he turned to look at her, my Larry's. If you stay by my side forever, I can suppress my base desires and possessive urges. While he was still lost in thought, Larry's hand suddenly reached towards him. Perhaps due to a dream, she clung tightly to him and murmured mine. She continued to hold him close. Astrakhan easily felt something soft pressed against his arm. He blushed crimson with embarrassment. His shoulder twitched, wanting to move away, but if he did, she would wake up. Somewhere, a little voice inside him wanted to ask, is it my turn yet? Astrakhan struggled mentally with his embarrassment and kicked away that little voice as if chasing away other thoughts. Go away. Now Larry's had placed her leg over him, a small smile playing on her lips. It seemed she was having a pleasant dream. He trembled continuously, his face flushed. This is a bit. As expected, the next morning, Larry's woke up, and it seemed her pleasant dream had left her full of energy. Astrakhan lay in bed, looking like he'd lost his soul, thinking to himself, I didn't get any sleep last night either. Larry's noticed a note on the table. It rained last night, so the blankets aren't dry yet. You two will probably have to share a room for a few more days. I'll bring your meals to your room. After reading the note left by the butler, Larry said, that's what he said. Astrakhan sat on the bed, his face darkening. Just kill me now. And the fourth day arrived. He finally got some sleep. Larry's whispered, Astrakhan, are you asleep? Really asleep? She propped herself up, looking at him sleeping soundly. Looking at his handsome face, she couldn't help but sigh internally. He's even handsome when he's sleeping. He truly is a gift from the heavens. But as he slept, Astrakhan let out a small cry. He frowned and mumbled in his sleep, stop it, mother. This made Larry's, who was admiring his face, freeze. I've heard rumors about Astrakhan. They say that his parents, the Duke and Duchess, passed away when he was very young. Not only did he lose all his property and title to distant relatives, he was forced to go to war with a cursed body. Seeing him continuously frown in his sleep, she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He suffered so much since he was young. The only thing I can do for him is to lift the curse. I will definitely purify the curse for you, both heart and body. I will help you live a normal and happy life, like everyone else. Thinking of this, Larry's could picture him happily chatting with others, his face full of life and joy. She unconsciously murmured, then, even if I leave, you'll still be happy. As soon as she finished speaking, his hand suddenly gripped her wrist. He had woken up at some point. What did you say? Did you just say you were going to leave? Astrakhan seemed to have struck a nerve. Larry's flusteredly denied it. Me? Go where? I don't have anywhere else to go. He released her wrist and said worriedly, I heard you say you were leaving. She gave a strained smile and helped him lie down on the bed. Where could I go now? Larry's thought to herself, the contract still has 1 month left. I'll be so sorry to part with him. It's a good thing I only like him and haven't fallen in love. Astrakhan lay on the bed, being comforted by her like a child. Please stay by my side. She smiled gently. Yes, I'll stay by your side. I'll stay with you until the contract ends. The next morning, Astrakhan sat up in bed, remembering last night's dream. I had a rather nice dream last night, but I can't remember anything now. Larry's had also woken up, leaning against his back. She softly asked, did you sleep well? In your condition, we should gradually purify your lower body. Suddenly, they both looked up at each other in a daze. Purify his lower body. Astrakhan felt as if his little friend down there was cheering up. Thank goodness you two haven't forgotten about me. Both she and he blushed with embarrassment. Larry's blushed and stood up. Let's save the purification for later. I have to go see Madame Chavet for a bit. You have to go to the palace, right? Astrakhan thought to himself, since there are signs of war brewing in Danube, it will be difficult for us to spend time together. At that moment, Larry's looked at him excitedly. Can you do anything with me later? Astrakhan replied in surprise, anything. He thought to himself, embarrassed, she probably won't ask me to do anything strange. But outwardly, he replied coolly yes. Hearing him agree, she smiled brightly. Great. On her list, she had written down many things to do with him, such as swimming, hot springs, the beach, festivals, night views, and parties. Cut to an exterior scene. Larry's is with Duchess Sabbath. The man on the roof is a high-ranking member and captain of Renoche, named Zira. He's been tasked with protecting Larry's. After observing for a while, he looked at the 2 women below and thought, what the hell am I doing? Below, Madame Sabbath apologized profusely to Larry's. I'm so sorry for sending you a letter without your permission. Larry smiled reassuringly. It's all right. It's not your fault. Still worried, she took Larry's hand and continued, I've decided not to receive the Blanche family anymore. Of course, you're an exception. Hearing this, Larry's thought, the Blanche family doesn't have much money left anyway, so they can't afford to be extravagant. Then she looked out the door and asked, but is someone here? Seeing a figure behind the curtain, she said, yes, let me move. The visitor quickly pulled back the curtain and said, no, there's no need. A beautiful figure appeared, smiling. Long time no see, Larry's Blanche. Recognizing the visitor, Larry's quickly curtsied. Greetings, princess. She thought to herself, it's so awkward to see her again. The visitor was Elizabeth Haxon, a princess known for her breathtaking beauty since birth. Among the marriage proposals the emperor offered her, she chose Zeon. It had been a good choice before the Blanche family collapsed. Flashback image. Zeon yelling at Elizabeth, "Don't be arrogant." Elizabeth retorting, "And what makes you so superior? You little brat, you can't even beat me in a fight." Zeon, furious, roared, "What does it matter if she's stronger than the other princes? She's still going to be my wife." What followed was a spectacular and forceful toss courtesy of the princess, directed at Zeon, effectively severing the engagement. Currently, Larries was incredibly awkward, thinking to herself, "It's been 5 years since I last saw her because I didn't want to run into her. It's just too awkward." She was also quite surprised to see how the princess looked now, marveling inwardly. Hasn't she changed a lot in just 5 years? At this moment, Princess Elizabeth smiled politely and said, "I didn't intend to make you feel uncomfortable." She then continued with a cheerful smile, "I didn't know you had a special relationship with Genvia." Seeing her smile, Larry's couldn't help but cover her eyes, thinking, "Oh, that ethereal beauty." Then she replied, "He helped me once before." When Larry's calmed down, she thought, "My name has been removed from the family register anyway, so there's no need to worry about it." Seeing her like this, the princess seemed a little surprised and said, "It seems you've changed a bit, Miss Blanche." Hearing Elizabeth's form of address, Larry's, dissatisfied, requested, "Please call me Larry's." Seeing her so lively, the princess said with great interest, "What has Genvia done? Why didn't he introduce me to someone like this?" Hearing himself mentioned, Genvia quickly said, "I apologize." The princess looked at Larry's for a moment, then smiled gently, leaning down close to her face and saying, "All right, Larry's, you should call me Elzara." Seeing Elzara's face magnified right in front of her, Larry's was instantly defeated. She thought to herself, "That face has won me over. I can't resist." A while later, Larry's was in a carriage on her way out. Inside, she held her face in her hands, lamenting, "I'm going to die sometime soon anyway. But why do I keep making appointments with people?" She recalled the earlier events when she, Elzara, and the Duchess had chatted cheerfully, saying, "We should call each other by name and catch up later." Larry's thought, "But this is the first time." She leaned her head wearily against the carriage, wondering, why do good things keep happening when I'm about to die? She reasoned with herself, "Anyway, I'll be leaving secretly to travel, so no one will know." In her mind, if it wasn't a special relationship, it would be, "Oh, that's enough." Suddenly, there was the sound of the carriage door opening from outside. Larry sat up with a start. It was Doha. Seeing her dazed, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Then he invited her to get out of the carriage. Seeing the beautiful scenery outside, Larry's happily took his arm and stepped down. Seeing her enthusiasm, Doha continued, "This is a special and energy-filled place in Haxon." He looked towards the wind and said seriously, "The magic here is clean and casts faster. It's the best place to practice." Then he turned to look at her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gently suggested, "Try using the magic you use every day." Hearing him say this, Larry's understood, thinking to herself, "So he wants to see me use magic." Then she cast a spell, and the ground around her quickly sprouted numerous tree trunks. Watching the trees grow at a rapid pace, Doha thought to himself, "Using too much unnecessary energy. This is only enough to extinguish candles or draw a bath." Doha took her hand and said seriously, "This time, try using magic on my body to better examine how it moves." Larry's quickly replied, "Yes." Doha quickly felt a surge of power entering his body. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect it to be so smooth." After a moment, Doha said, "You cast it like that, right?" Laureate hesitantly replied, "Yes." Then she continued casting with her hand and asked him, "Like this?" Suddenly, the branches on the ground began to lose control. She worriedly ran to him, embracing him and calling his name, "Doha." Doha was incredibly surprised. His eyes widened as he sank into thought. She clearly knows I'm stronger and more capable than her. But why does she always run out and save me? Within the embrace of the magic she created, Doha quickly hugged her, comforting her. "It's okay. Everything's all right." In that forest, Doha and Laureate were embracing within the protective sphere of magic. In his arms, she happily lifted her head and smiled brightly, saying, Doha, I'm like a genius, right? The close proximity of their faces startled them both. They quickly released each other, and Doha answered her previous question. That's right, you are a genius. Laureate, hearing this, excitedly asked, Really? Doha chuckled softly and replied, But you still have a lot to learn. You don't know how to use magic to attack. He seriously instructed her. You need to learn what to do in dangerous situations, where to attack, how to escape, how to recognize and avoid unfavorable situations. You have to learn those things. Laureate enthusiastically replied, Yes, teacher, I'll rely on you for everything. A while later, evening arrived, and Laureate boarded the carriage to return home. Sitting in the carriage, she thought to herself, Since I've been studying all day, I can use magic more comfortably now. While she wasn't paying attention, Doha, sitting opposite her, was watching her intently, wondering, how could such a genius be neglected? She doesn't seem to mind it. Seeing her cheerful smile, Doha grew even more curious, placing a hand on his chest and thinking, is it because she's a genius that I'm interested? Shouldn't I be bored by now? After a moment, Doha spoke up and asked, Have you heard about it? There's a very lively festival going on in Isis, a city near the capital, famous for its beautiful scenery. He continued to explain, I heard it's like this, a flower festival, a night market, a masquerade ball. Then he extended an invitation, Join us. Hearing him say this, Laureate became incredibly excited and smiled brightly, saying, A date with Astrakhan, there would be wonderful. Thank you, Doha. Her words left him somewhat incredulous and silent. As she prepared to step out of the carriage, she turned back to him and cheerfully continued, Thank you so much for today. I'm so lucky to be friends with you. Doha's chest ached as if stabbed, but he maintained a polite smile and replied, Me too, Laureate. Be careful going home. When she was out of sight, he irritably slammed his hand against the carriage, wondering, why am I so annoyed? A while later, Laureate arrived home. She cheerfully greeted Astrakhan. Seeing her return, Astrakhan looked up and said, You're back. It's a bit late, isn't it? She smiled brightly, sitting down beside him and saying cheerfully, Yes, I have good news for you. Astrakhan looked puzzled. Seeing this, Laureate continued with a smile, There's a flower festival in Isis. Let's go together tomorrow. Hearing this, Astrakhan hesitated awkwardly and replied, After the curse, when will it be okay? Laureate frowned slightly and said, Are you asking when you can leave? After the curse is completely purified, only then can you go. Without waiting for his reply, she quickly unbuttoned his shirt. This unexpected action startled Astrakhan, who called out her name in alarm, Lalari. Responding to him, Laureate quickly said, See, she pointed to his chest and continued, There's no curse left on your body, not a trace. Actually, if I purify your whole body, then you can go. Seeing Astrakhan blush, she spoke softly, I'm not forcing you to do anything much. She buttoned his shirt back up and continued her proposal. We'll be a little late, and then we'll wear our masks again. Laureate took his hand and looked at him expectantly, asking, Will you come with me, Astrakhan? Astrakhan blushed and quickly nodded, replying yes. Then the two of them prepared to go out. When they arrived at the festival, Laureate, wearing her mask, smiled brightly and called to him, Astrakhan, do you want some cotton candy? Astrakhan replied somewhat anxiously, Yes. Laureate laughed cheerfully and held the cotton candy in her hand up to his mouth. She looked at him and suggested, Let's go to the square. There's still some time before the masquerade. Astrakhan shyly agreed. Okay. Astrakhan looked at the people around them and thought to himself, Everyone's gazes are a bit different than before. He realized that in their eyes, there was no fear, no disgust, but realizing that everyone was staring at Laureate, he couldn't stand it and leaned down to kiss her, saying, I'll have another bite. This action made Laureate blush with embarrassment. Hitting him on the back, she said, What are you doing? We're in public. Astrakhan replied softly, No one's looking. He looked at her hands, reddened from hitting him. She walked away angrily, saying, I don't know. You're so annoying. As she walked, she thought, Why does he seem so experienced? He's usually not like this. Then she continued to think, well, we've come this far. When Laureate turned around to look, she saw another girl inviting Astrakhan on a date. So if you're going alone, can I go with you? Looking at the girl below him, Astrakhan had only one thought. Isn't she afraid of me? Even though the scent has faded thanks to the purification, I'm still not used to it. Moving away from the girl, he started to leave, thinking that's how it is, but he firmly replied no. The girls continued to cling to him, talking. Seeing this, Laureate turned and ran away in fear. She fearfully thought to herself, if I leave, Astrakhan will definitely fall in love with another girl. I already knew that, but why does it feel like I'm just finding out now? I just want Astrakhan to be happy. Reaching a forest, she stopped to catch her breath and thought, this isn't jealousy. Suddenly, behind her, a man's voice rang out, Miss, are you all right? Sit here and drink this. Luckily, I just bought it. He let her sit down on a nearby rock and continued, see, there's nothing strange in it. Seeing that he meant no harm, she replied, thank you. Seeing her face after she took off her mask, the man couldn't help but exclaim, am I being struck by love? Laureate said in a puzzled tone, I have a boyfriend. After she said this, the atmosphere became silent. A moment later, the man spoke again. They say people from the capital always say that to reject others. Now I understand. Hearing this, Laureate thought to herself, puzzled, this man's accent sounds like it's from the West. Seeing her continued silence, he asked, was I too rude? Then he bowed slightly and continued, even if I'm rejected, I should do it properly in the capital's way. He knelt on one knee, raised a hand towards her, and romantically declared, my lady, your beauty has stolen my heart. He chuckled softly and proposed, Miss, please be my friend. Seeing this, Laureate thought in alarm. He's doing what people did 10 years ago. Used to do. She frowned and firmly refused, no. Suddenly, a sword slashed down towards the man. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his own sword. The newcomer was Astrakhan. His face darkened as he threatened, do you want to die in front of me? The man chuckled and replied, I don't. Are you her boyfriend? Astrakhan's gaze was deadly as he looked at the man. Seeing this, Laureate thought fearfully. He didn't push Astrakhan away, but blocked it with his sword. The man looked closely at Astrakhan's face, then said in a puzzled tone, I'm more handsome, aren't I? This statement infuriated Laureate. She stood up abruptly and exclaimed, what did you say? Without waiting for him to reply, she quickly cast a spell and yelled, stay away from my boyfriend. Hearing this, the man responded with a hint of disappointment. My apologies. I didn't know you two were a couple. Contrary to him, Astrakhan was surprised and unsure of what to do, almost frozen in place. The man sheathed his sword and slowly said, I thought she was lying. If I had known it was true, I wouldn't have confessed. Hearing this, Laureate retorted irritably, but I still would have said no. She stood in front of Astrakhan, pointing at the man and shouting, this arrogant alpaca. Seeing her like this, he responded with a slightly bewildered, I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Looking at her angry expression, he said with a hint of regret, that's a shame. I've fallen for you. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Laureate protectively standing in front of Astrakhan. After he left, Astrakhan embraced her from behind, nuzzling her neck. He softly said, Laureate, why did you leave me alone? His voice was tinged with sadness. Astrakhan hugged her tightly, thinking to himself, if Laureate had accepted his confession, I would have. He didn't let himself dwell on the thought. Laureate reached up and stroked his head, turning to face him and softly soothing, I'm sorry, I got lost. She smiled brightly and continued, thank you for finding me. Hearing this, Astrakhan asked with a slightly bewildered expression, you waited for me? Laureate quickly replied, yes, I miss you a lot. Astrakhan smiled brightly and said, me too. Laureate noticed his hands were still trembling. She turned and hugged him tightly, looking up and softly saying, I'm sorry for disappearing suddenly. You were shocked, weren't you? Astrakhan responded with a hint of surprise, no, because I was too focused, so... Laureate continued, I won't do that again. Seeing her like this, he was a little flustered and simply replied, it's okay. Then they both turned to look at the festival ahead. Laureate smiled and said, it's time. Let's dance. Then, suddenly realizing she had lost her mask, she said sadly, but we both lost our masks. If you don't like it, we can go home. Astrakhan calmly replied, it's okay. Laureate asked doubtfully, really? You'll be noticed? Are you sure it's okay? Astrakhan looked intently at her and smiled gently. Yes, because you're with me. The two of them quickly went down to where the festival was being held. Couples were dancing together. Laureate thought to herself, it's so different from high society parties. It's so free. Then she turned to him cheerfully and said, let's dance. The image in his eyes shone like the sun, without a trace of darkness. He thought to himself, I never thought this day would come. The smell of death, the hateful stares, my different existence. His world had changed when she appeared. He thought happily, Laureate, you saved my life. You gave me the chance to live like a normal person, not a monster. A normal life of a normal human being. No one could know that a monster like me could dance like everyone else. You, who gave me so much love while I'm so clumsy. How can I stop loving you? As everyone watched, Laureate smiled brightly at him and said, I love you, Astrakhan. Her words took him completely by surprise. The unexpected happiness left him speechless. He stammered, In the shimmering setting of the festival, Astrakhan slowly leaned down, his face close to hers. Laureate saw him about to kiss her, so she quickly covered his lips with her hand and warned, "Where do you think you're kissing me?" He didn't move his face away, but smiled gently, then leaned down and kissed the hand covering his lips. He looked up at her with affectionate, loving eyes. Laureate blushed and stammered, "What are you doing?" She quickly pulled her hand back and turned away, thinking to herself, "Oh my God, that's so sweet." Contrary to her, Astrakhan mistakenly thought she didn't like it and became dejected, saying, "Do you hate it?" Seeing his downcast expression, Laureate turned back to explain, "It's not like that. It's just..." Hearing her say that, he asked excitedly, "So can I kiss you on the lips this time?" Looking at him like that, Laureate blushed and thought, "I'll just keep teasing him. I can't lose." Then she looked at him, smiled brightly, and said softly, "Astrakhan, do you want to sleep with me?" Hearing her say that, Astrakhan was like being struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Laureate felt victorious and continued, "You don't need to keep asking about kissing. You're such a guy." While she spoke, he froze, unable to move. A moment later, Astrakhan finally spoke, his voice trembling. Without letting him finish, Laureate pointed at his face and continued, "It's a punishment." She said cheerfully, "You're not allowed to kiss me for a while." Astrakhan was deeply hurt. He couldn't believe it, wondering, is it true? Really not allowed? The scene changes to the next day. Before going out, Astrakhan turned back to look at her lying on the sofa and asked, "Are you not going to do it with me today either?" Laureate asked back, confused, "Do what?" The image that appeared in his mind at that moment was Laureate rushing to hug his face, kissing him and saying, "Oh my God, how handsome is our Astrakhan?" As usual, he would reply, "Stop it." Thinking of this scene, he said a little shyly, saying, "I'm handsome." Astrakhan, cupping his flushed face, continued, "And then kiss you. Understand?" Laureate, realizing what he meant, cheerfully replied, "Yeah, I won't do that today." Seeing him look over, she continued excitedly, "I told you it was your punishment. Forgot already?" Astrakhan, in disbelief, asked, "So you were serious back then?" Laureate nodded, answering, "Yep, super serious." Astrakhan, starting to worry, quickly said, "Then I won't kiss you outside anymore, so?" Laureate firmly refused. "No way. A promise is a promise." Astrakhan turned back to where he was rubbing his finger. "Laureate." He looked up at her pitifully and said, "Can I kiss you?" He then moved closer, intending to kiss her. Quickly realizing his intention, Laureate blushed, pushed him away, and said, "No using your handsome guy tactics either." He asked sadly, "Not allowed." Laureate sat up with a bright smile and said, "Nope, be careful on your way out." After watching him sadly leave the room, she chuckled to herself, thinking, "That was fun. I really enjoy seeing Astrakhan beg like that." Then she excitedly declared, extending the ban for a few more days. Meanwhile, Astrakhan lamented internally, "How much longer do I have to wait?" Scene change. A few hours later, Laureate entered the forest to practice magic. Doha asked, "You seem to be in a good mood." Laureate, seeing him ask, cheerfully replied, "I am. Thanks to you, I had a wonderful date." "Thank you." This was like rubbing salt in the wound for Doha, who had wanted to ask her out himself. "All right." Not continuing that topic, he said with forced cheerfulness despite his irritation, "Let's practice using magic." Suddenly, Laureate remembered something. She said, "I met a strange person at the festival yesterday." Recalling the man who said, "Go out with me," she told Doha, "Some random Westerner confessed his feelings to me. He was really strange." Doha's mood worsened. He coldly asked, "Confessed what?" Slightly embarrassed, she explained, "He said he had fallen for me." Laureate put her hands on her cheeks and said playfully, "See, I'm pretty cute, right?" Seeing no reaction from him, she thought to herself, "Did I go too far with the joke?" Doha's mind was in turmoil. He didn't understand. Why am I so angry? How dare someone hit on Laureate? Seeing her embarrassment, he finally chuckled lightly and said, "Right, Laureate is certainly very cute." But inwardly he fumed, infuriatingly so. Then he said to her seriously, "So, my dear adorable lady," he continued with a smile, "are you planning to destroy this empty lot again today?" Remembering her first day when she said she would destroy everything, she recalled, her face darkening, and replied, "I was wrong, master." Doha continued, "Let's put magic aside for now and practice hand-to-hand combat." Laureate replied enthusiastically, "Yes." She asked expectantly, "What are we starting with?" Doha replied with a smile, "The basics, of course." Laureate thought, "Try to guess, attacking, escaping, or subduing." Doha replied, "Starting with how to kill." This was unexpected. Hearing this, she immediately froze. He took her hand, smiled, and continued, if you use magic on this spot, I'll definitely die instantly. Laureate asked, trembling with fear, Doha, what are you doing? Ignoring her feelings, Doha continued softly. Come on, try to kill me, miss, Larry said, frowning. This isn't a funny joke. Doha chuckled softly and replied, this isn't a joke. I'm serious. Now, truly angry, she pushed him away and said loudly, stop it. Larry's, trembling with suppressed rage, thought, how can life be so cheap? Her face was pale. Even if I wanted to live, I wouldn't live much longer anyway. But now I have the will to live. She felt a surge of envy, resentment, and misery within her. Doha looked down, observing her emotions. After a moment, he spoke softly, Miss, what do you think the reality of the situation is? Larry's responded blankly, it's like traveling alone because you can leave at any time, so? Doha cut her off. Miss, the world out there isn't that peaceful. Right now, if you were to run into some alleyway, in the capital, you would become a target for certain individuals who use their power, Mississippi. You know that, right? He leaned down, looking directly into her eyes. Remember this. Unless you intend to attack your enemy with the intent to kill, you'll be the one who dies. Larry's felt everything was hazy. Because I only have 3 months to live, I want to travel before I die. I don't want to die meaninglessly along the way. Or maybe I don't want to be taken back by my family again. I want to learn how to defend myself. She thought of her loved ones. Because I'm traveling while I'm dying, I'll have to leave in silence. She told herself, I know very well that this world has never been kind to me. Even if I want to protect myself, I have to accept hurting others. She said sadly, thank you for your advice, Doha. Seeing her distraught state, he thought, actually, I can save you no matter what happens, but the fact that you're in danger, just thinking about it makes me furious. That's why I said those harsh words. He took her hand as if to comfort her. You understand me, right? Because you're a kind young lady. Doha lifted her hand to his heart. That let's try again. Attack me with the resolve to kill. She closed her eyes. He said, I'm not as weak as you think. I'm stronger than you think. Doha tightened his grip on her hand. But if I get hurt, you can heal me, right? Larry said worriedly, but you'll feel pain if you get hurt. Doha looked at her, this feeling. He felt confused. Every time I meet this woman, I feel strange. He felt uncomfortable. He released her hand and stepped away from Larry's. There's no time to think about such pointless things. Doha told her now, try to block my attack. She dodged his attack. Unable to dodge in time, she cried out. He advanced closer to her. Whoa, you can't even avoid one blow. She looked at him with determination. Then she dodged decisively. Suddenly, the fan grazed her shoulder, making her cry out, ah. Doha said, is your magic just for decoration? She stared blankly, not understanding. Larry's thought, magic won't do anything to Doha. She used all her energy. Take this and snap out of it. It stopped him. He shielded himself with his fan and said, I usually bathe in hot water, so I'll let you have this one. She used all her strength. Laureate stood firm, refusing to yield. Finally, she lunged powerfully towards him, tackling him. By late afternoon, she returned to the mansion. The butler, seeing her return, said, Miss, you're back late. Did something happen? Laureate, her limbs aching, asked, I'm feeling a bit tired. Where's Astrakhan? He replied, the master is in the bathroom. Shall I inform him of your return? She responded, no need. It seems purification will be difficult starting today. She thought to herself, but I have to do it properly to feel better. What should I do? She thought of something. Laureate quickly ran. Astrakhan must be wearing his bathrobe now, so there's no need to worry about not being able to purify him. Just as he was pulling on his robe, lost in thought, how long will I have to refrain from kissing her? He heard a familiar voice call, Astrakhan. He startled in surprise. La 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 la, Laureate. He hurriedly stepped away from her. She approached him, calling, Astrakhan. She continued to approach him, making him flustered. Why you're too close. She pushed him back. Laureate leaned over him. Let's start the purification from the lower body, okay? She said, I'll start from the knees. He hurriedly refused. No, wait. She said, you're thinking about something strange, aren't you? Laureate said seriously, but this is something that must be done, so be serious. She touched him. He flinched. She helped him with the purification. The curse in this area was quite strong. She felt grateful to Doha. Thanks to Doha, using magic is much easier now. Finishing, Laureate said, purification complete. She felt embarrassed when she suddenly realized he looked annoyed, like a bullied baby elephant. The two looked at each other awkwardly. He moved closer to her. She shyly turned her face away. Why you're still under a no-kissing ban, you know. His hand touched her cheek. He pinched her cheek and then kissed her lips. They shared a sweet kiss. Astrakhan leaned over her. He kissed her deeply. Laureate only felt heavy. He kissed her and said, I didn't. Astrakhan said reluctantly, kiss you without any preparation. He leaned down close to her and said, if you're ready, is it okay? He kissed her neck. She thought, my first night with Astrakhan. She wrapped her arms around his neck. He embraced her head. Her clothes were removed. He looked at her body and said, you're truly. As he undressed, he said, beautiful. He thought to himself, as expected, if I do this, Laureate will hate me. I should have waited until after the purification. She gently touched his face. Laureate said, you're very handsome too. She cupped his face. There's nothing about you that isn't beautiful. Hearing this, he told himself, if she says so, it must be true. He held her tightly, thinking, my savior, my whole world. He kissed her, my Laureate. Suddenly, she lay down and pulled him towards her. She said, come on, Astrakhan. Hearing this, he revealed his true nature, as you wish. They exchanged sweet kisses, his hand intertwined with hers. After they finished, she thought, pervert. Seeing her grimace, he asked, are you tired? She said irritably, can't you see my condition? I'm exhausted. He continued to ask, it's still early morning, but can we do it again? She angrily replied, I'll die. He pleaded with her, just one more time, my Laureate, please. Laureate couldn't understand. She pondered. Finally, she grabbed his collar and said, just once, okay. They continued to exchange sweet kisses. At Count Osmond's mansion, a cross-dressing girl saw her and said, Laureate, you're here. Laureate bowed and replied, thank you for inviting me to tea, princess. Hearing this, the other person said, you must call me Elsker. She quickly said, ah, thank you, Els. Elsa patted her head, praising, good girl. Hearing this, Laureate felt incredibly sweet. As they walked, Elsa said, my good friends often gather here. I want to introduce them to you. The princess added, they're all kind people. She happily replied, I hope everyone likes me too. Elsa touched her cheek and laughed. Haha, how could anyone not like you? Those words struck her heart a second time. They both went inside. Inside were Lady Jimdir Sabbath, Count Wana Osmond's eldest daughter, and Syria Mergen. They all sat down at the tea table after greeting everyone following the introductions. Mergen called out, Laureate, hey, if it weren't for them, would you have become a commoner? How can a commoner like you be close to? Else, everyone was stunned by her words. Laureate just told herself, I cut ties with my family, so I'm the one who left them. Misunderstanding. Hearing this, Wana said, Miss Mergen, choose your words carefully. Elsa also reminded Syria, that's rude. She didn't change her tearful tone and said, because I've only recently debuted in aristocratic society. I apologize if I behaved improperly. Laureate chuckled. It's okay. It's easy to misunderstand. Surely she didn't mean it. Everyone around also laughed. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Everyone said their goodbyes. Before parting, Wana called out, Laureate. She said to Laureate, although I don't like this kind of gossiping behind people's backs. Looking over there, Wana said, but Syria, Mergen only joined us a few weeks ago. Els felt sorry for her because her debut into aristocratic society has been a bit difficult, and she allowed her to tag along. She whispered to Laureate, I think you should keep your distance from her, as she's very careless. After finishing, she said goodbye. You'll have to judge for yourself. Laureate thought to herself, but she doesn't look like a bad person. Seeing this, Wana just said, well then, I've warned you. While you're verifying the truth, you'll encounter quite a few obstacles. Someone called her name, Laureate. She turned around to see Astrakhan walking towards her. He said, I missed you, so I came to pick you up. He approached her with a gentle expression. Everyone around them was surprised by his appearance. Duke Astrakhan, he said, hello everyone. Well, Laureate waved goodbye to everyone before getting into the carriage. I'll take her home now. See you all later. She called out, I had a lot of fun today. Oh, Duke Astrakhan seems a little off. Inside the carriage, Laureate looked at him and asked, didn't you say you had to go to the Imperial Palace? He replied, that's right. He said, I wanted to spend a little more time with you. She said regretfully, unfortunately, I already have an appointment. It's hard for you to stay with me for long, isn't it? He was surprised, really? He shyly, desperately wanted to hold her hand. Seeing his expression, she felt in love. Unable to resist, she quickly kissed him. Seeing her about to kiss him, he lifted his face and softly said, wait. Finally, he leaned down and kissed her. The kiss gradually deepened. He held her neck tightly, making the kiss even deeper. He murmured, I'm not sure, but Astrakhan looked at her and asked, it doesn't seem so bad in the carriage, does it? After speaking, he tightly grasped her hand. His grip tightened. Laureate asked back, what did you say? He continued to kiss her. While kissing her, he said, I have to kiss you back to be fair. After the kiss, he said, I think I have to punish you. Seeing his captivating expression, Laureate thought, what does he eat to be so devastatingly handsome? Destroy the imperial palace, tear down the country. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her heart, come on, just kiss him. Actually, doing it in the carriage isn't so bad. Astrakhan has a good eye. What did you say? He was leaning towards her when a voice interrupted. Master, we've arrived. Laureate felt relieved and turned away to, oh, haha, we're here. Wow, that was fast. Laureate quickly fled. He laughed loudly in the carriage. Astrakhan called her back, leaning against the door and saying, Laureate, let's continue this when we get home. She retorted, if you keep this up, I'm sleeping in a different room. She called out Doha. Seeing him, she said, you're dressed a little differently today, aren't you? He replied, my other clothes are all dirty. It looks strange, doesn't it? She appraised him. Fine silk enhances a fine man. Truly, a face that brings joy to behold. He wondered, what is joy? Well, Doha said, today we'll learn how to conceal ourselves. That's why I called you here. Laureate was thrilled. Concealment? This skill is super useful for survival. Doha, that's amazing. You're the best. Seeing her expression as she said, I absolutely love it. Doha was stunned. He covered his face, confused. Why am I like this? She didn't say she liked me. Meanwhile, she was feeling delighted. Okay, so what do I do first? Doha regained his composure and said, the goal is to make you invisible in a crowd so that no one notices your presence. He explained to her, introducing her to magic, explaining it in great detail. She used magic. She took his hand and asked, is that it? Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.